Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the Olderwatch tournament. The Cycle 3 is upon us on this beautiful day. So we're really excited to get everyone here. Hopefully, everything is sounding good. If it's not, please let us know in chat. We'll do our best to fix everything with it. But today, we are starting off the Cycle 3 Olderwatch Elite Champions tournament with some pool play. Isn't that fun? So get your swim trunks ready because the pools are open on this morning day of tournament. My kids call me Dad. I'm hungry, but you can call me Druid and I will be your lifeguard, your swim buddy, and the host of this tournament all day this Sunday. So I will be joined by several other members of the community, which you will obviously know. This includes Ocho. Ocho, how you doing today?
I am just so excited. We are on cycle 3. So much work has been put into this tournament by various members across our server. But obviously spearheaded by Druid, Fa, and Spence. They've put just so much effort into this. The production value should be quite a bit higher than the previous tournaments, which you always love to see in an up and coming community. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the third ever Elite Championships. We are coming to you live once again from discord.gg/overwatch and here on Twitch. This time around, interest in our tournaments have really exploded. So we have 10 teams, 60 players participating today. Like I mentioned, our production team, they've really stepped up in order to efficiently manage all the teams and the players. It's been a welcome challenge and one that I think we tackled successfully. As with the last tournament, our players entered as single participants and our staff developed our own matchmaking system to develop the teams as much as possible. All the players had about a month to meet up, practice with, get to know their teammates, and over this month, the teams have had tremendous improvement, and each player today, regardless of outcome, should be proud of themselves. Back to you, Druid.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, our fearless leader, Ocho, for organizing not just this Discord, but getting the ball rolling on all of these tournaments that you're seeing today. We are just waiting for the lobby to start here, but a little bit of pool housekeeping, as it were, on this Sunday. We will be doing the pool games, I believe 3 games between now and 1 o'clock before placements are all done. But the pool games are just going to be a best of 1 today. So keep that in mind. It's 6v6, and I think that's about it from my end. We're just going to wait a little bit longer until the first game starts. It's been a very busy evening for all of us behind the scenes, and any questions you have, send them in chat. We'd love to talk to you as well. Keep it civil, keep it safe. You know, we're here to have fun. We're over 30, so don't type too fast because we won't be able to read it. So yeah, we're just gonna wait. That's right, Olderwatch Disco. Let's go. I really hope my voice will maintain itself. I don't have high hopes. If you ever tried to talk to a toddler, you will be talking forever.
Exactly. So hopefully both of our voices endure throughout this whole process. Don't go anywhere, folks, though. Olderwatch Elite Champions will return very soon.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, kittens, young and old, to the first game here in our pools between Good Kitties and Team 4. We're just about to get our ducks in a row and get us started. Talking Stove says the coin says tails. We did a little coin flip to see who picked bans, if I'm not mistaken, right, Ocho?
Yes, exactly. So this tournament was developed to, imitate OWCS, where there's a coin flip at the beginning determining, which map and which bands they want to start off with. It's going to have one ban on either side. That way, if you see on the enemy team that there's a really good hog player, you can go ahead and press the ban hog button. So going to be a very useful tool for our players today. Let's just talk a little bit about both teams. Jared, I don't know if you know too much about either of these teams, but I have a couple of friends on both teams. This is one of those situations where I would be okay if either team won. But I do have, I do know there's a lot of heavy hitters on Team 4. We've got, namely Overclover, our resident Zenyatta. We've got, obviously, Rebsy fan, a really well-known champion hog one trick. So we'll see if he can pull out any different picks today. And then on Good Kitties, we have head moderator Titan Yeti on the support role. Played in a couple tournaments before, really proficient at support. Teddy obviously is also a very talented player, so it's going to be a little bit difficult to deal with that man.
Yeah, you know what I love here? It's so much our, all the coordination between the teams. We got logos, we've got vibes, but one of the things you don't really consider is all the profile pictures, in-game profile pictures that you can set up here. And Good Kitties with all the good cats on them. And then Team 4 with, look at all the Olympic pictures that they've got going on. This is just so much fun. I love to see it. And lots of people in chat too. What's up, chat? We're just about to get started here. I believe, is it going to be King's Row? Did we decide that?
I believe it will be Lijiang.
Oh, Lijiang. That's right. Oh, that is so exciting to hear. But yeah, just, some of my own experiences within the community. I've played with a lot of these people. Rebsy just being absolutely diabolical with that Roadhog. It is absolutely so much fun to see, especially in pugs, where they can be a little bit more creative, a little bit more, a little bit more daring, if you will.
And daring is exactly what we'll see tonight here on Olderwatch. It's always so impressive. 60 players all taking the time out of their day, out of their lives to address this tournament. They have to really look at themselves and say, am I able to do this? Coordinated play is so much more difficult than even high ranking plays. So there's a lot to learn, and sometimes you get a little humbled and you have to go back to the drawing board. And so today we'll really see the fruits of that labor. It should be a really good match. And I really, me, I love to see those fair matches back and forth.
Yeah, let's also take a look at some of these bans that are happening. So Anna, my favorite character of all time, is being banned. Oh, that's so sad. And as well as Hog Rebsy. I don't think that's really going to stop him, though. I'll be honest with you. I think Rebsy is just one of those pivotal players that can really, bring it any character to life in a match, with that team coordination, with those pure mechanical skills and strategy to, just to, wrap it up in one big Rebsy sort of present.
Yeah, it should be a really good match. Kind of like you said, Druid, Rebsy fan is going to be quite the battle to topple, but I still think that there's heavy hitters on Good Kitties. We may not just be aware of them just yet, but I believe that we are going to find some great players on the other side as well. We are going to be starting here very soon, and as soon as we get these all set up, we will be launching as soon as possible.
Yeah, let's not forget that this is an international community, right? There are people in Europe and Asia and all over, and they're they're finding the time to get together, in the evening, in the wee hours of the night. There's a few you know, it's very early or very late right now, and it's been so much fun seeing them coordinate all together and bring this, like, it's almost unheard of to have something like this this tournament format with both like European, Asia, and North American players all playing the same tournament. So to get as many people as we did, I think that is like an incredible feat. So great job to all the players organize themselves, and again to everyone in the background organizing these things. So that's been really cool to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Accessibility was definitely something that I wanted everyone to feel okay with joining this tournament. You know, whether you're a console, whether you're PC, depending on your rank as well. I know a lot of times it's hard to get this team environment if you're in plat or gold or diamond. We wanted to provide this opportunity and, you know, hopefully get friendships going in the Discord community, hopefully get people knowing each other, having a good time. And after all, you know, Olderwatch, that's really what we're about. It's a looking for group Discord server. We're looking for friends, we're looking for teammates, people that don't rage, and we're just so grateful to see this level of sportsmanship in a tournament of this size between, you know, players of all different rankings, all different gaming setups and regions.
Yeah, absolutely. Chad is definitely agreeing with you. Yeah, it's nice that to see a community like this, that, like, you know, everyone's sort of on the same page here, right? It's like, listen, man, I've been in my 20s. Okay, I know what that's like. And we're just like, just slow down, slow the roll, okay? Okay, Talking Stove says all options have been selected. I think we're gonna get going soon here, guys. Thank you for sticking around with us on this Sunday morning for the pool plays. Just about to get started. Are we ready? Talking Stove says. A lot of fans for C9 to 5. I love that name. That's a great name for an Overwatch team in this in this tournament. All right, ready to rock and roll, Ocho? Let's head to Lijiang Tower.
Now arriving at Lijiang.
Absolutely. A control map, a lot of environmental features in this map in both the center and the side. Two teams will cross over the bridges fighting for the center position. Big hole in the middle providing a little bit of cover, but there's side lanes on either side, so really multiple ways to attack into this stronghold here. The players will definitely have to use their cooldowns well, their ultimates coordinated in order to make the best out of this environmental challenging map.
Yeah, now we're seeing the picks starting to lock in here as Rebsy, you know, go into that diva. You know, it looks like they're going for a bit of like a dynamic. Oh, I thought Jet was going to go cat, and I was just so excited to see where that was going to go. But obviously switching over to the Ashe and the DPS role. So yeah, let's see how this opening play works out. We're going to be following Team 4 here as they get out of the hangar here.
Team 4 looking very, very good with a nice little poke comp. A lot of damage going to come out onto Good Kitties, so let's just hope that Good Kitties was able to respond. They're a bit more of a brawly comp here.
Yeah, it looks like Good Kitties like ended up taking this right-hand corridor here as they're fighting for their lives. The rock coming in from Teddy as the fight continues on onto the point. D-Mech coming onto Rebsy. Oh no, they're going to be in trouble here. Support as well. Let's see. Low life here for the Good Kitties as the pressure continues on from Team 4.
Sure. Good Kitties finally able to stabilize a little bit. Looks like they opted to go over the non-risky route, but they're just taking a lot of damage from this just frontal assault. Sarah is trying to find an angle, but not really able to find anything.
Yeah, we're getting our first picks here as Bond taking out Overclover onto the team fight. Ooh, Yoti's just missing that javelin, and Good Kitty just does take on Rebsy as well, so they're going to maintain this point as the fight just seems like it is going to start to end here.
Yeah, Good Kitties with that very dominant showing now. Environmental kill onto Orisa from the forest. Finally, Good Kitties are able to gain their ground and push through. There's a ball coming out though, onto the point.
Yeah, Ash decided to bring their +1 to that team fight, but they're going home drunk in a car and never invited to a wedding again. That seemed a little ill-fated for them, for sure.
Well, for sure, really great recognition of Good Kitties to immediately turn and swat out the only target in existence.
Okay, we got Teddy with a nice gravitic flux available to them. Let's see if we can get them grouped up, but it doesn't look like they're trying a bit of a flank here, Team 4, as Rebsy on that monkey.
Yeah, they've been out a recon squad though, only to get hit by the best trailblazer, Bicon. Orbital coming out as well. Looks like Team 4 is getting pushed out of this fight very decisively.
Yeah, great coordination here by Good Kitties. They just kind of stuck to their game. They really knew what they were doing. And they still have a bunch of ults in the fridge. I mean, lots of, we've got Terror Surge, we've got Gravitic Flux, we've got a lot of stuff. Team 4 just needs to get their act together here if they want to maintain this point. 75% on it right now.
Yeah, Rebsy now swapping over to that Sigma to try to help his team cross this.
Gravitic Flux!
Man, Flux, let's go!
Yeah, big flux, but yeah, the Transcendence does get it. Here comes the counter. Terror Surge doesn't find anyone. Does Monster Munch does find the Bland Wings. My bad, my apologies. A few picks here coming on Team 4's favor. It's gonna be enough. Tracks with a great headshot onto General. Oh, can they get the point? Can they get this Orisa? This Orisa just has so much health, getting great healing from their team and their side. Oh my goodness.
Well, for sure, Titan getting doing what she does amazingly, just staying alive throughout the battle, keeping up that tank, but unfortunately not enough. Team 4 is able to sort of turn the tides here.
Yeah, really, really close fight here. Just one member down as Yoteach does eventually fall. And this one is going to go in Good Kitty's favor. That's a good kitty. That's a good kitty.
Very good kitty indeed, and wow, I did not expect that. I went into this thinking that Team 4 definitely had the upper hand, but don't count them out just yet. I know Rebsy, and I know him well. I know that he's going to be cooking up a sort of plan. You can already see it in the swapping over to that Sigma to try a little bit of a different strategy. Now he's swapping over to the Zarya, probably identifying that his team would appreciate a little bit of the bubble peel here and there. I think he recognizes this Good Kitty team composition, and I think he's trying to work with his team to react to it.
Yeah, this is great coordination coming from both these teams here, and just the organization that we saw from Good Kitties was just so well executed. So let's see if Team 4 can adapt here as we get to the team fight on this front.
This is another classic control point here. It looks like Red Team is going to be sort of establishing on the high ground, pushing Good Kitties back. Accretion hit to the face of the Yoteach. That bubble, as we talked about, tries to save his life, but it allows him to trade out Mr. and Khan for that. Just chaos here in Lijiang Tower between the Good Kitties and Team 4.
Yeah, and you know what? It all started with that pick from Jet right at the beginning as he gets another one onto Titan Yeti. This is great adaptation that we're seeing from Team 4. They saw some of their disorganization, maybe a little bit of nerves coming into the tournament, but they're definitely feeling themselves now after securing this first point.
Collapsing the barrier.
Absolutely. You can see at Team 4, they're all just posturing up together, eliminating conflict. Yes, that headshot availability is going to be so important. We know Jet obviously has really great mechanics, so just allowing him to sit in the back, use that huge dragon, so much damage, and pick up 2 kills.
Yeah, great. I was surprised they didn't wait for it. I mean, they felt like they were in control of that team fight. Wait for that grab dragon to give him a little bit more security. Ooh, Jet does get a little low. He's got to peel back a little bit, get some healing done from his Zenyatta and other healers in Cativo. Cativo also doing a lot of the graphics for us, so shout out to him and all his hard work.
Yeah, 57% and counting for Team 4 now, so now the pressure is mounting on Good Kitties to make a comeback here because they do not want to get Team 4 any momentum, they will take it to the end.
Yeah, let's Jet with the double kill there. Both Con and General going for that that counter flank onto the side. See if they can get everything. Jet already has his dragons back, so pay attention to that as Rebsy's gravity surge is also coming online as well.
Oh, for sure. Both, I mean, the benefit of being the aggressor team is that you have the ability to use your ultimates twice in a round as opposed to once.
Yeah, Gravitic Flux coming in. Here's the trance as well. That is going to save the lives of their team. Overclover taking a Titan head back. That is going to be huge damage as Gativo with... Ow! Yo Teach, give me that homework because I'm going to ace it. I'm going to ace that test. As Team 4, they come back and we're tied 1-1 here in Lijiang.
That was the play of the game for sure. Dragon into a grav, that is a classic since it was incepted. That's what a great way to end round 2, but this round is going to be for all the marbles now. They know that whoever wins this gets to be seated better.
Yeah, Team 4 really, they really came to play on that one as, the team, maybe it was nerves, maybe it was something else, but they got the memo. Now, let's see what good Kitties can do here. They've got really good organization. It's really about keeping those, it's all about those moments. So let's see what happens with Khan on the Symmetra now instead of the soldier. They got the teleporter on point. They are bunkering down.
Yes, good Kitties know that in order to win this fight, they have to take an aggressive position and take it fast and first. So they just went directly to the point and are opting to fight them through these two hallways here.
Yeah, first pick here from Teddy onto Overclover. A little bit of damage is not going to be going on Team 4's way. They might want to reconsider this team fight. If they can get a pick, maybe they can go into it. But General's applying that pressure. Khan with the very aggressive portal into the back, trying to find someone in it, but it's not going to happen.
Oh, for sure. There's just abilities and spam flying back and forth. Shields are deployed. Healing spheres are down as well. It's just sort of a Civil War style back and forth between these two teams right now, and it just depends on who has better aim.
Yeah, a little bit of MCU Civil War happening your way. A little bit more pressure as well being applied as Rebsy's trying to force his way in, but there's just so many shields. Gravitic Flux is going to coming in from Teddy. Will he find anyone? He does find a few. Enough for General and Monster Munch to get those picks. Oh my goodness. Great job by Good Kitties to really follow through here. Jet, unfortunate position, and will be taken out as well.
Teddy just really showing himself to be a very, very strong tank player. He's definitely been a little bit of a dark horse before this, but he's been able to show that he is a force to be reckoned with. Definitely going to maybe even give Rebsy a pause. So it's really strong on his team that they're enabling him.
Yeah, look for this ult here from Rebsy. General does find Overclover. They're going to be down again. Oh, not looking too good here for Team 4. But Jet does find General. They're down to DPS apiece. Here comes the gravity. Will they get the kill? They do. Gativo taking out Khan with all of that gravity energy. Who knows anymore? Dark matter, antimatter. It's all a game to me.
Oh, for sure. Team 4 realizing that this is going to have to be taken or break it time to deactivate Visor as well. Just making sure that. Oh, but
Good
that
Kitties, they survived!
I
thought they were toast there. That is gonna be it. Good Kitties with the return. Well done to them, and good job, Team 4 as well. What a great match to start the day off here in pools.
Play of the game.
All right, guys, we will be right back as we get everything organized for the next match. We'll keep you updated.
Epic. Winner.
Are you surprised?
secret stories I tell.
All right, everyone, we are back for our second game of pools today. After a little bit of organizational situations, we're going to be playing the Excel versus Good Kitties. So we get to see Titan Yeti, Teddy, General, Monster Munch, Bex, and Khan go at it again. A great outing by Good Kitties last time around. Lots of fun seeing them turn the tide on that one.
Yeah, and Turn the Tide is one of the characteristics of the Excel. We did do a couple first looks at their team last night, and let me say, everyone missed quite the fierce battle where the tides were turned multiple times throughout the games. The Excel really showing a lot of endurance and bounce back ability. Very, very important for a team. They're definitely ironing out the kinks, but Good Kitties have proven that they are a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've played with a lot of these players in our pugs throughout the months. We're having some technical issues, says Titan Yeti, so we might have to just hold on for just a little moment. But yeah, we got Bubsy, Nomad, Wolfgang, Pinbrute, Sir Swampert, and Yano on the Excel. Great little name. Everyone knows your Excel sheets. I'm terrible at them, but you know who's actually really good at it is Pho. Pho Noodles in Discord. I saw him just be a wizard with that. He was the Doctor Strange of that Google sheet that we've been working on.
Yeah, so much work has been going into our custom matchmaking system. Pho Noodles and T-Bone, we're so grateful to have them in the community because they're just so intelligent and so able to describe sort of these more abstract concepts with numbers. We did have to go through and think about things like what makes a good support, what makes a good DPS, what stats can we tie in to represent those things, and then sort of used all of that to inform our balancing decisions. That's going to be really important part of our community and our tournaments is that thing. Even if you're a single player, you can just hop on in to our tournament, be assigned a team, and feel like you still have a chance at winning since all the teams feature players of all ranks.
Yeah, and it's a great experience too for some of the lower ranked players to play with higher ranked players as well. They you learn a lot of strategy. You learn how to see the game in like the way they see it in their eyes, and just being a part of that is such like a fun way to learn about Overwatch. A lot of us only play just in quick play or ranked, but that doesn't feel that's not. You're on a team, but it doesn't feel like you got teammates. You know what I mean? Every game is a little bit different. And seeing a community event like this is so exciting for both the high ranked players, like to learn that leadership that leadership role as well, right? You can be a very strong mechanical player, but having the skills to lead a team I think is also just as important as learning those mechanical skills.
It is something that changes the experience entirely. I've had a lot of feedback, people coming up to me and saying, wow, Olderwatch has really just been the most fun I've had in some time. And that to me is what makes it all worth it. All of this blood, sweat, and tears that multiple people have put into this tournament, into this server itself. We are so proud to foster such a sportsman-like community where people can jump into any VC here and find a new friend. Our players have been working so incredibly hard. I've seen both these teams improve by leaps and bounds. People have been practicing after work, in between, their chores here and there, being able to meet together, discuss strategies, and identify team compositions and positioning strategies. That is going to help not only their own confidence, but also their ranked experience. It's an experience like no other, and one that we know a lot of people love to participate in. We had so much interest in our tournaments, and we're so excited and so grateful that people are willing to spend so much time out of their day to develop all of the graphics and the back end stuff, host the games itself, and of course the casting and analysis desk as well.
Yeah, and speaking of analysis, we've got our bands that are coming in. So it looks like it's going to be Doom and Symmetra. I think the Excel watched that last game, and if you did, thank you very much for tuning in. But they saw that Symmetra play by Khan and General to keep it like that really solidified a lot of their strategy, right? Especially that last point on Li Zhang. Where they teleported right onto point, they bunkered down, and they really held their own. So the Excel doing their homework on this Sunday, and yeah, really good job by them to get those picks. Max Sald in chat saying, "Let's go, Bubsy." Indeed, let him go. Let him run. Let him run the field. Captains, are we ready? Looks like we are going to Nepal as well. Another control map that we'd love to see. A lot of action. Bubsy saying he's ready. Also, chat, we're just working on some audio issues as well. So let us know if the game is too loud, if we're too loud. We appreciate the feedback. And here we go. We're going to Nepal. These control maps are so much fun.
Yeah, all the pool plays today are going to be either control or push, just to save a little bit of time here. And we are in Nepal, another control map in Overwatch, another dual layered map as well. There are always going to be a middle lane and left and side lanes, but in this particular situation, it's an asymmetrical map, one side having access to high ground and sort of a way over into that central area, but the central area is already just guarded by a lot of ledges, so very high movement characters like Reaper, like Juno, are going to do great on this map. So great to see that we have some very smart picks on the side of blue team. Red team, good kitties this time, going to match that Juno and a little bit of a hybrid front line with the Sigma and the Mauga.
Yeah, Khan, obviously no Symmetra this time around, opting for the hit scan of the Cassidy, as both teams are going to meet themselves on the far edge of this map as it continues out. Teddy's trying to make a little bit more space. That rock is blocked, and the fight will continue on, and they're just trying to get the push. Big purple back there by the Ana will push Monster Munch out of the points. Here comes Excel doing a great job of getting those early picks. You know, they really committed to staying on top of this ledge and, you know, asserting that dominance.
Absolutely. Their early control, if you looked at, you know, the Excel, a lot of their members spread out over this high ground while still keeping good visibility of that entryway door. So a lot of round taken first, and like we said before, Overwatch is a game of aggression, so they took the space first, they took the height first, and won that team fight.
Great pick here by Khan onto Yano. That damage, DPS player rather, is you know, just one portion of that team, but it will have a big impact later on the fight here. Monster Munch applying those bubbles, getting it going, trying to make their presence on this point here as Pinbird is trying to get out of the way from that Zarya. Khan finds another one in Sir Swampert as well, and as you know, Good Kitties trying to find their way onto point here.
Yeah, Good Kitties forced back into the point after their retreat unfortunately left their Reaper a little bit exposed, so now Nomad and Wolfgang are having to posture up and give up this space on the point here. Trying to back out, unfortunately, Ana does get picked up in the sense, can Bubsy get out though? Oh,
that's a
he
big
gets hit
rock.
by an accretion.
Yeah, no one likes getting hit by a rock. That's no fun at all. And it looks like Good Kitties are going to be able to take over this point here as Teddy trying to find them. Is he gonna get that pick? Nah, no, Yano's gonna go. Wait, no, just kidding. I take that back. That is the caster psychic energy of myself. Seeing the play unfold. Assassin War. Okay, big defense coming up for Good Kitties.
Teams are trying to group up now, just waiting for the last few members to filter in. This is going to be a bit of a challenge here. Looks like they've all opted to go into the high noon.
Khan with the high noon attempt, but it gets negated by the javelin of Nomad. Here come the alt storm, Terror Surge. Everything is being deployed, but I think it is going to go in the Excel's way. Wolfgang, every alt in the kitchen just gone, and that is going to be a team wipe. I was going to say that was Charmin clean, but that was not clean at all. That team wipe was dirty.
A lot of investment by the Excel going into this team fight. Flipping the point, though, they are going to put that timer back on their side. Just that inevitable timer is going to put a lot of pressure on Good Kitties. I guess we'll have to just see if they're able to crack. We do already have a tank swap, so it looks likely they know this is probably going to be their last engagement here, especially if it's a decisive one. So let's see how these teams handle it.
Yeah, Sir Swampert just being a menace in the back as well. Here comes the eye. Swampert taking out General. Gon does find Pin Brew, but it's not going to be enough as Excel rather wins here on first point.
Score 1-0.
Yeah, that was chat. That was a great javelin. I'm glad I got front row seats for that one. One of those movies, you know, it's like the 4D experience. That's what it felt like.
Excel now sitting pretty on 1-0. Now it's going to be the King of the Hills style battle here. Again, just a little bit of an elevated center point with ample side angles to take. A lot of ways to access your enemy through this left and right side of the map. But we really are going to have to see which team can take advantage of this unique architecture, because we know for sure Good Kitties, they want to be taking this round back.
Yeah, 100%. And it looks like Good Kitties are going to get to the point first. They just muscled their way in here. Sir Swampert does find General. That's not good for Good Kitties. That is a bad kitty. The purple onto Monster Munch. I don't think he's going to survive this. The pressure coming here from Team Excel is strong and palpable. They do take the point, though. Or they're going to take the point, rather.
Yeah, the Excel just showing they know exactly what boxes to fill as they systematically push their way through. Now being challenged by this Ramatra, a lot of damage anti-heal coming out onto them, being forced to be pushed back.
Yeah, great. Another great purple here by Pinbrute. I apologize if I'm saying your name wrong, but you are just crushing it today in the games. Going both ways. The point is still in the Excel's favor, but for no longer as General picks up 2.
Yeah, just just shy of 30% for the Excel. Being flipped at about 30% usually indicates that both these teams are pretty even, especially in ranked. So if my prediction is going to hold true, I think Good Kitties will definitely have this one.
Yeah, let's see how it all sort of pans out. What is the plan of attack here for the Excel? Looks like they're going to go top rope here, like my favorite Rey Mysterio from wrestling legend. Bubsy just with all of the work. Teddy finding Wolfgang, one tank down here for the Excel, but they return the favor as Teddy falls as well. So many alts. It's an alt fiesta as Monster Munch finding their counterpart in Nomad. And Yano, well done with the 3K. My goodness, the 4. Good gravy, good gravy.
Just fresh off of the scrim and pool play wins, Yano's feeling very confident in his ability to snipe people down during that incredible Emery ultimate. He's just panning over at him. You can just see his accuracy with the light and heavy rounds. What a game-changing ultimate that was.
Yeah, 100%. So let's take a look. We got some ultimates coming online here for Team XL. We've got the Blossom, we've got the Terror Surge, and not too much in the tank here except for Khan's High Noon. So keep an eye out for that as they're trying to get some early picks here as the team fight seems just to be all over the place at this point.
Yeah, Sir Swapper probably gonna go in looking for that Death Blossom. He's always done a great job and he's got it.
Yeah, another big purple here by Pinbrood as Sir Swampert does take advantage of all that extra damage and the healing from Titan Yeti. Unfortunately, Sir Swampert will also find the end of Titan, and Teddy will fall as well eventually.
Positively radiant.
Nomad, he's just looking unkillable out here. He's doing such a great job of just cycling through his Orisa cooldowns. She's just so hard to deal with. A little less tanky in 6v6, but definitely confident enough, especially with Wolfgang on that Domina. Just this area dominance is going to be very hard to deal with.
Yeah, last chance here for Good Kitties to make an impact here, but the ults are coming online for Team XL as they're trying to find an angle here. So Sir Swampert just doing menace work in the background. Javelin coming through, not going to find anyone. Fight continues on to point. Will any ults be deployed? Here they go. High noon from Khan. Will it find anyone? It doesn't look like Teddy getting really low. Here comes the nano injection. He is part of the enhanced games as Teddy is just melting people. The fight continues on to the point. Beck's just doing the Lord's work, keeping their teammates alive. And it looks like Good Kitties are going to be able to get this point back. My goodness, what a fight.
That was incredibly intense. Just teammates on both sides pouring back in, desperately trying to reach the foray. But all the ultimates invested were worth it in the end for Good Kitties as they claw their way back. Almost 70% now. They're going to have to defend for a while longer if they want to win this round.
100%. Chat, by the way, let me know how to pronounce Pinbroot's name because I'm definitely saying it wrong. Okay, the fight is starting to gummy here as Team XL opening it up with all sorts of ultimate abilities. Nice wall of protection. Yano does find Titan Yeti into the back. Here goes the Graviton Surge, finding Wolfgang in it. That's not going to stop Good Kitties at all. My goodness, Team XL, they are excelling here for sure. That is going to give me motion sickness. I'm so sorry, Sir Swampert in chat. But looks like, yeah, Team XL is going to be taking this map in the series here today. Congratulations to them.
Barrels. Play of the game.
Oh, jeez, little friendly fire to themselves. Yano, what a great ultimate here, picking up that 4K. How could you not love that? Great job to Team XL. All right, guys, we'll be right back as we set up the next match for you in pool play. And then after pool play, believe it or not, we are heading to the tournament, and we will have a bracket all set up nice and proper for you to view. So we'll catch you guys on the other side. See ya.
10 months came and went with lost time to circumstance. Fear of loss gets a spell, keeps us from what we held. Cause you never look back till it is gone.
Hey, I'm going to call.
All right. What is up, everyone? We are back for our third pool game, rather, between C9 to 5 and Limping Legends. And we're heading to Lijiang Tower. Isn't that exciting?
Very, very exciting. Both of these teams should be very, very proficient and confident in their roles. We have quite a few high-ranking players in this map, namely Mewing and Tinkaton, both Grandmasters players. But don't worry, there's Grandmasters players on the Limping Legends side as well. Team Remix on the support role there. It's going to be a very, very close match. I expect these two to really be the giants in this tournament. But who knows? We might also run into a dark horse team as well.
Yeah, Team Remix as well, providing a lot of background stuff for the stream as well. So big shout out to them. So excited to see how this one plays out here on this map.
Yeah, we are going back to Lijiang here. I believe this one, as always, they feature a lot of environmental opportunities for the kills. This one's, the environmental is going to be behind the objective point. It's going to be interesting to see how exactly these teams attack the same problem as we saw the previous two teams doing. And we'll see how different or how similar that this map is played.
Yeah, a bit of a dive here, dive comp coming. Oh, I got my teams all mixed up again, ladies and gentlemen. Limping Legends with a little bit of a team divey comp. We've got Monkey. We've got taking so much damage already out of the gate. Very low. Erica does get taken out by Unidyllic. But the res from DX4 as well coming out, keeping them into the team fight. Mewing, finding Itachi onto the Scotsman. And, points going either way. Wilsick taking out Psychotic. And the fight is looking like it's going to be in the favor of C9-5. They just kind of disassembled that pseudo-divey comp, didn't they?
Yeah, C9-5's team going to be spearheaded by Mira on the tank role here. Junker Queen, very, very strong pick for Mewing. Very proficient on the character. A lot of confidence. Very, very hard to kill for this tank player. Itachi is going to have his work cut out for him. And Psychotic as well. We know both of those players love to play their dive comps, but the downside of dive comps is that if you mess up, you are in a very strong position, like a very aggressive position.
Yeah, absolutely. Big Spoon does find Psychotic with that little mini missile, the boot missile as I like to call it. But looking really good here for Limping Legends as they did get a couple. The res did come on to Wilsack. But I think overall, C9-5 is going to be sticking to this point.
Absolutely. They maintain consistent control throughout the round here. It's going to be very hard to deal with Big Spoon, going to be packeted by DX4. A lot of open air space here for Farah and Mercy to operate. So if you were Limping Legends, I would definitely swap over to a hit scan.
Yeah, it's going to be tough unless you're like incredibly well organized to deal with that rocket barrage coming in moment, but we are paused. A little bit of a pause. Let's see what's going on with chat.
Yeah, chat. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the coverage here so far. We are still a community-run tournament. Everybody here is working for free, so we did have, a little bit of a technical difficulty, so I do appreciate everyone being patient. In the meantime, let's just take a quick look at our team compositions here for C9-5. As we said before, that Farah Mercy is going to be quite the problem to deal with, and it looks like Limping Legends may or may not have the hero pool to deal with such a team comp. Of course, they do have the Sierra, which if you can land a tracking dart, you're able to just take down those flyers very, very quickly, but that is if you're able to land the tracking dart. Idyllic going to be on his DPS main Tracer, who, it's going to be a little hard for a Tracer to deal with a pharmacy, but he's been able to make a lot of opportunities so far. It looks like we're going to get right back into it.
Yeah, right back. Yeah, to your point, Ocho, Big Spoon, obviously, a nice pause afterwards, but yeah, that barrage taking out Psychotic as well as Team Remix as well. So keep an eye out for Big Spoon on C9-5 with those barrage. Erica going into the drink as well. So let's see what that's all about.
C9-5 still maintaining very strong control of this first point. If it's indicative of what's going to happen, I think that C9-5 have a very good chance at taking it all.
Yeah, that big whirlwind coming and making everyone purple. Not good. That is not going to feel good. Mewing does take out Itachi into the end. Big Spoon find Team Remix again. Oh, that is a blood feud if I've ever seen one. Big Spoon also taking out on Idyllic. So we get a few picks here. Either way, Little Win just trying to keep everyone, do a bit of damage, do a little bit of healing. You know what the more gameplay is always like. Unfortunately, they will not survive the fight. And
Psychotic having to jump back into the point, Super Smash Bros. Style. It looks like Itachi's gonna have to do the same thing, but they're alone, so one tank versus the world is not gonna work. It looks like C9-5 takes this first point.
Sorry, I'm just looking for some settings here, folks.
Score 1-0.
Nope. couldn't find it. That's okay. Usually I have little sticky notes on my monitor, which I forgot to buy because I'm a parent and I forgot. All right,
Sometimes.
round 2 here.
Yeah, sometimes forgetting is what just happens when you get a little bit older, and that's okay. We are still here in Lijiang, coming to you live from Olderwatch Discord on Twitch here. It looks like they will be teleporting into the map with a symmetric teleport.
Yeah, great little technique there just to get their teammate a little bit closer to the fight, a little bit faster. But C9 to 5 is like they're just already at the point. He didn't really stop this divey comp, from Limping Legends to get in there. But first points already being taken with Memento Mori onto Big Spoon. You're doing a great job of just keeping that pressure on that opening door. But looks like the Limping Legends are going to be on this high ground here.
Yeah, Limping Legends, known for grouping up on these off angles and sort of slicing through the entire enemy team. It's worked for them in the past. Let's see if it works for them now. A lot of bodies are being traded back and forth, and it looks like they're actually going to capture the point here.
Yeah, they do capture the point. It didn't look like it was going too much in their favor as a few picks went the other way. But C9 to 5 just going to take it easy, regroup, calculate a little bit. They got 50% onto that point as well, so keep that in mind. It's not nothing.
Yeah, C9 to 5 sitting a little pretty with the 1-0 lead, so they can afford to make a few mistakes here. But let's see as this team fight breaks out.
Yeah, Psychotic just with that electricity, just frying everyone and keeping their team like they're in that fight, even though they're a little bit more divey. They're still in it. Oh, big javelin here by Ticketon. that was a little disgusting. Here comes the pulse bomb. Doesn't find Erica. Erica does fall, so that's the first one on this team fight. The big purple whirlwind from the Australian Queen coming in, and everyone taking advantage of that status effect.
Absolutely huge ultimates being used. Trailblazer now activated. Doesn't find anyone though, and that's the end for Memento Mori.
Yeah, great job by C95 to really pick their battles and getting those opportunities with those ultimates.
Definitely a very, very close game indeed. If you were C9 to 5, what do you have to do in order to flip the point once again?
Yeah, it's just about taking advantage of those, those moments that they always say in sports. It's always about those little moments that can change. Here comes the Riptire in the small room, but a great defensive play here by Psychotic just to keep their teammates alive. Will they pounce after that? That must be demoralizing, as Wilsack is the first one to get dropped down into this death pit on Idyllic with that kill, and Ewing taking out Itachi as well. So Rez coming out as well. Window as well. Let's see what happens as C9 to 5. They are making their presence known as they are getting all the picks. And that Junker Queen just absorbing that pulse bomb too. My goodness.
Yeah, Limping Legends really trying to go for a leap of faith there from the top ropes. Unfortunately, it didn't quite pan out. They might have fallen on their faces, but you always love to see the innovative strats that Limping Legends has taken. At least it's a strat that they tried out. Might not have worked, but who knows? It might work the next time.
Yeah, Big Spoon swapping over to this Junkrat too, which is, with all these small corridors, that's exactly the kind of room you want, because they know they're going to go to that high ground. They've done it once or twice before, so keep that in mind as he starts feeding those bullets in. Here comes Psychotic, but no, he tried to go for the dive, but he was all alone, just eating those grenades by the Junkrat. Here comes another one, another tire by Big Spoon. Will it find anyone? It finds Little Wind as well as one of their abilities there as C9 to 5 cleaning it up here on this point.
Psychotic now trying to be a hero using Primal Rage, but unfortunately there's just too many members of C9 to 5 there, and despite his efforts, it looks like C9 to 5 is the winner.
Yeah, great job by C9 to 5. These names are so fantastic, right? Let's see. Do we get? Oh yeah, here we go. Big Spoon. Oh, I think this was the barrage that came in. Oh, maybe not. Wow. Oh my goodness, not a barrage at all. Just some classic rockets to the dome. Well done. GG's to both teams. We are going to be taking a slight break as we organize for the tournament. Yeah, we'll be in chat. So if you guys have any questions, let us know, and we'll answer them for you. So yeah, we'll see you guys then.
Yeah, don't go anywhere, folks. Olderwatch Elite Champions will return after this short break.
Cause you never look back, till it is gone. Black dress and ecstasy, we toast to the absentee. You can scream or you can yell, like a trapped dog inside a cell. Smoke up and fall asleep. 3 tracks remind me. Past floats away from me, like some forgotten dream. Cause you never look back till it is gone. Cause you never look back till it is gone. Cause you never look back till it is gone. How come we never know what we had until it is gone? swear they've gone home, and now I'm all alone. I get so lonely, hungry and hopeless. I let a prayer out for someone see through it, see that I'm broken. All the celebrity, the scandals that they read, could somebody notice and see right through me? I've been searching all my red cheek days for something good to turn and come my way. 'Cause I move too fast, I make a mess of things. Search the dark, looking for some lightning. So hand me at the bayou. Just let me know when you're through. Hand me at the bayou. Let me know when you're through. I search for something gone unchanged by time. I found it marking every living thing. I saw difference dwelt by the way we're the same. I may be young, but I know things change. It's easy, man. Two spirits roam the earth alone. They found each other, then they built a home in the freezing rain. In the freezing rain, hand me at the bayou. Just let me know when you're through. Hand me at the bayou. Let me know when you're through. Release my body, let it roam the city. I love too much too fast. I get caught up in it. I heard you spoke in a shaky voice and murdered. Rock me gently and lay me down to sleep. Just let me know when you're through. Hand me at the bayou. Just let me know when you're through. You're through. You're through. Hand me at the bayou.
I gotta hand it to you. Such a sweet surprise. That whispers in your ears, so crystal clear, mumbling words incoherent. Is this the way it's going down? Is this the way we're going down? Why you see me? You catch the way I lie. Why you see can't avoid this war. And these last few hours, should we cross the line? We'll play with fire towards your. I'll be here, waiting for tomorrow. Grabbing your gun, it's temporary. Killing time, you won't regret me. So cross the line. We'll play with fire towards your after. I'll be here, waiting for tomorrow. Grabbing your gun, it's temporary. Killing time, you won't regret me. So cross the line. We'll play with fire towards your after. Staring ahead, watching planes as they land. You're not really thinking of much at all. See it, faces in the clouds. He see it, your face. See it, watch it. You've been searching for something bigger than this picture. You'll never give it up, never leave this dream that you call home. The papers on your desk, so empty. Nothing compares to the colors in your head, the stories on your chest, the memories instead. Calendars are flicking by, oh so fast. We've been searching for something bigger than this picture. You'll never give it up, never leave this dream that you call home. We've been searching for something meaningful, something more than this day-to-day routine. You've been searching for something bigger than this picture. You'll never give it up, never leave this dream that you call home. What if I said
Dignity round my neck, drag me down half to death. Always on my own, no devil makes a home. Pick myself up, find a new place to be alone. Reverie got me here. Burn it up to the atmosphere. Always on my own, no devil makes a home. Pick myself up, find a new place to be alone. Misery on my head. Punishment, an angel dead. Always on my own, no devil makes a home. Pick myself up, find a new place to be. Maybe I've been running for 18 years. I drink dust in the morning, fall asleep in my bed. Vanity, pick and choose. Embellish me, American blue. Always on my own, no devil makes a home. Pick myself up, find a new place to be. Maybe I've been running for 18 years. I drink dust in the morning, fall asleep in my bed. Maybe I've been running for 18 years. I drink dust in the morning, fall asleep in my bed. Now, good God. Dignity round my neck, dragging me half to death. Always on my own, no devil makes a home. Pick myself up, find a new place to be. Maybe I've been running for 18 years. I drink dust in the morning, fall asleep in my bed. Maybe I've been running for 18 years. I drink dust in the morning, fall asleep in my bed. Maybe I've been running for 18 years.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, cats and kittens, we are back. We've got our tournament bracket all laid out for you after those pool games have been completed. Yeah, really excited to get on with the show. We should be started momentarily, but what I would like to do first is introduce you to the next casters for this game. We have Rain and Darth Ackley. Welcome, guys.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Yeah, super excited to be here. Now that we're into the bracket stage, so this is gonna shake things up a little bit. If you guys have been following along, so far it's been a best of one, so kind of high stakes, a lot of pressure. But now we're gonna move into that best of three, so teams get a little bit extra time to get their footing here.
I mean, I'm very excited for this. I wasn't able to catch any of the previous games, so I'm diving in fresh right now, and I'm excited to watch some 6v6. It's gonna be, it's gonna be great. I'm excited.
Yeah, that's so true. I also really love that we get to watch some 6v6 here because I feel like you don't really get to see it in a competitive sense anymore. So I think that Olderwatch kind of bringing back the 6v6 here for this tournament, super good idea. And not only is it more fun to watch in all the chaos, but it allows more people to participate as well.
True, whenever we have any sort of tournament, it's always nice to have that one additional friend that doesn't get left behind, able to join that team now, rather than just sitting there looking longingly at everybody else getting to play.
Yeah, that's so true. And I welcome back the two tank as well. Way back in Overwatch 1, I mostly played off tank. So I kind of made the swap over to support when they kind of got rid of that role in Overwatch 2. So this is like a nice little nostalgia trip for me here to get to see that double tank back into the mix.
I do remember when they announced that Overwatch 2 was going to only have the one tank, and Owl was still going on at the time, and all of the professional players are just going, okay, well, I guess I'm out of a job. That would have been nice to know beforehand.
Right, it's so sad. Yeah, it was a big adjustment. I do, I see the value that having the 5v5 brings for sure, but I do love that, yeah, the 6v6 is still an option here. I think pivoting a little bit as well as we kind of take a look at this bracket. So we went through the pool play, so many intense matches coming through. I was really impressed to see how many of those maps on the stream went to that third point on control point, but we're going to be here covering Good Kitties versus Half Hog. So these are two teams that kind of slipped into this bracket on the lower half of things, being that 7th seed and that 10th seed.
I'm excited. I actually don't have their names here, but I will figure out which team is which, and then be able to, properly associate those two different people. Now, Rain, let me ask you a question. Do you have a fan favorite going into this? Any one particular person that you want to single out as your favorite, and if it's up to them as to whether or not they live up to your expectations or solely disappoint you?
Oh my goodness, so much pressure. So I am a little bit newer to the Olderwatch community, so I haven't gotten a chance to be familiarized with everybody here. But taking a look at the players that we have in the lobby here, I'm picking names that I like. I think Frosty from Half Hog, go Frosty. And then maybe Teddy from Good Kitties here. Also, as a side note, I know that chat can't see the lobby here, but shout out to all of these players. I'm seeing a bunch of level 4 endorsement and level 5 endorsement, so I'm expecting big things from these players.
That's true. I wonder if there's going to be any, low endorsement players in the lobby in the whole tournament. That's going to be, that's going to be something to see when we see it.
No pressure to anybody, but we're here for a good time. Exactly. Like it's a competitive scenario, but yeah, we're going to be showing our best sportsmanship here as well. So the way that this is going to work as well is that higher seed team is going to get to select the map first. So back in pool play, it was a coin toss, so kind of 50-50 chance here of which team was going to have the upper hand. So now, since Good Kitties coming into this as that 7th seed, they are going to have that advantage of getting the first map pick.
And we don't know what they've actually picked yet, right? Or is it?
Don't believe so. We'll have to see. I mean, definitely probably going to lean towards, I think, a control map. That does typically tend to be our map number one, especially for anybody that tuned into the pool play. We were seeing a whole lot of Lijiang Tower, and I mean, Darth, it looks like that trend might continue.
Looks like, yes. Which, you know, I'm going to say from a personal standpoint, I get it. Lijiang Tower is my favorite map, has been for years and years and years. Love Lijiang Tower, so
Mhm.
I'm excited to see how they do.
I'm also, yeah, big Lijiang Tower enjoyer, and I think that we could probably say the majority of Overwatch players tend to lean heavily into this map as well. So, that being said, I don't know how much of an advantage it'll really be being the team that selects to go to Lijiang Tower because, yeah, most people going to be well prepared to play on this map. But now we're going to have the hero bans that come into play, and in 6v6 here, there's going to be maybe a little more impactful as the rules in this tournament mean that you can ban 2 heroes from the same role.
Ooh, interesting. I didn't realize that actually. That's actually that can change a whole lot. Especially, you know, scouting out your different teams, knowing where their strengths lie and being able to tactically shut them down when you need to. It's yeah, it's going to be a interesting game, I think.
I think so too. We're getting the bans coming in here. So Half Hog is going to have that first ban. And looks like they are going to take the Juno off the table. So a little bit of that speed and consistent healing gone. And it looks like Good Kitties are going to hit back with a Cassidy ban.
Oh, yes, good. My least favorite character in the game, banned. I'm on board 100% I'm in support of this decision.
We'll have to see how it's going to shake things up here on Lijiang Tower as our teams are getting ready to head in. This is going to be map number 1. Again, it is a best of 3, so that means that the winner of this will put themselves at a match point, but the opposing team will still be in the series to try and make a comeback here. So no Juno, no Cassidy, but that does of course mean the full roster of tanks still available.
And you know, with a 6v6 with Juno being banned, you only have the 1 speed option if you do want to run that Reinhardt comp, which people's team seem to love in your 6v6.
Yeah, so true. And I think, yeah, the Lucio, I mean, very strong hero, not just here in Overwatch 2, but way back in Overwatch 1, also very, very popular, where once upon a time he was the only speed option. So I suspect that we might get to see some Lucio here. But as we kind of mentioned before we headed into the bracket play here, these are players of all different ranks here, so the team's fairly balanced here, so I think that we might see a little bit more of kind of the comfort picks go into the mix here. So if somebody doesn't necessarily have Lucio in their pool, I still think that there's lots of other good options they can play.
Oh, for sure. And you know, with the 6v6 in Overwatch, you know, what was Overwatch 2, now just Overwatch again. The poke comms can now obviously be very powerful with the amount of damage that you're able to pump out. Oh, are we getting this started soon? We're getting this started soon.
Yeah, we're just getting everything kind of situated here, making sure that we're on the right server as well, because that is also something here in the Olderwatch community, is that we have players from all around the world here. So it is going to be on to the teams to select kind of what server that we end up going over to, but looks like everything is ready now. It is going to be Good Kitties coming out on that Symmetra. Looks like Half Hog are going to be matching as well, so we'll have to see if these two teams make a TP towards the point.
Ooh.
Whoa! All right,
Okay.
They are just obliterated from Half Hog, and I mean, there is a couple of trades that come through back from Half Hog, but without the force into the mix, I don't think they're going to stand a chance of getting this objective.
Man, it really comes down to how that teleporter play gets laid out. Both of them teleporting into the classic window, and it's just who can get those picks faster.
Right. A little bit of a regroup here. Doesn't look like there's any changes in the composition here for Half Hog, so going to make another attempt at a TP up into the window. There's the sleep dart that comes out. The shield from Teddy is going to stop that. Now it's going to be the rotation back towards the point here for Good Kitties. It is the TP that came through, but Cars under very, very low. The tank for Half Hog somehow staying alive through that. The Nemesis form coming in clutch, and Half-Life actually flips this point over. So now it's going to be on Good Kitties to try and find their way back into it, but they're going to have to do it with a con. They're not going to have any DPS to make this happen, and good cleanup coming through there as Half-Life hold on to this point.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, the fact that they were able to just Ellie up top there and immediately swap it over, like swap the point, they didn't get the contest out, and now just immediately switches over. Let's see whether or not the same thing is going to happen to them, though.
Right. We will take a look. It is going to be some ults coming online here. Teddy has that Gravitic Flux to work with here. Khan has swapped off of that Symmetra though, so Good Kitties are going to look to push into this point without that Sim, and it looks like they have found the opposing Sim as well, so numbers advantage now in the favor of Good Kitties, but the trade comes through immediately. The Flux has to come out from Teddy, does catch onto Carsender. That Nemesis form is gone, but the Ramantra from Half-Hog stays alive momentarily. Is going to get shut down here, and Red in the kill feed as Good Kitties look to grab this point back over in their base.
That was all set off by Khan at the beginning, just getting that little pick, swapping over to the Sierra and getting a pick. I mean, this is how classic 66 works, right? You get that one pick, and then it kind of just snowballs out from there.
Yep, that's exactly it. So good stuff from Half-Hog to get up to 60% and to have 6 ultimates ready to go. They have everything in the tank to work with here to try and flip this back over. 4 ults still ready to go for the side of Good Kitties, though. We are going to see the TP coming out from Gengu. Going to get their team onto the point. There's the visor from General, but it's not fast enough with that Kitsune rush. Lots of ults being traded out through here. The Nano committed onto Wendell. It's going to be Half-Hog trying desperately to get the flip over. Does pick up both the supports. Gengu's still alive as well. Moment. Oh, no, it's actually the turret that gets things here. So team kill coming through as Half-Hog will grab the point.
See, I did really like that, though. They were set up this time in preparation for the TP to come in through the window. I mean, every single ult was blown through that fight, so it's kind of tough to see what's going to happen there, but...
That is such a good point. There is nothing on the board right now. Khan is going to get the Sierra ult ready to go here. Beryl going to have to play a little bit safe there. The Junker Queen falling quite low, and now it is going to be that ult committed in. Good Kitties looking to make some space and actually grab the kill. Tarzender gone. So much point presence missing now for Half-Hog. We can see Monster trying to push in on this Orisa. The cooldowns have all come out, though, so it's very hard to take the space you really want to. The supports for the side of Half-Hog falling very low, but Blizziga and Frosty still alive here. However, not going to be able to get their feet on the point. 99% is where Half-Hog are going to drop it.
That was great from the defending team, honestly. Able to hold out just to be able to get that 99%, even though they started with a tank down. Really good. Oh, sleep. Oh no, Wendell.
Oh, what a great sleep dart there from Bex, and the follow-up as well. So that's just going to be more time for percentage of build here for Good Kitties.
Looks like it's all coming down to this last push. Gonna be 99-99, I imagine.
Yep, I think you're right with that one, Darth. Now there is the Flux and the Nano for the side of Good Kitties to work with. Wendell is building up to that override protocol, but not gonna have it just yet. So Half-Hog need to make the best of this fight. There's the Flux in from Teddy. Ooh, don't think it actually connected. Oh no, it does connect onto Wendell, and Blizzaga doesn't quite take them down, but Carzender unfortunately is going to fall. The Nano from Bex actually went over to Titan Getty, but the Kitsune Rush doesn't get off. And now there's that override protocol we were working for. Wendell finding the connect, looking for more, is going to get a QK, and as that overtime trickles down, that is going to be Half-Hog, our 10th seed, getting a point on the board.
Wow, Gengu has been really great with getting a little TP, a cheeky TP into the back line there, putting pressure in from both sides while the defending team is trying to hold out on the windows on coast, and it worked out pretty well.
Yeah, I am impressed with how back and forth this has been between these two teams, and I think, yeah, shout out to Gengu on that Symmetra. I think that the teleporters definitely have been catching Good Kitties off guard every now and then, but as we head into Garden, we could maybe see a bit of an adjustment here where this map is going to be a little bit more open.
It seems like, yeah, they're going to be doing another classic sim window trick. Get right onto the point, keep that point presence.
Okay, here it goes. Khan is not going to make that swap back over onto the Symmetra, so Half-Hog are going to have a better chance at getting control of this point first. They're already getting set up with those Symmetra turrets here, so Now it's going to be on to Good Kitties to find some angles to find their way onto this point. It's going to be the rotation through the white room here. We can see that Munster has picked up that shield perk for Orisa. So the double shield making an appearance here for Good Kitties. Gengu going to benefit greatly from that. Oh, yeah, we're going to see a return of this double shield. Karzender not able to stay alive long enough, and now it is going to be the rush onto point here for Good Kitties. Teddy very low, but that Grenetic, that Flux going to be building, and Red all in the kill feed here as both the supports already gone here for Half Hog. So although they started with a percent, they are not going to be able to get a whole lot in the end.
Still not bad, you know, that's it. You get in early, you keep that point presence, make them have to be coming to you throughout the entire fight. It's going to be a lot more difficult to take it back now, though.
That's a good point. We'll have to see if Half Hog are going to cook up a strategy with that teleporter, perhaps. It is going to be some ults coming online for the side of Good Kitties. We're specifically looking at that Kitsune Rush and the Visor. There's the TP in. It's a great anti-hitting from Vex, but it's a better Suzu from Frosty. However, Karzender, unfortunately, is going to fall first. However, there are some trades coming through here. If Half Hog can just get some cleanup onto these tanks, they might have a chance at a flip, but Munster is going to shut down any idea of that.
That's tough. I mean, teleporting on is such a good strat. You're able to get in and keep that point presence going. But if they can just cycle one person touching, getting that little toe to touch, it can stop the flip.
Yep, right, and yeah, Good Kitties did such a good job of that. They didn't even have to use a single ultimate there to hold on to this point. So now it's really on to Half Hog to once again try and find their way into this point. Gengu staging, looking for a teleport. It's gonna go towards that white room this time. The rest of the team not quite following suit though. He's getting some presence, so that's gonna draw back Good Kitties. There's the Visor actually gets shut down. Excellent Nemesis form. It's the Nano Terra Surge that takes out Blizzaga though, and Wendell doing their best, trying to turn this back in the favor of Half Hog with that override protocol, but it's just not gonna be enough.
I think it was a good play from Gengu. They went over, teleported alone, making everybody think that they were going to be doing the same sort of strat, and then where the rest of his team pushes across the bridge.
All right. I mean, that good news is for Half Hog is they have so many ults to work with here, but they do need to get a contest onto this point. They gotta be worried about this Rabbinic Flux from Teddy. There's the TP in. Blizzaga going to fall, so you don't have the Nano, but you do have the Kitsune Rush. Rabbinic Flux does not connect onto anyone, but the Rampage sure does. 3 members of Good Kitties caught in that anti-nade barrel with the cleanup, and it is going to be the point flipping over to Half Hog.
I don't know if you saw that, but on that play, while the rest of his team teleported across, Wendell got a sneaky little flank across the bridge, able to put pressure in from the back line of Good Kitties. Really great.
Yeah, nice. So yeah, controlling the angle there, a lot of pressure. It's Good Kitties now. 1 fight win away from tying us up on Lijiang. Blizzaga held on to that Nano. Karzender has the Annihilation as well, so lots here for Half Hog to work with. It's going to be a little scuffle happening on the bridge. There's the Annihilation committed in. The Nano actually goes over onto Barrel Healer, and it's going to be Half Hog just piling forward onto that bridge. Excellent aggression coming through.
See, this is the problem without having that sim on your own side, is getting back onto the point is going to be much more difficult to be able to just kind of force your way through.
Yeah, such a good point. And again, no speed here. The Juno out of the play, and neither team opting for that Lucio. Is going to be the rotation once again through the white room here for Good Kitties. Now they have that Nano, they have the Sierra ult to work with. How are they going to use these to break onto this point? Right now, just trying to force out some cooldowns. Great anti-nade, it connects onto Gengu, but there's not going to be the follow-up there to secure the kill onto the Symmetra. Slowly, some space being taken here by Good Kitties. They built up so many ults to work with here. We're looking at a very explosive fight. It's going to be the Kitsune Rushes traded out for both teams. Nano over onto Teddy. It is going to be Gengu falling, but got that sim wall out. The Terra Surge is not going to keep Monster alive here. And Teddy falling very, very low as well. We're into overtime now, and Good Kitties look to have done it. The team kill as they tie us up here on Lijiang.
That was a very good Kitsune Rush into the point as soon as they get on to maintain that presence and kind of just I mean, this is just what 6v6 is like. You just kind of have to muscle your way into a position and just kind of hold your ground.
Yeah, right. These two teams are putting up such a fantastic fight. Excellent showcase of that. So we are going to be heading to the third sub point here on Lijiang Tower. It's Control Center, which is going to be the deciding factor here on Lijiang. And once again, a reminder that this is not a best of one. So whatever team comes out on top of this is going to have to win a second map before they can claim this win in the bracket.
I'm excited to see this map because this is going to be mostly brawling it out. None of these tricky little window TPs anymore.
It is going to be good. Half Hog still sticking on this sim though, so you are still going to have to be very careful of Gengu getting all charged up on that sim. Teddy off of the Sigma over onto the Zarya now. A lot of space being controlled here by Half Hog as they've just taken control of this white room, and they've kind of just shoved Good Kitties into this mini health pack. They're trying to find their way in here. They have the shield from Munster to try and make that happen, but they do not have Tarzender. It is going to be Good Kitties up in the fight here. The point has unlocked as well. It's going to be General. It's got some heat on the point, trying to get the first tap here. Khan has fallen, but the good news for Good Kitties is that they have at least gained control of the point. How long are they going to be able to hold on to it, though? Because the trades have still come through. Half Hog is still lurking.
Yeah, everybody seems to be doing, having fights in all the different areas of this, as there's a little skirmish going on, hunting down Gengu.
Gengu still alive. Frosty is falling very low. Tarzender unfortunately picked off first in this fight. Really getting targeted down by Good Kitties, and they're going to find Gengu in the end. Khan will get traded out here, but the numbers in the favor of Good Kitties. They have Nano ready to go if needed, but General taking down Wendell. So much damage gone from Half Hog, and that will be Good Kitties maintaining control at this point.
It's very unfortunate. Tarzender keeps getting blocked off from his healers, popping out his whatever that form is called early, and stopping him from being able to use it in a more aggressive stance.
True. Now I think Half Hog are going to have both these support ults ready to go, but it's the grab out from Teddy first. It connects on to three members here. The Kitsune Rush from Titan, and it's going to be the Sierra ult from Khan. Somehow nobody dying through that though. Half Hog doing a great job surviving. The Nano goes over onto Tarzender. Wendell has that override protocol out as well. Khan out of the mix here. Blizzaga does end up falling. There's the sim wall. It is going to split the point here. Terra Surge nanoed up, but doesn't find me a limb. Still, this point is in control of Good Kitties, even though the trade's coming back in full. Can be the Rampage committed in, connects on to 3 monsters so low, and it
Oh, wow.
Half Hog may have just done this. However, there's still a couple members of Good Kitties lurking.
Yeah, Good Kitties is still holding on. It's been a real rampage here has been going on, but now it looks like it's going to be last fight for Half Hog.
Right, this is their last chance. Overtime trigger here. Blizzaga and Wendell already so low. Blizzaga out of the mix here. That's so much healing gone for Half Hog. Tarzender not able to get that annihilation online either. Beryl has come back on the Doomfist, trying to get a recontest here for Half Hog, but it is all red in the kill feed, and that will do it. The team kill to end things out on Lijiang.
Oh man, that was a very great match. It was just tough. I mean, Tarzender kept having to use his form just to be able to survive getting blocked out by the supports. I want to see this play of the game, actually. I'll shut up for a second when we watch Vero pop off. A Nano.
I was thinking it might have been one of the rampages. I feel like Beryl has
That's
to
what
be
I was.
good, right?
Yeah, I thought it was going to be that rampage, but
so much value even without the ultimate.
yeah. I mean, it was a tough go for Half Hog on that last point, but up until then, 99-99 both maps, which is really just stellar Overwatch to watch. But yeah, no, it was very unfortunate just getting blocked out by the supports, using both Kitsune rushes at the exact same time after the grab, and being able to push in, but just couldn't get the flip over when Zarya was just a full charge Zarya standing on point. It'll hold it.
Sure will. Yeah, I'm super scary to walk into that. Teddy, great swap over onto that Zarya for Control Center. Did a fantastic job on the Sigma as well, but I think good read on where you're going to get the most value. So this is good news for the side of Halfhog is that they will be in control of the map selection, I believe. So that at least will be able to maybe turn things back in their favor here, but this is gonna be kind of last chance unless they want to move down to that lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, I think Good Kitties is gonna put up a good fight. Yeah, I think I didn't get to watch any of the previous sort of games, so I don't know if Half Hog has a sort of like favorite map that they're gonna go into now, or
Ooh, that's a good question. Yeah, I don't know that I know the answer to that either, especially where all those pool play games were just a best of one, so you don't really have a whole lot of control of where we end up on. So this actually could really kind of shake things up a little bit. You know, everybody so far has only been playing, I believe, control maps. Maybe we might have seen one or two that weren't control, but I think that shaking things up as we go into map number 2 here, where you're not going to be able to replay control, as yeah, a little confirmation in the lobby chat here is that yeah, Half Hog will get to pick that map, and I suspect as well with the first ban as well, so they could try to go for a target onto Good Kitties.
yeah, I mean that's the problem too, is we don't really know based off of one control map. It's hard to say, who's going to be targeted for a ban. You never know. I mean, right, based off if I was, they can't hear us, right? Yeah, if I was Good Kitties, I'd be banning that Wendell.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh my God, what's the character's name now?
Emre, yeah.
Emre. It's too many of these new characters out here. I can't remember. Nobody's playing the ones that is most obvious. Jetpack Cat. Great, it's a Jetpack Cat. I'm not gonna forget that one.
It's hard to believe that we're gonna get even more heroes this year as well.
Yeah, right.
I think there's 4 more heroes coming out this year. I think it's gonna be a lot.
Yeah. But yeah, no, that Emre was able to pretty much wipe off the point multiple times, so maybe having a ban out on that, but I don't know. We shall see. We shall see.
We do know where we're going for map number 2. We're gonna head over to a Flashpoint map, so we're gonna get to see Saravasa, and honestly, this is a treat for me because Lijiang Tower is right up there with Saravasa for me. I love these Flashpoint maps. Saravasa definitely sits at the top for me. Even after the rework that happened, which I guess was actually quite a while ago now, I still think that it's a pretty fun map, lots of open spaces, and I just like kind of the beauty of these Flashpoint maps.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Flashpoint. I think 6v6 might change the dynamic of how it gets played a little bit, just now that you're able to kind of maintain a little bit more point presence with another tank on the field. But it kind of, speaks towards how a lot of these control points and just maps in general are meant to be played, because there's just so many routes to get onto that point that, it actually highlights a lot of the gameplay that good Overwatch is supposed to see, which is taking different routes, taking the flanks, getting in from a different angle, rather than what we see a lot in our ranked games, which is, walk in a straight line directly towards the enemy.
Just run it down main. Yeah,
Yep.
That's it. Yeah, I think that's a really good point. And I do think, you kind of gave a shout out on Lijiang Tower, that Wendell doing a good job on that Emre, taking a separate angle from the rest of Half Hog, and Saravasa is going to be one of those maps where Good Kitties are going to have to be very, very cautious of a DPS potentially over on a flank here. So we'll see. I think I might have missed the bans that
I think I saw a hazard ban.
Oh, a hazard ban. Okay, interesting. What was that? Yeah, taking a look here. Thank you, Prod.
Yeah.
Oh, the Zarya ban. Okay, yeah, getting hit with the 2 tank bans here on Saravasa.
Yep. Hazard. Yeah. I mean, after seeing how powerful Zarya can be, especially holding a point, I don't blame the Zarya ban from going through. From either team, seeing it and playing it can be, playing a Zarya full charge can be just as scary.
That's so true. It's a lot of pressure, you know, to not die. You got to keep that charge up for sure. All right. Well, so we did not really get to see any hazard coming through, but you know what? It's a good shout if you're a little bit worried about that downpour and all the survivability of that tank. Taking it out of the mix here on Sorabasa makes a lot of sense. Okay, a good little Juno spotting happening here on the side of Half Hog.
2, 1.
Now let's see if everybody is just going to be rushing towards that point.
All right, taking a look. It's the double shield, or a potential double shield, I should say here for Good Kitties. You need a little bit of time to build up to that Arisa shield, but yeah, gonna be a throwback over to that. Tarzender off of that ramp over on to the Diva here. It is going to be this rush towards the point, like you mentioned, Darth. It is going to be Half Hog. They get themselves set up towards the point first, but you've lost the mech. Tarzender taken down by Call as well. Tank out of the mix. There goes Beryl as well, as Half Hog are left tankless here on Market.
Yeah, I mean, this Arisa and Sigma combination is going to be real tough to just kind of barrel through. It's you can really hold your own. The Diva's going to be pretty hard to get through on that.
It's a good point, yeah. There's so much frontline presence here between Teddy and Munster. So there is going to be a percentage building here. Okay, great pick from Beryl there. Does get hit with the anti-nade and the stun, but the shout is there to keep the Sucker Queen alive for the side of Half Hog. And right now, if you're Good Kitties, you need to find a trade, or you're going to be facing down a Half Hog, making a flip here. It's going to be the mech taken down, so essentially without a tank here if you're Half Hog. But there goes the flip. Half Hog are at least going to get some percentage on the point here. However, Teddy and Munster still alive and well. There is the Nano Deadeye. Holding is going to find Beryl as well. So a little bit of percentage here. Half Hog's not going to be able to hold on to it for long.
Oh no!
Okay, as I say that.
That was, yeah, that double Deadeye was really fun.
Right? And now they're still lurking over on the side here, but against the two tanks that are on the point here, it's going to be hard for them to come back into this.
Yes, that was rough. Half Hog's DPS both standing there waiting for the heals, not realizing that the healers were dead, and then just get picked off by the side angle.
There's the flux in. Good Kitties looking to start with an Elim, but they're actually going to get hit with one. Kitsune not in the field here, but there is a visor happening. Gengu going to find two here as overtime is going to start trickling down. And there are some trades, though, as Good Kitties still fighting back into this. Blizzaga out of the mix. Bex out of the mix. As it is going to be just Teddy taken down here. Half Hog holding on to this point.
I mean, that was a very good hold out from Good Kitties. I mean, just being able to get up to that 99%, Teddy even taking some with him as he went down, not too shabby.
Absolutely agree. It's going to be tough for Half Hog to hold on to. Just one fight win for Good Kitties here on Market. They'll be able to get their first point on Sorabasa. They have that Terra Surge to work with. Oh, and Gengu! Consistent damage gone here for the side of Half Hog. They have the Kitsune Rush and the Orbit to commit in. It's going to be the Kitsune out from Yeti first. Khan committing the Sierra ult in as well. There's the Deadeye from Wendell holding the Rampage. Connects onto two. Bex is very low. He is going to end up falling here, but you lose Blizzaga. The Orbit managed to come out, but nobody from the side of Half Hog really benefiting from it. Way more members alive on the point here for Good Kitties. Frosty is traded out for Yeti, but overtime, it's just Gengu on the point here for Half Hog. Yeah, the flip comes over. Gengu running circles, trying to trigger the overtime again. Will not be able to get it done.
It was very unfortunate. Viral got a great purple in the background with JQ there, but wasn't able to follow up. Just got slept in the background when all of the supports and a DPS were all purpled out from their ult.
Ooh, good job from Bex to connect onto that, as that'll be Good Kitties getting 1 point here. So it also looks like we're heading over to Ruins for our second flashpoint. Both those tank ults ready to go for Good Kitties. Frosty did hold on to the Kitsune Rush. That is going to be big use here. The Nano has to be committed to keep Teddy alive. And I mean, the Flux is going to follow. Catches on to 3. Big damage coming through here, but the heals, ooh, not gonna keep Blizzaga alive, and Frosty falls as well. There's no supports to keep Half Hog alive in this fight.
But they were able to get the point right. They've got the flip over there, so now if they can... Well, it doesn't look like they're going to be contesting it, but they were able to get a couple of percentage. That was great, once again, from Gengu, putting all of that pressure onto Teddy, forcing out a nano early, and then he immediately needs to use the flux. So getting two ults out just by being able to putting some side pressure.
Yep, it's a good point, right? Half-Hog's going to be coming into this with the ult advantage here. Kitsune Rush, fantastic for breaking down the doors to a point. But that Pterosaur's ready to go for Muck. He committed in first. The great anti-nade connect on 2-3 in that Terra Surge, and that is going to shut down the fight right away here.
Yeah, Bex was just waiting for that from the pull from Orisa just to be able to get a juicy purple, as we call it in the biz.
It's nice to see the synergy coming through for this team. Good Kitties. Oh, okay. General actually caught out a little bit there. This is an opportunity for Half-Hog to find their way in. Both those DPS ults ready to go. Trying to take some space. The bomb available here for Carzender, potentially using it for the remake. It is going to be the bomb on point. Yet he falls. Bex falls. There's no support here for the Good Kitties. Deadeye comes through. It's going to do a bit of damage. Doesn't necessarily find any limbs, but the cleanup is there for Half-Hog. And at the very final moment, once again, they find their way back into the point.
Once again, Gengu coming in with a flank over from the side, which seems to be their MO a little bit. Oh, nice little purple coming in too. Putting out that pressure from the side again, able to just use his ult to take it.
Right. There are going to be ults aplenty for the side of Good Kitties. One fight needed for them to pick up a second point here on Suravasa. The aggression coming through from Teddy. The Kitsune Rush really adding to that aggression. It is going to be Frosty matching. The Flux came through. No limbs to follow, but there are lots of trades coming back and forth here. The Kitsune Rushes are now gone here. Frosty down. Blizzaga down. Good Kitties have the advantage of having support alive here. The Deadeye ready to go for General as well. And although good percentage here for Half-Hog, not going to be able to claim the point.
Oh, Gengu gets the touch. But that's gonna be. Shout out to Khan in that last play. He was able to put a lot of pressure over onto Gengu, followed up by Wendell taking him out, and then pressure in with his ult, and then they had a little duel out with General just across a pillar, which was great, taking out both DPS at the start of a fight. Not too bad, Khan.
Not too bad indeed. Great showing on this newest hero. And it is going to be a short little maneuver over to Temple for our third and potentially final flashpoint here, as Good Kitties setting themselves up on this point first. They have that Terra Surge ready to go. Munster and Vex have done such a good job comboing their utility to find the limbs here. Point is actually going to go over the way of Good Kitties. Half-Hog don't quite get a toe on the point. There's the orbit from Blizzaga. That is maybe going to be the opening they need. Rampage and Deadeye committed in. It is a massive Rampage here. Connect onto 4. It's going to be the nano onto Teddy, but not much they can do in the face of those
Of every ult in the game, yeah. Yeah, that was a big ult commitment, but honestly, using all your ults to be able to just take and start getting the percentage up, it's not bad.
Right, you're gonna have the positional advantage to work with as well, so you at least have that going for you. But both those tank ults coming online here for the side of Good Kitties. Yeah, if Half-Hog can start with a pick, Wendell gonna do just that. Great headshot to connect onto General here. Sleep Dart does go through, but it's gonna be a lot of space being gained here. There's the Flux in from Teddy. They're all committed in as well. So much damage. Yeah, 2 down there. Do end up getting traded out here, but it's gonna be Carzender kind of set up on the point, and somehow the
one
points...
tank and one cast.
Right, that is it. You have the remake here. The bomb is going to be committed in. Wendell off on that inevitable flank that we see them
Sig
go
versus
on.
Diva. Here we go.
See if Good Kitties are going to be able to clean this up. They do have that spawn advantage to work with. The Rock connects on, but the reinforcements have arrived here from Half-Hog. Kitsune Rush has to be committed for Titan Yeti, as it's going to be Good Kitties on the back foot here. Munster, the Terra Surge doesn't find an limb, doesn't end up paying for it with their life. Carzender traded drawn through immediately, though, so not going to find the limb, but it is going to find enough to keep Half Hog in this map.
Oh, wow. I mean, yeah, lots of trades back and forth to start out both of these fights, leaving both teams with just one Cassidy and one tank apiece, and then able to get off both of the Cassidy kills, leaving the tanks, but then the reinforcements come in. I mean, it's anybody's at this point.
Yep, I'm impressed to see Half Hog kind of holding their own. They still got some gas in the tank here. We're headed over to Garden for our next flashpoint. Dex still has that nano ready to go. Look at the fight happening kind of in the fountain room here. Munster, ooh, is going to get punished, not with the rest of their team. The point has opened, however, and it is going to be that trade. You find the mech. There is the visor coming through. Gengu on the angle is going to be good for their one. General falls as well. So that is going to be Half Hog.
That was an unfortunate pick over from Munster at the beginning. Not able to get in with the rest of their team, putting on that pressure, and it looks like Half Hog just saw the opportunity and took it.
Yeah, right. Great recognition there of a punishable target. So they'll get some percent building, gain the lead here on Garden. Gengu, yeah, I think Good Kitties are going to be very aware of Gengu on an angle right now. Head on a swivel for sure. Beryl has to use the shout, actually gets punished for it immediately. It's going to be the Deadeye and the Orb. And I connect on the Munster, so even numbers here in that fight. Gengu is taking a nap over on the sideline here. Wendell is taken down. So much of that consistent damage is now gone here for the side of Half Hog. The nano goes over onto Teddy, has that flux ready to go if needed. Carcenter has been demeched here, and that is going to be a fight win here for Good Kitties.
I will say, you know, Good Kitties is really good at just being able to slowly take that space, just able to inch by inch get in there, take that presence, and then once they do, they get the flip every time.
Good point. Yeah, the teamwork really shining here. Control of the fountain gained, and Kitsune Rush coming out from Titan Yeti. They are looking to get aggressive. There is the Flux. Connects on to 3. Takes down Wendell and the mech of Carzender here. And that is going to be a pretty quick and decisive fight win for Good Kitties.
And on top of that, so getting the Flux and getting the Kitsune Rush out of your enemy is a great way. You want a Kitsune Rush here? Well, let me just pull you out of it.
Yeah, such a good play. That is a great counter.
Uh-oh, an early D-Mech from Carzender.
This is going to be devastating for the side of Half Hog, as overtime going to have to be triggered if Half Hog to stay in this map, if they want to stay in this series. They can find the pick onto General. There's the Rampage in, but there's no touch. Good Kitties. Gonna take the win.
Oh, that is heartbreaking, Beryl. Rushing through on JQ just at the last second there. And gets play of the game just to rub it in.
And 2 for 2 on play of the games for Beryl. So, yeah, you gotta be pretty impressed with that.
Yeah, Gengu putting all of this pressure into their backlines. It seems like Good Kitties has really picked up on, you know, what he's putting down, and like you said, is just they're waiting for him every time he pops his head out.
Yeah, excellent stuff here from Good Kitties. So they'll get to move on up through that upper bracket, and unfortunately for Half Hog, moving down to the lower bracket where it is going to be mad pressure for them because those lower brackets are a best of 1.
Ooh. Yeah, but you know, great stuff from both teams. You know, as I said early on, Good Kitties, they were gonna, you know, they're my favorite team. They're the best ones ever. I'm just gonna say this, no matter what team comes out on top, so I'm always right. But you know, they're the best.
As you should. All right, though this is fun. We're gonna continue on through the upper bracket. We won't get to see the results of that lower bracket, but as you can see on your screen, it has been updated, so we do know where we'll be heading to. I believe that we're going to be moving. Is it to 4? Maybe Backline Problems, Knees Weak, Aim Weaker. I'm actually gonna have to get confirmation on where we'll be going for this next upper bracket match.
Yeah, I'll just chime in here, guys. We're gonna take a quick commercial break, as it were. We're gonna get our ducks in a row and figure it all out, and we'll let you guys know on stream and in Discord as well what the next game is going to be, but it's going to be at 2:00. So wait till then.
Stay tuned.
Stay tuned. Stay tuned. There's all my broadcaster terms coming back, right? Okay, guys, we're going to take a quick break. Thank you very much, Rain and Darth Ackley, for the casting. It was amazing. It was beautiful. It's the best I'd ever seen. Incredible stuff. And congratulations to Good Kitties for going on. That's incredible. All right, everyone, we're back after a very exciting round one. We now have our second round here on the Olderwatch Elite Champion Cycle 3. And we are going to be playing Aged and Confused versus the #1 seed, the Excel. I will have the privilege of casting with Rain. Rain, what can you tell me about that last match you guys had?
It was very close. You know, it was a 2-0 on paper, but I definitely think that we didn't necessarily see the whole picture in that storyline, especially on Lijiang Tower, map number 1. We did get a 1-1. We had to go to that third tiebreaker of control point, but Good Kitties taking the win on Lijiang Tower and then continuing on with Saravasa. Although there was 1 point on the board there for the Hog team, but not able to fight back hard enough, so it is the 2-0 as Good Kitties will move up through that upper bracket, and then unfortunately for the side of Half Hog, they're gonna have to fight through that best of 1 in the lower bracket.
Yeah, and it looks like we are going to be heading towards Nepal for our first map here, and I think we got some bands. Let me check out. Reaper is one of our bands as well. Cassidy?
Okay.
I believe it's a Cassidy.
I'm always interested when I get to see some double DPS bans coming through, because there's just so many DPS heroes that it's pretty easy, I think, to kind of pivot away to another hero that's going to fill that position pretty well. But I think that the Reaper and the Cassidy, both so much consistent damage that's going to be off the table here for Nepal.
Yeah, 100%. And, you know, we've seen so much Symmetra work as well in the last few games here. And that coordination is, you know, for only getting together for about a month before the tournament, to have that kind of coordination is really, really exciting to see in all of these games. But, yeah, we'll see. Maybe they'll pull one out.
It's definitely a possibility here. Maybe Nepal not as kind of inclusive of Symmetra compositions as Lijiang Tower, which we got to see first for the last series, and I think for a lot of the pool play games as well. But definitely there are some opportunities. I'm thinking Village specifically. We used to see a lot of Symmetra being played where you can more or less just kind of bunker on the point, and I think that where we're playing in a 6v6 kind of scenario here, I think that going for bunker compositions are definitely going to be more on the table compared to 5v5.
Yeah, especially in those, you know, even in those smaller rooms where just mayhem occurs, right? There's just so much room for activities, as the kids say these days. Now we're just waiting for some of the choices to be made by the teams. I believe we are going to an NA East server because this tournament is, you know, not just NA, but we've got people in Europe and Asia, all over the world, and we got a balance for that. So, but that's really exciting, right?
Yes, I think it is. It's really awesome to see an Overwatch community that has just so much geographical coverage here. Yeah, Olderwatch is very impressive in that way. So also really love that everybody is taking time out of their day to come do this, including sometimes that time of day being very, very late at night or quite early in the morning here. So nice to see some adjustments being made when it comes to the server that we end up on to kind of account for that.
Oh, scheduling it is a total nightmare, but you know, we love to do it. And here we are in Nepal. I always get my maps really confused. So Rain, I'm going to trust on your ability of Overwatch geography to shine today.
Welcome into Sanctum, everybody. Yes, the sub point here on Nepal, where it has that big, large open pit, so lots of opportunity potentially for some environmental kills.
Yeah, you should probably play like Overwatch GeoGuessr. I bet you'd be killer at it at this point. You've seen so many games, you've seen so many matches, and you just oh yeah, that's Nepal. That's like right underneath the you know, the monk over here. Easy.
So, you know, I did run a trivia night for Overwatch for a little while for a local university, and I did have a little GeoGuessr where you just snap a picture of some random place on a map, and yeah, it's pretty fun. I do really enjoy that.
Oh, that's so exciting.
You know what else I am really enjoying, Druid? The variety of heroes on our screen right now.
Oh, it really is. It's so exciting. And you know, we just talked about the Symmetra. You know, even if it's usually just they use it, you know, just to get to the point faster. But I think Hewitt's is going to be committing to this full time, just like my job as a parent.
That's right. All right. Point hasn't unlocked just yet, but you called it. There is some Symmetra on the field here. So yeah, Hewitt's going to be getting kind of positioned around that point. But I think maybe the game here for Kingdom is going to be all about controlling the angles here. If you get yourself set up on the point right away, you are going to be a sitting duck. So it is going to be Agent Confused getting some feet on the point. They are going to actually end up getting the flip over as well. And unfortunately for Excel, they just have not been able to clear any space.
Yeah, and a great pick here by Artwig on that Genji. Just so slick with it. He's so nasty in the pugs. But again, yeah, we talked about the shenanigans with Symmetra and it's fully going through. But here, we are getting some picks by the Excel.
They're fighting back into this. They want a point flip quickly. Revan is standing in the way of that, but will end up getting taken down. The support going to fall as well. Hewitt's not going to be able to microwave anybody today. Wolfgang with the 3K as Excel claim the point.
Yeah, big plays here by Wolfgang and just the team coordination in general. And adapting to that Symmetra as well is just, you know, because we've seen so much in the tournament, they've had a heads up for it.
No, it's a good point, right? Especially with the Sammy, you need to, one, keep your distance, two, finish her off early on in the fight. The longer the fight goes on, the more damage that Sam is going to get from the primary fire here. Now, Pin, set up over on this Life Weaver, watching the angle, very aware Hewitts could be over there, as it is going to be the first Olymp.
Oh no!
Swampert actually finds the Olymp. Carl Sagan trip off the edge there, so it is even numbers, but Swampert is not done just yet. Takes the tank out of the mix here for Age and Confused as well, and that is going to maintain control here for Excel.
Yeah, a few series of unfortunate events brought to you by Lemony Snickets. It's tough out there sometimes when you're so close to the edge of the world, the edge of Nepal here in this mountainous region. But yeah, exciting fights. That's Symmetra again. And here comes a tire. Here comes a tire.
There it is. Yep, takes down Revan, and another environmental kill here as Yano's going to take out Artwig, and a lot of percentage and ultimates now on the board for Excel.
Yeah, big ultimates. Look out for Artwig on that Genji. That blade, you know, that Dyson is coming out strong. I'm assuming. I've seen him in bugs. He'll do it. He'll gut you. He'll gut you.
Let's see. A lot of pressure here on Artwig to try and create an opportunity for Agent Confused to come back into things, because approaching 90%, this is going to be one fight here for Excel to try and win. Sweep Dart comes in. The blade is out. Artwig has found one. The bomb committed in. Artwig's not done yet. Going to pick up a second one. The bombs traded out for both teams. Oh, Artwig is actually going to fall victim to that bomb from Nomad. There is presence on the point here for the side of Agent Confused. They do trigger the overtime. They are finding the limbs as well. Nomad was taking a little bit of a nap. Jackal is going to finish off that Diva, and in the nick of time, it looks like this Sanctum map's going to continue on.
Yeah, I apologize profusely. I bow as low as I can to missing that Genji blade. You know, it's been a long day already, but you know, I'm sorry.
You have got your hands full right now. You're trying to do it all, and I think that you're doing a pretty good job, all things considered here. Excel, they managed to hold on to 4 ultimates. They're ready to come back into this. The form is out from Hewitt, and the Bastion has been taken down. The flux in from Wolfgang now. Is going to connect on to Revan, and the Nemesis form forced out. There's a tonight rush from Bob Z, is creating a little bit of space here for Excel to work with, is going to allow Nomad to find the kill onto Jackal as well. That kick guy Sanctuary out of the fight here, and that means that the point is going to be contested here by Excel. Banano comes out. There is a tire from Sir Swampert ready to go as well. Nano actually connected onto Revan there. The Ramantra for the side of Agent Confused still alive on the point, but only momentarily. Too many ults in the bank, and that will be Excel picking up our first point.
Yeah, a great hold here by the Excel. And one thing I just wanted to point out is Pin with the incredible pulls onto Wolfgang. I'm not sure if you caught a few of those, but holy moly, it saved, you know, just a few really big dives from them. Incredible plays.
Good point. Yeah, and especially onto a tank. I mean, you really need to focus on keeping your tanks alive in these scenarios where at 6v6, I feel like a lot of these fights kind of just devolve into a messy brawl on the point. So whatever team has the bigger health bank overall is going to win those out. So yeah, good job from Pin to keep Excel in a lot of those fights.
Yeah, and that's such a great point about 6v6. You get so many of these little separate skirmishes and fights throughout a match, and it's really hard to, even as a team to pay attention to it. And we got another Symmetra.
Or Sim. Oh, okay. Just the TP out, and then it is going to be Yano over on to the Emray here. It is going to be the high ground in control of Excel, which I think they're going to be pretty happy about considering they have this Emray and the Junkrat. But Hewitt's is over on the Mei now, so it is going to be hard for Excel to find their way into this point without getting walled off by that Mei. The point will be unlocking soon, so at some point Excel will have to drop down from this high ground. They take down Gemini to start things out. Heartwig falling as well, so all Aged and Confused is going to get control of this point first. They do not have the numbers advantage to maintain control of this point.
Yeah, a bit of chaos certainly on the point with that Junkrat of Sir Swampert, just creating all that mayhem, getting all of the healers out of position, unable to really focus in on all of the healing that they need to do. Great job by them to keep them all distracted.
That's right, and that's going to be the lead gained here on Village for the side of the Excel. And they're set up on this high ground once again. Gemini trying to create some space, but is going to end up losing the mech for their troubles. Going to be sent back to the spawn room by Ayano as well. It looks like Aged and Confused trying to get a bit of a regroup here. There is a contest on the point from Hewitt's on that Mei, and that's going to trigger the drop down from the side of the Excel, taking down Revan. And without that tank in the mix here, it is just going to be so hard for Aged and Confused to stay in this fight, but they're looking to try and make it happen. However, Sir Swampert has something to say about that, and it's going to be a little stagger onto Hewitt.
Yeah, that was well timed there by Wolfgang, and even if you missed the rock, the trap got them as well. Great job here by Team Excel, just to keep constant pressure as well.
That's a good point. Yeah, it feels like this fight is kind of just never ending, and that's just because of how much space is in control of the Excel right now. Again, they find the opening pick here, so Revan out of the fight, and it's just once again going to be more time off the clock here as Agent Confused have to regroup.
Yeah, and they're in a load of trouble too. Look at the ultimate line here. That is a fridge full of ultimates, and the kids are hungry, and they'll eat through the entire thing.
That's right. We'll have to see what the Excel is going to be cooking up. It is going to be the space on that high ground in control. Kazune rush out first. It is going to be the tire committed in. Both the support ults in response from Aged and Confused, but it's not going to keep Heartweg alive. Revan next does take down Wolfgang, so those you don't have to be worried about this gravitic flux from the side of the Excel. 97%, and the point does end up getting flipped over. However, there's so many members of the Excel still alive here. There's a bomb on the point. Free mech does come through. Gemini manages to get a second life here, but Foxxy has taken down 2 already. Neither tank ult has been committed from the Excel just yet, and with just a lonely Juno trying to hold down this point, it is going to be the Excel flipping this back over.
I'm giving my flowers to Pin. It's incredible pulls. I'm just seeing out of the corner of my eye. I'm like, how did you even see that? And it's, this looks like this is the Excel taking the point here at Nepal.
Yeah, taking our first map win here, and a reminder as well that the Excel came into this as the #1 seed here, and so far they are really living up to that expectation.
Oh, we got the blade here. Wait, what do you need me for? There we go. And then, unfortunately, did die to that bomb afterwards, if I'm not mistaken.
No, we don't even know. It never even happened.
It didn't happen. What are we talking about?
Oh yes, I love a good nano blade. It's definitely fun to get to see kind of the resurgence of an old favorite, I think.
Yeah, it's definitely of an era gone by. It seems you don't really see those combos as much anymore. But there's those of this vintage of the 30+ year olds will know. We have a good refined taste for these things. Ooh. what is that? 2017. Ooh, okay, I like that. That's nice. It's very, very airy.
That's right. It sure is. This is it. Excel's gonna be setting themselves at a match point here now. So we'll see Aged and Confused get to select which map we're going to go to next. So they'll be able to shake things up a little bit here. But yeah, facing a potential trip down to that lower bracket if they aren't able to tie this series up. So they're gonna have to come out with a pretty strong map pick here to try and swing things back in their favor against this Excel team that has just looked so good so far.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you do here. I mean, the organization from the Excel has just been so strong in this competition already. It's really good. You know, what do we do? You know, how do you attack that kind of a problem in such a short amount of time? You know, you kind of have to regroup. You gotta have to really think and you know, maybe change up the vibe a little bit, right?
Mm. Yeah, it's a good point, right? You could just totally swap things up here. 6v6, you're going to be able to play a really big variety of heroes. So they do know where they want to take us to for map number 2. Getting a little bit of deja vu here as we're gonna head back on over to Saravasa for our second map. So hopefully this is what Aged and Confused are going to need to swing things over. And of course, we'll have the hero bands coming through momentarily as well. But I think that we are going to have to see a big change kind of in the tempo from Aged and Confused because these Flashpoint maps do play still very similarly to those control maps.
Yeah, they're just, you know, a little, you know, they're few and far between, but, you know, there's some space. There's some grazing room to find your angle, to get to those points. And, you know, Aged and Confused has got to figure out how to, you know, as I said before, you know, Pin has been so strong. Pin Brute, you know, get that backline, get in there somehow, and expose them and get a pick onto their backline because they're saving their butts big time.
Yeah, that's a really good point, right? If you are not winning in that frontline fight, it's time to make the adjustment. Try to go for kind of that back to front instead, where you go for a target onto those squishier heroes before moving over on to try and attack those tanks here. So I do think that Saravasa, where like you mentioned, it's a lot bigger, a lot more open space here. Aged and Confused are going to have to really take advantage of all of those potential angles that are going to be set up because that's what's going to give you access to those backline heroes.
Yeah. You said it even better than I could. That's exactly it. There's so many different angles to find those openings into that back line. But I'm rooting for Pin if I'm being honest here. I love it. I love it. The action has been so fantastic from that back line. Don't get me wrong, the front line's great. That back line, fantastic.
I'm definitely partial to getting to see a little bit of Lifeweaver gameplay. We don't get to see him a whole lot, but I mean, speaking of angles and how to access a backline, there is going to be a ban coming through, and it's going to be the Tracer ban. That is such an integral part of trying to take down a backline.
Yeah, that's exactly it. You know, especially with all this, you know, this room for activity on Saravasa. You know, we saw it with the Soldier too. You can really get those off angles as well. So they might have to change some of their strategy, but they could still make it work. I mean, a Sombra never hurts either, right?
True, we could get to see some Sombra. That would be really fun to get to witness. Where yeah, there's so much space to kind of lurk around, little corners to hide in. As there is the second ban coming through, and it's going to be knockback with the Kiriko ban. So probably leaning heavy into some anti-nades or into maybe some Junker Queen.
Yeah, great point. You know, we've seen already so much Kiriko in this tournament, and such a powerful hero, so much mobility, so much damage, so much utility, right? And it's so easy to bail out your buddies if they make a mistake or anything like that. So that is going to be a detriment to both teams in my mind.
Yeah, that's a good point, and I find that when it comes to these hero bans, sometimes when you go for a target onto one of those heroes that's a lot more popular, a lot more common, it's really hard to do it without kind of shooting yourself in the foot here. So we'll have to see what Excel are going to be cooking up, how they're going to be able to kind of adjust their composition to work with without that Kiriko that, like you mentioned, has just been so strong, not just in 6v6, but in 5v5 as well.
Yeah, you see them all over the place now. You know, it's like it's like getting a new car. As soon as you get it, you just start seeing it everywhere. It's wild out there. And just a side story from myself, my car got stolen last week, and I'm upset about it. And I'm seeing it everywhere, dude. It's driving me crazy. I had a dream I found it too. Anyways, let's get into the match. Let's have some fun here. Let's head to Saravasa.
Let's forget all about stolen cars. We'll manifest the return of the car through some great Overwatch action here on Saravasa. So yeah, reminder to everybody that this is gonna be match point here. If the Excel are able to win on Saravasa, they will move on through that upper bracket. They will be moving on to face the winner of Team 4 versus C9 to 5. And if Aged and Confused are not able to find a map win here, they are going to be heading down to that lower bracket where it's going to be a best of 1 before you're eliminated.
Yeah, it's a ruthless cut, unfortunately. You know, we wanted to make it longer, but we just don't have the time, right? It's tough to run a whole day tournament by volunteers. It's just the way it is. But you know, if you do win, you can make it through, and I believe in you guys.
Heck yeah, somebody's gonna make a run through that lower bracket. One team will get it done, and it could be one of these teams here on the screen. Looks like it is going to be Juno making an appearance here for Bubsy, and ooh, okay, Revenex over on the Mauga as well.
Yeah, a lot of that suppressing fire is going to be really, really helpful. But yeah, we're seeing a lot of return to their favorites, right? Yano on the Emery, Pinbrute onto that Life Weaver as we open up the point here.
Market. It's going to be chased into the point here by Revan. Is gonna get melted very, very low and is gonna end up falling there courtesy of that Nemesis form of Nomad. So the Excel is going to start out with some percentage here, but it looks like Aged and Confused want to stay in this fight. They do find the trades. Sir Swampert out of the mix here, but then you're gonna need a little something more, especially after losing Artwig there and Jackal, and that should be at the end of the fight here as the Excel gonna maintain control.
Yeah, just way too much coordination here coming from the Excel. And, you know, everyone's hitting their marks onto these points, which has been, I'm assuming in Aged and Confused minds, that the most frustrating part is like, how do we tackle this? How do we get in there and start dominating this point?
Right, yeah, there's so much damage going on to Revan on this Mauga. He's a pretty big target and doesn't have that shield like the Domina or the Ramantra to try and mitigate any of that. And you can see how much healing Carl has been doing onto Revan. Already has that Nano ready to go. It is going to be the ult on the board here, so a little bit of an advantage for Aged and Confused. It's going to be the Nano over onto Artwig. The bomb committed in from Gemini, but yeah, no, actually gets taken down. Excellent shot from Artwig. Not done yet. A double head kill there. Pulls out the Deadeye as well, and Artwig has just pulled Aged and Confused back into this fight.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to see. That High Noon getting rocked, but then being able to pull it back, get the combat rollout, and fan that hammer, and get the kill onto, I believe it was Wolfgang.
Yeah, honestly, that's exactly what Aged and Confused needed, right? You had the Nano, you needed to make the best use of it. So, 99% on the board here for the Excel. They only need that one fight win to get a point on the board here on Saravasa. Lots of ults to try and make that happen. Gemini forced out a little bit here, but you're already down 1. It is not going to be an orbit to work with here if you're the Excel. Nice trade out, though, taking Artwig out of the fight. A lot of damage gone. There is the Blossom. Unfortunately, the Kai Sanctuary from Jackal not going to keep Hewitt's alive. The tree on the point here. In response to that tree, it's going to be a cage, but Revan cannot stay alive through all of that damage coming through from the Excel. Yano does fall low, is going to be taken down by Jackal. There's the bomb on the point. Gemini doesn't find any limbs with that, but is going to briefly be back in the mech before met with that Annihilation, which continues on to find 3. And that will be it, point 1.
Oh, they're going for it. They're going for it. My goodness.
Oh, it's going to be the Photon Barrier in from Hewitt, and it might have just been enough. Aged and Confused. The commitment to go on to the point with that Photon Barrier, with that Mauga, will be rewarded. They flip this point over, and there is no touch from the Excel. It's a point on the board.
Wow, what an incredible bounce back here by Aged and Confused. They really just committed to it. And if I'm the Excel, I'm like, what the heck just happened?
maybe a little bit rattled there. Yeah, I was not expecting to call that a point win for Aged and Confused. So we're gonna move over to Garden. It is going to be the spawn advantage slightly in the favor of the Excel. They are going to get themselves set up around this point. That orbital ray from Bubsy ready to go, but Carl has another nano ready to go. We saw what that did for Aged and Confused on point number 1. D-Mech goes over onto Gemini. There is the nano. Artwig once again going to be the recipient of that. Orbital Ray has to be committed in from Bubsy. Doesn't stay alive through it though, and Artwig making such good use of that nano. However, the backline is gone for Aged and Confused. There's no healing to be had here. Excel trying to find their way into it. It is going to be the point in control of Aged and Confused, but how long can they hold on to it? The Deadeye not going to find anything, but it does create enough space, buys enough time for Aged and Confused to get back into the fight.
Yeah, what is happening? I'm genuinely like flabbergasted by some of these team fights. You think it's going one way, it flips back the other way, and then it's a whole Uno Reverso card right in your face as Aged and Confused holds it. Artwig popping off, the Symmetra of Hewitt's popping off. And then all of a sudden you've got the giant tank of Revan just running up suddenly on you.
I have to remind everyone as well, Aged and Confused came in as Seed 9 here, and they are about to put themselves at a match point here on Surabasa. It is going to be a push into the point from the stairs here, overtime triggered. It is going to be the Panopticon connecting onto a few. The cage, though, going to connect onto more Carl Sagan. Nice anti-nade onto Wolfgang. The overtime is gone, and that's going to be Aged and Confused picking up their second point.
Wow, great job by Aged and Confused. They must have been listening to the stream because they have pulled their socks way up. They are now leggings. They're wearing full-on leggings now. They've done such an incredible job of just prioritizing their damage. Artwig and Hewitt's. That combo of them working together, especially those nanos by Carl Sagan onto Artwig.
Yeah, it's been absolutely impressive so far from Aged and Confused. As we move over to Palace, it's going to be one more opportunity here for the Excel to keep themselves alive in this point. Swampert gonna push up onto the high ground, does manage to displace Hewitt's. However, the point is in control of Aged and Confused right now. As you can see, the Excel rotating towards this high ground. There is a trade that comes through. Pin is gone from the Ana, but the Reaper is in the backline. Once again, gonna delete Carl and Jackal here. So, the Excel, as the door has been opened for them to come on the point. Hubsy is over on the Zenyatta as well. That Discord are doing so much damage to Revan, and it should be a cleanup coming through here for the Excel. But Artwig, is gonna be alive just for a moment.
Yeah, just catching rocks, man. That's a tough one. That's a real tough one to negotiate. But a great job by Sir Swampert with that Blossom in the background, and that's the momentum they needed. I think they were a little shook. If I'm being honest with you.
Yeah, I definitely agree. This is going to be the turning point potentially here for the Excel. They have that Annihilation and the Blizzard in their back pocket. To see how is Aged and Confused going to push into this point. Well, it's going to be hard to do without that Symmetra. You don't have the Photon Barrier, you don't have the Teleporter, so you're going to have to just wait.
Yeah, maybe another pocket High Noon if it gets protected by by the Diva, but we'll see what happens as the Nano going onto Sir Swampert just in the back, but nothing really coming out of it. Revan does fall though.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the Diva Gemini also out of the mech right now, so there's no tank here for Aged and Confused to work with, and late kill onto Gemini, and it is looking like the Excel have locked in hard enough. They're gonna try and start this mini reverse sweep on Saravasa.
Yeah, great job by the Excel for just shifting that tempo back in their favor. Having a few ults that get some picks as well. And speaking of ults, it's getting pretty full out there. They got a pretty full fridge, both teams now.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty explosive next fight, I think, as we head over to Ruins. Aged and Confused are set up positionally, but there's a lot of space being taken by Excel right now. Great rock! Hewitts is going to end up falling here. The Symmetra, not the one you want to lose first. You need to be able to build up that primary fire. Revan falling as well. And yeah, you can see Artwig recognizing that this is going to be a disengage.
Yeah, I mean, we better just, pack it in for this fight. Give me a second. I think he was looking for that high noon, and then he saw the wall of the May and was like, I don't think so, not today.
It's a pretty big
is that
barrier to entry here. As all right, the regroup has come through for Aged and Confused, and I think finds your Swamper, who was probably looking to annihilate your backline with Blossom for a third time here. Nice chain connects on to Bubsy, who actually does need to use that Transcendence to get out alive, and that is going to be so much space just given over to Aged and Confused. Now it's time for those ultimates. The Nano over on 7i, the Wizard is in the stairs, but the anti-nade connects onto both of the tanks from the Excel. The cage, just a little cleanup here for Revan.
Yeah, wow. What a great job. That that it all started with that early pick by Artwig onto oh, I'm locked. Why am I locked? Oh no.
Swampert, yeah, the Reaper.
Yeah, with the Reaper. Sorry, excuse my camera's all. Oh, we're figuring it out. We're figuring it out.
Yeah. Who else is trying to figure it out? The Excel. They have walked in, they've DMAC'd the Diva Gemini. Still alive though, gets the remake as well, so it's as if nothing ever happened here, but it is going to be a bit of a rotate back towards the point here for Aged and Confused, and Pin gets connected with Artwig's Peacekeeper there, is going to lose out on the Nano, going to lose out on the Zenyatta as well. The Excel having such a hard time finding their way into this point. Artwig has the door on lock.
Yeah, great job of just holding tight. This Aged and Confused team has just done so well of, even coming to match, what the Excel has become. But it's looking like it's gonna be Aged and Confused here, even if they got the baby Diva.
Right? Yeah, the baby Diva going to be maybe a point of contention here. No touch coming through. The Flux just a moment too late, and we are all tied up here in the series.
Wow. I was not expecting that. Great job by Aged and Confused to really bring it back here. And as of course, we've got Artwig with the play of the game.
Holy. Fantastic nanos all around. The shutdown on Ayano as well. I am very impressed with the adjustments that have been made.
Oh, excuse me? That shot was disgusting. Well done by Aged and Confused to tie it up here in at Saravasa. Now, I didn't actually prepare the stream for that occasion. Give me one moment. Oh, there we go. I've done it. Crazy how fast that works.
Love it. All right, this is exciting, right? This is going to be the first map number 3 that we get to see on the stream here. And again, this is such an impressive storyline, right? The Excel came in as that #1 seed. They didn't have to even play in round 1 of the bracket because they came in so high on that seeding. And then Aged and Confused just kind of sneaking in to the bracket, that number 9 spot here. So honestly, fantastic showing from them to be able to fight back and tie this up.
Yeah, you nailed it. It is about that storyline that we're going to see between the 9 seed, the 1 seed, whatever it ends up being. And yeah, it's a lot of fun, and that's why we love tournaments, because as the story unfolds, you get to see these players pop off and the strategies all come together, everything they've been working towards. It's such a great time. And so much fun to watch and to cast. So now we are just getting ready to see the next map and picks.
Right. I have to assume that it's going to be the Excel. They get to pick what map we go over to next. So an opportunity for them now to grab control and, of course, give themselves a really, really big advantage as we head into that match point. So we'll see what they opt to take us to. We'll go back to control map. We won't go back to flashpoint map. So we're going to get to see something a little bit different now on the stream. And I mean, me personally, I am kind of hoping for a push map.
A push map, a hybrid,
Mm-hmm.
Not crazy to say assault. I don't think it's on the table, but that's where my heart is. You haven't seen one of those in a while.
Maybe we get a clash map going.
Get a clash map. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to Stadium. enjoy. Yeah, could you imagine the mayhem?
I really couldn't. This is gonna be a little reveal. I have not played a single game of Stadium. I have
Oh, you
never
should.
I have never queued Stadium, not a single time.
You should. It's very overwhelming.
You know what? And I think that that's what kind of scares me from it. I'm really bad when it comes to games where you have to have like some kind of like economy. Like the idea of like buying kind of little power-ups is very stressful to me. But it is fun to watch. I will give it that. The chaos of Stadium, very entertaining.
It certainly is chaotic, and it feels like if you don't play it for a couple weeks and you don't know your build, you're out of luck at that point. And I remember, they came out with the update, and I was like, oh yeah, I play Ashe, okay. And then I started playing. I was like, well, these aren't the upgrades I ordered, I was like, oh dear. And then I essentially threw the game because I had no idea what was happening, and that's sort of the problem of it, at least in my opinion. I'm sure
you gotta throw a few to win a few, I think.
Yeah, I think so. But it is exciting because you just see lava coming out of fire strikes, and you're like, okay, well, I guess I'll die.
Yeah. Very fun.
Okay, sorry, I need to just grab some water very quickly, but I will keep up the chat so we can see what is picked.
All right, we're gonna stay locked in on the match chat here. Bub's getting the map chat. Yeah, okay, so it is gonna be the Excel that get to select the map, and well, surprise, you think we're 3 for 3 in map favorites. So it looks like a good shout from Druid. We are going to be going over to a hybrid map, a little bit of King's Row on the table here. And I think that this is going to play nicely into how the Excel were playing in map number 1 on Nepal, where it was a lot of that kind of front to back fight where you're really looking to just kind of take the brawl and take down the tanks and then move forward onto those supports. So Aged and Confused are going to have a little bit of a tough time, I think, making the adjustment that they made on Saravasa, where they weren't focusing down Nomad as much. So we'll see how Aged and Confused are going to adjust now that we're going to go back over to this kind of like brawl-heavy King's Row.
Scrim's Row, is that as it's called? Pug's Row?
As they say,
as they say, still true in my heart. I love it. I think it's one of my favorite maps. I understand, it's been overplayed. It's okay, but it's a classic. It's like Beetlejuice. It's like, Goodfellas. It's one of the great movies, but we're seeing some picks coming in with a Sigma, and I think that is going to be big. I think that's going to be very big.
I like this for the Excel. I definitely think that Aged and Confused were doing a pretty good job, the Excel were doing a pretty good job with that Sigma. And the Excel, of course, were the ones that we were seeing. We're on that kind of double shield on Nepal. So this is going to be a good hit onto the tank line for the Excel. And I think that that's exactly what Aged and Confused really need to be kind of focusing down if they want to win King's Row.
Yeah, 100%. I think because we're not professional players here, we are casuals of an older vintage, as I said before. Our hero pool isn't exactly usually large. And if you can throw off, one of your competitors who's like, oh, I think he only just plays like a few tanks. If you could throw them off just a little bit, I think that's a good strategy to have against an opponent that has been so strong.
Mm-hmm. I totally agree. And it is going to be a ban coming onto the Widowmaker from the side of the Excel. Although we didn't get to see any Widow in map 1 or 2, I do think that with the Sigma out of the mix here, that definitely would open things up for a Widowmaker to be played. And King's Row, I mean, this is kind of a classic Widowmaker map, at least for point number 1. So taking that in the mix means that you're not going to have as much pressure onto your supports.
Yeah, that opening, either on attack or defense on point 1, a Widow makes, some really good work if they can get some early on picks. If some of the backline, for instance, that are defending can't, are a little undisciplined in their location, will find their head meeting the bullet of a fully charged scoped shot by Widow.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sorry, terrifying. That was so descriptive. Yeah, it's like, oh, am I writing a new book? I'm not a writer.
Okay, this is it. This is for all of the marbles now. No Sigma, no Widow, King's Row, map number 3. This is the decider of which team will move on to that through the upper bracket to face off against the winner of Team 4 versus C9 to 5, and which team is going to have to drop down into that lower bracket. So fantastic showing so far, but this is the map to end it all, and King's Row, I mean, this is gonna be perfect for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we are just waiting on a region.
Ooh, right.
A region. NA could be EU, could be anything.
Shake it up, send us to Asia, maybe to a Korea server.
Yeah, I really want to feel the lag, you know, especially when I'm
right.
when I'm streaming, you know.
Like in my soul.
Okay, looks like we're gonna be doing NA East. Very good, very good.
All right, makes sense. Makes sense. Okay, this is gonna be interesting. So I suspect that we could see probably pretty similar, I think, compositions from both of the teams that we've seen already. I don't expect that we're gonna see a huge change up. Maybe Aged and Confused do stick with Revan on that Mauga. I do think that could play nicely here into to King's Row to have kind of the really beefy tank that has that survivability in the cardiac overdrive here. But I mean, I mentioned this already. Aged and Confused didn't have a really great time on Nepal when they were trying to run kind of the tank v tank matchup over on Suravasa, where they made the adjustments and they were more so going for the target onto the squishy heroes. Worked out a lot better for them. So they are going to have to kind of keep that in mind. They really don't want a repeat of Nepal.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Age of Confused really hit something when they switched over to the Mauga. You know, that presence that really get in the front lines and like really disrupt. There was a few times where it didn't really go their way, but it was enough to throw the Excel off their game just a little bit. And they're going to have to learn how to adapt to that. Let's see how it happens. Usually, you know, we'd love to see a Reinhardt Zarya combo. Usually, that would be, that's a thing of beauty. That's like seeing like a deer.
Yeah.
That's like going outside and you saw a deer. You're like, oh, deer. And you tell everyone about it. Guys, I saw a deer. It's like, dude, really? That's what it's like seeing Reinhardt and Zarya on King's Row. I'm calling it now.
That's so true. This would be like picture perfect map number 3. We get a Ryan Zarya mirror matchup. Don't know that we are going to be blessed with it, but I mean, look, it could happen. It definitely could happen. So we'll have to see. It looks like it is going to be Aged and Confused on the defense first. So at least once the doors open here, we'll have a better idea of what they're going to run on the defense. The attacking team, of course, you can have a little bit of a moment to scout things out, figure out what's going to be the best counter to this defense team. But I mean, these hybrid maps, it could go the distance here. We could be in for some overtime.
Yeah, absolutely. Ooh, we've got lots of stuff popping off, but we're not seeing the Reinhardt and Zarya. Well, you know what? Pack it up, boys. It's all over. Just kidding.
Yeah, there's just been so many heroes released since the Ryan Zarya was strong, and it looks like on the defense here we are gonna get to see some Hazard and some Domina here. So I will say, very impressed with the amount of variety in the heroes that we've gotten to see throughout this series. I like to see Carl Sagan over on the Ana again. I have to mention, I do think that Ana was also a big part of why they got the win on Suravasa, but of course that Kiriko ban definitely helped with that.
Yeah, 100%. Let's see if Yano can get anything going. No, unfortunately, it's not going to happen.
A little bit of space created. Perhaps Yano is going to stick on that Hanzo, and the XL have made it through the choke point, which arguably very, very difficult to do without a Lucio. They have the Juno from Bubsy, at least that speed ring. Going to give you a bit of maneuverability here. The XL are trying to take control of this high ground. Great anti-nade connects onto Revan, and Bubsy is going to follow up with that. One tank down here for the side of Aged and Confused. Gemini in a lot of danger as well. Arcwick, though, hitting back, taking down Wolfgang here. Gonna have to give up a little bit control of this point, though, and Aged and Confused need to find a way to come back in for the recontest. Nomad on that Orisa, going to be such a strong presence on the point here. Is going to be a strong presence in the kill feed as well. Jackal falling. Everybody on the side of Agent Confused so low, and with Carl Sagan falling as well, there is nobody that's going to be able to get those health bars back up.
Yeah, really unfortunate here by Agent Confused. They kind of just let them walk into the point. Not even the point, but to that back flank. And after that, it was sort of over. They didn't know where to structure themselves. The Hazard sort of left the fight, and you know, it just left the Domina there to just kind of twiddle their thumbs.
Sir Swampert has just been on a tear on this Junkrat. Has that Riptire ready to go, leading by far in the ult charge. Carl Sagan is following up with a Nano coming online as well, but Agent Confused just do not have the presence to be able to stop this payload from just moving forward.
Yeah, Sir Swampert is just like doing the Lord's work at that point. Here comes the tire coming in. Oh, little sneaky, little quiet tire. A flat tire even. Ooh, not enough to take up the Domina, unfortunately.
No, did pick up the perk that's going to give you that speed boost, but it's going to be less explosive damage. But hey, Sir Swampert still has that primary fire. Going to take out Gemini. That's a big stagger here. This payload has just been moving through straight stays, more or less uncontested here. The Excel numbers advantage as well. They're looking to take another fight. The Terra Surge ready to go. Carl Sagan does have that Nano. Is it going to be committed into this fight? It might be forced to be used. It is going to be over onto Artwig, trying to empower that DPS, but it is going to be Artwig getting pulled into that Terra Surge. The Panopticon committed in as well. The Overclock is out, though. Artwig still alive in this fight.
Ooh.
Finds a 2K Gemini. Gonna find a couple with that Spike Guard, and it's a 4K for Artwig, triggering the team kill.
Yeah, wow. Just a series of like weird events just going through that entire team fight. And you're just, oh, there's the trap. Poor Artwig. There you go. Get the healing. There you go, buddy. But yeah, great. You know, we sort of expected to see Artwig, you know, on that hit scan, you know, doing that damage. And getting those picks are so important to keep that momentum for themselves.
Yeah, Agent Confused there, recognizing where they need to be putting the value in. Hewitt's gonna get chased down, unfortunately. Bubsy not gonna have any mercy for that Sierra, so numbers advantage here. Excel also have both the support ults to work with. Jackal does have that Kakai Sanctuary to work with. It's gonna be the downpour committed in, connects on to a couple here on the sideline. Is there? Bubsy's gonna fall, but the orbit came out. Nano over onto Yano with this override protocol. Looking for a little bit more payload. Slipping forward, going to capture that second objective. And the Excel move in to the third point with more than 4 minutes.
Yeah, just a quick turnaround here by the Excel. Allowed him just to get that point. Sir Swampert just, you know, that early pick onto Hewitt's too was almost a death sentence for Agent Confused as they were just trying to sneak away.
Oh, another trap. Sir Swampert just catching everybody up with those, but isn't going to be able to demech the Diva. So Riptire going to be held for another fight here as still lots of ults ready to go here for the side of Aged and Confused. That Nano online for Carl Sagan. Artwig over on to the Hanzo now for this third point. Might still see that go that way, but maybe a different target in mind here. Right now, Nomad just playing a little bit slow here. Oh, gets an ult out. There's the ult in from Hewitt. Doesn't connect onto anything. Great disengage coming through there from the Excel. And now it's the tire. They're pushing back in. Hewitt falls. The DMAC coming through courtesy of that Riptire as well. And this is exactly what the Nomad needed to continue their stroll through King's Row.
Yeah, usually King's Row third point, you know, can be really, really choky, and the fact that they got this far has been so good. Here comes the Dragons, though, by Artwig. Nice switch, though, onto him.
Yeah, finding the value pretty much immediately on the Hanzo, and Hewitt's also going to make a swap here off of the Sierra over onto the Bastion.
Yeah, a little bit more pressure, I think. That high damage potential is just... You know, you can really when the enemy team gets funneled in here on that last point, you really need that focus fire, I believe.
It's a good point. Yeah, it's gonna really help you take down those tanks. And I mean, there are so many ults for the Excel to work on this next fight. Agent Confused need to try and find an opening pick here. They need to at least burn some time off this clock. Sir Swampert over trying to take the flank is gonna get spotted out by Gemini. Bubsy Orbital Ray in. Does get hit with the anti-nade though, and the follow-up there for Artwig. Parasurge comes in, it connects on to 2. The Panopticon from Wolfgang gonna get thrown in as well. Carl Sagan desperately trying to build up to this Nano. The bomb comes out from Gemini. Sliver of HP cannot get back in that mech. There is the Dragons. It gets eaten up by Nomad. The Nano last-ditch effort, but no touch comes through.
Yeah, that touch too is so hard to make sometimes when you're in that desperate mode, right? You just want to be able to get on there. You're like, I was on it, man. I was on it. And unfortunately, you were not, according to Blizzard.
Yeah. The line has been drawn. And a minute and 38 is a pretty good time bank here for the Excel. But, you know, props to Aged and Confused because there was more than 4 minutes, I believe, heading into this third point. So they did get a decent amount of time off the clock, but this is now tricky for Aged and Confused because they're at a point here. They need to capture all of King's Row, and they gotta do it with time in the bank if they want a chance at winning King's Row.
Yeah, and we're seeing a few different, characters come in here for Aged and Confused. You know, Artwig on that. Are we doing it? Are we doing a Far Mercy combo? Ooh,
I mean,
that's
look, hey,
interesting.
you're talking about wanting to put all of your resources into a DPS. Pharmacy might be the way to do it. They are on the attack, so there could be a bit of an adjustment, but I think that it could work nicely, especially on first point King's Row.
Yeah, absolutely. And, with Artwig on, at the head of that spear, I think that's a really good choice, especially with how much Sir Swampert has just been destroying them with all of that AoE damage from the Junkrat.
Yep, that's such a good point. Yeah, this Junkrat has been so dangerous. So it is going to be that Pharmacy making an appearance here from Aged and Confused. Pin, notably, back over onto the Life Weavers. There's some clutch pulls maybe incoming here. There's going to be a lot of space being gained. Aged and Confused trying to find their way through that choke point, but you touch the ground and you're going to fall victim to a Junkrat as Artwig is going to end up back in the spawn here. Looks like Aged and Confused still trying to hold on to this space, but they are going to get punished for that. So it is going to be back to the drawing board for them.
Yeah, Sir Swampert saw that Far Mercy combo. Was like, no, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. That's a challenge. I'll take it.
That's right. I know that Junkrat is still set up kind of in the hotel area, so going to be protected from that Farah, and Artwig is going to make the swap over onto the Sojourn, and yeah, we're going to get the Ana Zen backline to work with here. So it's going to be Gemini up on the high ground, trying to get some angles against the Excel comp. I think that's going to be the trick here if you want to gain control of this map. Form out from Hewitt, trying to find an opening here. The heals not enough to keep Gemini in that mech. A bonk on the head from Wolfgang, and Archway going to end up following. Does get the trade though. Unfortunately for the side of Aged and Confused, they just do not have the numbers to push their way onto the point.
Yeah, especially with an Orisa and a Domina in play here as on defense. That's just a lot of presence to. You can't even ignore it, right? Because they're going to do damage to you. They're going to, block your line of sights and every sort of measurement that you can take as a defending team. So they're going to have to learn how to attack this problem a little bit differently, I think.
Yeah, that's so true. This is, again, we're seeing kind of the same issue that we saw on Nepal, is that they're not winning out in the tank duels here. They're going to be both DPS lines to get it in from the XL. Brevin is going to end up falling. Yano going to take down Hewitt as well. I believe that Riptire found in a limb, but definitely created a little bit of fear in the hearts of our friends at Aged and Confused, and that is going to be red in the kill feed as more time off the clock for this attacking team.
Yeah, and with the bashing ult coming in, just getting not much to do. There was no pressure to really utilize that bastion ult. Maybe they're just trying to get rid of it, just to get something going for their team.
We're trying to create some space. We're gonna have to see some walk in here from the side of Aged and Confused. The Nano over onto Artwig, dealing with a lot of shields though. Has found its way into the point. Overclock is out. Pin is gone. There is gonna be the Transcendence from Jackal, but it does not keep Artwig alive. That orbit from Bubsy going to give so much presence here for the side of the Excel. The tree committed as well. So that is going to be another fight win here for the Excel.
Yeah, another great defense here by the Excel. Just so strong in their capacities to trust each other in those team fights. Goes really hard. And now we're seeing the switches. We've got Hanzo, Archwig on the Hanzo now. Hopefully they can get like an early pick. Just get one of the healers, and that's their go button.
Yep, that would be an excellent way for Aged and Confused to find their way onto the point. Looking for it. It has spotted out a healer hiding over by that phone box, and that's going to create enough space to at least get some feet on the point. The Panopticon coming out from both of these teams. It's going to be a little bit bigger for the Excel. However, Yano does end up taking one of those logs to the head, courtesy of Archwig, but 10 seconds on the board. Are the numbers going to be there? Archwig trying to make it happen. Finds a 2K, not done yet. Needs to get a touch on the point, but has no HP to make it happen. 3 seconds. A jump on will at least trigger the overtime. It's going to have to be the Bastion to touch next, but you just don't have speed in any form. Unfortunately, Aged and Confused not able to trigger the overtime again, and that will be the Excel taking the map and taking the series.
Yeah, what a great job. It would have been such a great storyline to see, Aged and Confused go through and the Excel have to fight their way. But, losing Saravasa for them, they're like, no, this is not who we are. We're going to show them exactly who they are. And that's what they did today.
They absolutely did. You know what? I have to say I am very impressed with this number 9 seed, and I do think that maybe the pool stage for them just didn't really work out so well. Where it was that best of 1, and they maybe needed a map to kind of get a warm up here because they did look really good on map number 2. So all the best in their attempt to fight through that lower bracket now.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's so tough. Those 1-game matches in pools is really tough to really get a sense of how good a team is, right? And so we'll see what happens in the next round here. But that is going to be it for us for this match. 3 o'clock is the next one. So we're going to take a quick break, get everything set up for you guys, and then we'll go from there. So again, thank you, Rain, very much for coming along and helping us out and do some casting. Hopefully we can see you a little bit later.
Yes, I hope I will get to see y'all a little bit later too. Thank you for having me.
All right. We'll be right back, guys. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back for our 3 p.m. third round game here in the Olderwatch Elite Championships. I'm going to be introducing you to our next casters, which are Ocho and Darth Ackley. Take it away, guys.
What a
That's
great
right. Yeah, that's right. It's us. It's us, Ocho and Darth Ackley. And has been a great. Sorry, I interrupted you. Say what you were going to say.
No worries, Darth. It is still a community tournament after all, so all of us casters here, just some of us meeting for the first time, but already working together like a great team that we are. That is exactly what Olderwatch promotes. We are a great non-toxic community for those older gamers still playing Overwatch 30 and older, which is why it has been such an honor to work with so many different people, so many different talents, a lot of moving parts in this tournament here. A lot more teams joining us this time. If you remember our last few tournaments, we had 2 to 4 teams in our last tournaments. So this time with 10 teams, it's definitely going to heat things up.
I like the idea of an Olderwatch tournament. I've played in one where I had to deal with a lot of the zoomer reflexes, and let me tell you, it's hard. It's tough. It's tough out there for the arthritic 30-year-old.
Absolutely, Darth. Well, let's take a look at our teams, though. This time, it's going to be in our upper bracket here. Young and Reckless versus Backline Problems. Going to be a very, very close match. Seeds 2 and 3. We are going into Canada here on New Queen Street.
This is a special map for me because I actually live on Queen Street, so in Canada, in Toronto. So I can pretty much see my house from here.
Exactly. A nice little cameo from Darth, if you would. Let's see if any player is able to find out where he is on this map.
I'm here somewhere.
Exactly. Suspense going to be kicking it off on the tank role. Reckless most likely going to be on that DPS Sophinator. One of my friends from before this tournament even, she's going to be rocking the Juno, and along with her friend Nestlepax on Mercy.
I like the Zarya Diva combo coming out from the Young and the Reckless. It's interesting mix of 2 different play styles, so let's see how it works out. Oh god.
Oh, for
Suddenly
sure.
just jumped to somebody's perspective, but now I'm back to going all over the place. Perfect.
No worries. Teams are going to be rolling out here. We've got quite a great rollout from Commander. Sweet Stacy and Steppen Racer are going to be making that backline. Very classic backline on a Kiriko. I want to see if they can do a lot of work here.
You can see that we have a Cassidy going out for a little flankerino.
Yeah, huge push, but Spence is able to make it back onto the ledge here. A little bit of a Super Smash Bros. Moment as Foxxy gets taken out for that genetics here. Looking to push in, but being forced back out through the anti-heal. Huge Juno rockets, just healing up everybody and doing a bit of chip damage. Commander Mo still trying to command, but being forced to be pushed back. Blue team really just dominating on that high ground. We have a res coming out back onto genetics. Nice pickup from Nestlepax, being able to res very, very safely, and Steppen Razor on the Ana getting taken out.
This is a very chaotic first push here, just going back and forth underneath this little bridge.
Yeah, multiple members of Backline Problems falling now. It looks like maybe more than just their backline having problems here, as the very, very strong and confident Young and Reckless are showing up to be the primary attackers here.
You gotta feel bad for that, for Foxy on that Reinhardt. You rush in there, get a pin off map, but then it's a Diva with the thrusters to get back on. You hate to see it.
Yeah, here's 6v6 is going to be a great time for tanks to really test out what they can get away with. Charging into 6, not always the best decision, but it was a decision nonetheless. We have a Tire coming out seeking any possible victims in its path. Who is it going to get?
Really held off. Ooh, unfortunate.
Yeah, not enough damage. Just too much time on that Tire. Doesn't fully kill the Mercy, allowing the Cassidy to pick it up with High Noon. Now red team back on the attack. We have a bomb coming out. Isn't really able to find anybody, but allows him to remix safely. It looks like very close quarters battle here from both teams.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very, very chaotic, kind of people all over the place, but at least we're there, you know, who is this? The Young and the Reckless were able to get the bot back, pushing it down Queen Street here.
Oh, for sure. Definitely Young and the Reckless, fresh off of a series win, perhaps finding their pace here, pushing it forward to gonna try to get for this next checkpoint. If they get it, they will get a more advantageous respawn here and allow them to just keep snowballing themselves towards the win.
And it looks like they're not even gonna contest. Yeah, they just get the quick respawn.
We're gonna use a huge Zarya grab here. Very strong CC ult, but no one is dead because of that huge rampage into the body of the Young and the Reckless. But Miracle Cleanse cleans that all up. Now, red team is pushing forward. Blue team, you know, a bit of a tactical retreat, still shooting back. Nestlepack's getting caught up in the action though, but not before getting traded for this Junkrat. Panda now a bit of a trouble by himself, cornered, but he receives the nano and he's fresh to go back in, but wisely so, he sees that the tides might be turning a bit, having to rotate around here, but the bot is keeping on stomping forward for the red team. They might be able to get even off of this push here.
Yeah, this is another tire going out for Commanderino, or Commandermo.
Unfortunately, not really able to find anything though. It looks like Young and Reckless are just able to take so much space here. Very coordinated. You see, you know, everyone's sort of standing just a little bit social distancing between each other, but that's a great tactic to take as much space as possible. Make yourself seem bigger, and it looks like Backline Problems are feeling the pressure here. Very, very close. Just 10 meters separates the two teams, but we are sensing a momentum shift here.
Oh, we have the grab out from Foxxy.
Yeah, just so many members of Young and Reckless just getting caught up in the brief moment of, you know, unifying, unfortunately, was their end as they just got caught in a 4-man grab. What a pickup by Foxxy. Oh, but he responds. Genetics responds with a grab, 4-man grab of his own though. This is an intense battle back and forth. What fast-paced team fights are we seeing right now? Because it's just so much back and forth between these two evenly matched teams.
And that was great from Genetics and Reckless being able to actually combo out their ultimates this time.
We have a Kiriko Kitsune Rush being activated though, but the Panda's shield is doing so much work. A bomb sent into the back line of red team, not being able to catch anybody though. We have to use our nano to keep our tank up though. We are going to just keep marching this bot back 90 meters, almost 91. So it definitely is going to be on the red team to make up this pace back. It looks like though they might have a bit of trouble. They don't have a lot of ultimates available to them, but they are building up to their Kitsune Rush. So let's see if we're able to use it correctly.
It looks like it's going to be a turnover for the Young and the Reckless here. Yeah, that's a pretty clean sweep. Early picks in a 6v6 match will often lead to exactly what we saw there.
It's going to be quite the battle for Backline Problems as this sort of unstoppable Titan, the Young and the Reckless, are going to be turning this final corner here though. Kitsune Rush being activated, Bastion Ultimate also being activated as well. Not really catching anybody, but, you know, providing the intended effect of just pushing everybody back. Young and the Reckless, a little, you know, they recognize that this could be a losing battle, so they're pushing back, but now they're a little bit cornered.
Yeah, I mean, this is great to see the Domina in a 6v6 matchup. Never really got to see this because, you know, obviously she wasn't available during the high time of 6v6.
Oh,
Ooh,
for
that's
sure.
a
Domina just providing so much value that shield just allows her to save her team from what could have been a deadly grab from the Zarya, but you know, one of Domina's strengths is being able to stand up and push people away from her and just do a tremendous amount of damage while doing so. We have a shield tank coming out for Foxxy onto that Reinhardt, gonna really just ensure that his team has a lot of cover as they foray into the enemy territory here, finally making some progress, getting that advantageous respawn area now. Now we'll see how Young and the Reckless responds.
Bastion all coming out. Yeah, the double shield with Domina is actually really interesting. It allows a lot of that cover that's coming in.
Yeah, we have both DPS ultimates on either side being activated. Reckless, though, being able to pick up so many people in the chaos of the battle. Molten Core on the ground now, just taking up so much space, denying it from Backline Problems. That is a full team wipe.
Yeah. I like to see Foxy back on the Reinhardt. Seems like they were getting annoyed with the Zarya and just like, no, back to this comfort. Reinhardt, here we go.
Oh, for sure. Foxy forays into the streets of New Queen Street as we use Coalescence to sort of ensure safe passage. We have a Kitsune Rush being activated, though. Step and Razor caught in the midst of that will have to go down. Panda following suit. It feels like the rest of Backline Problems is now getting hunted down and eliminated.
Looks like we have one lonely Sojourn over here and taken out.
What can the red team even do at this point, Darth? Like, what needs to happen so that they can turn this game back? Because there's only 30 seconds left.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's really up to Young and the Reckless just to be able to hold out for as long as they can and just kill out that time. If Backline can hold this position or get killed by a bomb.
Oh my goodness, Suspense with his patented Diva Bomb is going to take out Step and Razor and cause the death of Foxy. This might be the end, folks. 10 seconds, Panopticon activated. We are going to use our Kiriko Rush as well. Just Bastion just going crazy in it with speed boost and attack speed boost. But Suspense is there, making sure that they can't make any progress. We are in overtime, folks. Step and Razor desperately trying to keep up his tank as this Reinhardt just dances around with his shield, but he's surrounded all four sides. We're using our Zarya grab in celebration. Young and the Reckless first round win.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of back and forth there, and Backline Problems definitely was putting up a fight. This is a hilarious Lego themed Bastion play of the game. Just mowing everybody down. Classic Bastion. Backline Problems was really able to put up a fight there, but honestly, once they, in that last fight, had to put ults into it, even if they were able to retake, you'd already used up a lot of your ultimates just to be able to try to make a push there. There's no real coming back from it.
Absolutely. Push is definitely a test of your team's ability to team fight. Usually you have one person on the bot sort of making progress, so the other 4 members of your team do have to go forward, take some space, and a lot of times, you know, you do have a support back on the bot. So it's a real test to your team to see if they can win their 1v1s, and if they can't, that might be a problem.
Yeah. Also, this is just an observation. Casting a push game is really tough because everybody's all over the place.
Oh, absolutely. One of the benefits of 6v6 is that, you know, you do have that extra tank body there. A lot of skirmishes will be opening up all throughout the map. So like we said, it's very, very mechanically dependent. The tanks are a little nerfed. They have a little less HP. And so dueling a tank as like a DPS or a support player, a little bit more doable, whereas in 5v5, it could be a death sentence.
Yeah, and I think that's also just an adjustment to when you're used to playing that 5v5. You can get away with a lot more as your tank, and then switching over to the 6v6. Now, charging into a backline might not work out as favorably.
Exactly. You have to be so wise with your cooldowns, with your ability usage, as well as your ultimate, because each one of those matters way more. The effect that you have on the game could be phenomenal should you use those cooldowns wisely. It looks like we will be going back to China though. Lijiang Tower selected for this game 2 in this set.
And we already have some of the bans coming through for Lijiang Tower. The chat went away, but I'm pretty sure I saw Ana up in there for one of the bans.
Yes, they are going to be banning Ana and Diva, two characters that are pretty commonly used here in our server. Very strong picks, of course. We definitely know Suspense is going to be very comfortable on that Diva pick. And so it will be interesting to see what work he can do without it.
Yep. I mean, yeah, we'll see. We've been seeing a lot of Lijiang Tower. I think it's definitely a control favorite for most teams. Definitely a favorite of mine. My favorite map in the game. So I understand. I understand why you would want to go there.
Absolutely. There's definitely moments where you can use the environment to your advantage, pushing people off as Ball, as Doomfist. Potentially, I suspect Suspense is going to pick the Ball. Very similar hero. I know he's been working on it as well. Very strong pick here in Lijiang Tower. I'm excited to see what Backline Problems is going to bring to the table, though. Being down one game doesn't feel good at all, but, if I was Backline Problems, I would really dig deep, reach into the bucket, look what options we have to switch it up. After all, they are very highly ranked in this tournament, so they're definitely not out for sure. I suspect they will come back with a ferocity that is deserving of the number 3 seed.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, they're gonna. I feel like this is gonna be their map. This is where we're going to see some shine. Especially, we know that Foxxy likes that Reinhardt, and holding those control points with the Reinhardt can be pretty strong.
Absolutely. I already like the changes that Backline Problems is implementing in their team. We have Stacy going to be on that Moira, Step and Razor, choosing Lucio, being very hard to, stop a Lucio in this environment. Access to wall ride is going to be crucial to his survivability, and he's going to be able to move his team around as much as he wants. Already a fight breaking out on the left side here of the map. The alternate route, perhaps even the safer route, but we have a Roadhog here as a bit of a bridge troll, making sure nobody can cross without meeting his hook.
I mean, I think that's a great tactic from Panda, just holding out, stopping the lanes, being able to hook somebody off if needed.
It looks like Spence is going to be choosing the Winston here, doing just a lot of consistent damage onto Panda, but he's a bit low himself. He's just really relying on his supports now to keep him up, but he falls into the well here. Looks like Red Team is going to be dominating the first 20% or so of this point here.
Yeah, I mean, you hate to see it. That's a tough one going off of the map like that, right? Especially right after gaining the advantage of taking out Foxxy.
Yeah, what a loss, because, it almost feels like a for free moment, but most likely cooldowns were used to affect that environmental kill. It looks like Reinhardt in a bit of a trouble now. Going to have to use Pin to get out of the kill zone here. Red Team retreating back into the point. A lot of, cooldowns being used back and forth. Reckless trying to use Bob now to stall the point. Forcing Red Team to give up the space, but Bob is pulled back into a sound barrier. A lot of overhealth allows him to temporarily ignore the Bob as Reckless is killed, but Foxxy loses his life in the meantime, as well as Genetics Coalescence being used.
This is a great little trick from Torbjorn. He left his turret out over on the side. Anytime the Backline Problems tried to get a little flank going, they were immediately getting shot out by this turret, which was just great at taking and holding that space.
Backline Problems now showing great restraint here. They took that, they held the point very, very well, but they still have access to 3, almost 4 ultimates. Spence jumping, missing the jump and falling over. Grab being used as well. Earth Shatter activated in the back, but is able to help him kill a couple people. Pinning now into the wall. Genetics in trouble, but it is just no hope for Young and the Reckless.
Yeah, I mean, like I was saying, Foxy on that Reinhardt just able to hold the control point and be able to stop the Young and the Reckless from actually being able to move in, especially with that Winston up against the Roadhog. And let's, like, realistically, Lucio, great counter against a Winston. Every time you're going in, getting booped back, it's really tough to take that space.
Very, very hard indeed. Looks like their Backline Problems are going to continue to keep their strategy here. A bit of chaos, a bit of survivability, a bit of outmaneuverability seems to be their strategy, and it's working.
Yeah, it looks like the Young and the Reckless didn't like Foxy just as much, because swapping over to the Ram against this Reinhardt is going to be pretty strong.
That first pick is going to hurt, but not if she gets rezzed. We have another big pin coming in, not able to catch anybody though, is Genji dashes into the mix, getting healed up by the Moira. Usually, usually Moiras and Genjis don't get along, but now they're working together, and Foxy and Step and Razor unfortunately fall. Nestle, a bit of danger, having to fall off the edge just to survive. So spotting her though, healing her back up, but Panda now a little bit of trouble, having to vape a little bit to regain his HP bar. Reinforcements for Backline Problems has arrived though. It looks like Young and the Reckless are getting pushed out to this little pedestal here. Now Suspense facing the world by himself, but he gets taken out by his counterparts. Now rest of blue team are forced into a full tactical retreat though. Bone Apple trying to posture back up, but they catch Genetics.
A late hook. Yeah, that was rough. I mean, Foxy gets up behind them and they kind of peeled back in order to deal with that, but then that caused the flip of the point, and now the Backline Problems are just holding on, gaining that percentage.
Very, very strong positioning indeed. They're really making sure that Young and Reckless can't gain any territory. Reckless exploded in the face, walking up, just Junkrat said, nope, you are not coming here. Now Bone Apple caught a little bit, fell off. He's in the middle of 4 red members, but back to the graveyard for you. We talked, the clock is ticking, and if Backline Problems continues this defense, they are going to take this game.
Looks like it might be swinging over to the Young and the Reckless right now. Only 2 members. Oh, yep. Okay. Well, I jinxed them. Sorry. 2 members of the Backline Problems left. Shatter from behind too.
Yeah, Earth Shatter unfortunately not able to produce the effect that he wanted, and he will fall for that. The point does get flipped just shy of 90%, but still within last fight territory, so Young and Reckless are gonna have to be very, very careful on how they approach. Oh, Foxy just a little too hot, getting almost eliminated just right off the bat. Shield a little damaged, but thankfully, he's able to get pulled back by his team. A huge grab! 5 members of Backline Problems inside of just one Zarya grab. But wow, what an incredible insight by Genetics, spotting that opportunity for his team. As you can imagine, this entire team fight goes in the way of Young and Reckless.
I was about to say too, it all kind of depends on whether or not Genetics can get that grab off before Lucio gets his ult up. And that's exactly what happened. With 98% on his ult, and then they're able to get that grab off. Can't do anything about it.
Yeah, just a great reminder to everyone in the audience that Overwatch is sort of a butterfly effect kind of game. You know, because that Reinhardt's shield was a little damaged, he wasn't able to keep it up for that insane Zarya grab. Now, red team trying to posture back into the team. Dragon Blade being activated over health, not enough to keep him up. The Annihilation is just damaging and killing everyone. Suspense just saving it all. They were inches away from reclaiming the point, but Suspense was able to stop that from happening.
Yeah, and now with the 3 ults online for the Young and the Reckless, 80% of the point, it is up to Backline Problems to be able to take this away from them.
Yeah, 3 ultimates still available to the Young and the Reckless, to about 2 on Backline Problems here. Let's see. Coalescence already being activated as the Reinhardt charges in. Oh, but the Death Blossom is there, and he catches 2, but not before 3 members of Backline, or Young and the Reckless falls, and the point is flipped.
Wow. Wow, wow. Reckless just coming in with that. Yeah. Reckless in the backline never got taken out, gets that Mercy pocket, even though they were able to flip. It just gets retaken real quick.
Yeah, on run now, touching a little bit to stall a little bit for the team. Lucio is going to be there as well, but Suspense and Reckless say not today. This is definitely going to a round 3, folks. This is just inevitable at this point.
Yeah, I think that the Young and the Reckless kind of figured out Foxxy's Reinhardt. They were having a problem with it on the Winston early in the last match, and now this time just not able to really take any of that space, just with Ram being able to burn through that shield.
Yeah, who knew that Suspense had a Ramatra on him? Him just proving just how, you know, well he knows that role. He knows exactly when to aggress and when to fall back. It's going to be very, very hard for Foxxy to deal with, especially when he's on the counter matchup on Reinhardt. It looks like Commander Mo seeing this, and Step and Razor, they are going to swap over onto that Bastion and the Zenyatta. Most likely they're going to be looking for just really fast, swift picks. We have to see how this plays out.
Yeah, I don't know how Panda sticking on this the Roadhog seems pretty risky to me.
Yeah, a lot of damage already forcing out the Zuzu on Young and Reckless. Silem, unfortunately, falling. A pin comes out, but the Zarya bubble saves him temporarily. Reinhardt taking so much damage, just unable to block against the punches of Suspense. Now, both teams have members down, but it's definitely in favor of the Young and the Reckless.
Yeah, see, even though both teams on that Bastion, having the Mercy pocket on yours just gives it that little bit of an edge.
Another pin in here, but a Zarya bubble makes sure that he doesn't go anywhere. Both Zarya bubbles used now, so hopefully Backline Problems knows to aggress in here. But unfortunately, Commander Mo gets taken out. The duel between the two Bastions just is not going in his favor. A near miss on that pin, and Backline Problems look a little helpless, but they've caught Suspense now. Flash Shield being being used onto the Ramatra and other heroes as well. Just a lot of chip damage coming onto the Young and the Reckless. Will this be able to flip the tides here? I don't think so. They lost their tank, even though there's multiple members of Young and Reckless down, but they've also lost a lot themselves, and especially if Mercy's able to bring Genetics back to life.
Yeah, I mean, this Bastion, Reckless's Bastion, is just being such a big problem for the Backline Problems. It's being a frontline problem for them, really.
Absolutely.
Ooh, nice pick.
Bastion just able to just slice through the Reinhardt's shield, but a huge shatter as well as a grab. We are activating Whole Hog to make sure that nobody comes near his team. What a great idea by the Roadhog player Panda. That allows him to flip the point to his team and finally get some progress.
I think Genetics fell for something that we all see, which is being able to grab a large number of them, but the fight was pretty done at that point. And even though you grab 5 of them, it's still just not enough to push through.
Yeah, those moments are just so tempting and a big part of your discipline. Unfortunately, very great grab, but no one to follow up on it. Just a common trap for Zarya players. Dragon Blade now being activated. We're using our trance to ensure that our Genji has safe passage during his quest. A lot of members of Young and the Reckless falling down now. Bone Apple Tea Genetics along with Reckless visiting the graveyard is a total backline dominance over here in the server room.
Well, they got one. They got a pick off of the Zen right at the end there, which actually just being able to get through a choke is pretty good because that Zen can put a lot of pressure. And without him there, they might be able to push through here.
Exactly. Each meter is bought with somebody's life here in 6v6. Space is not free. Panda in a lot of trouble going for that cheeky play, but unfortunately his team is not with him. High Noon being activated from the back. Let's see if we are able to find anything. Death Blossom as well doing so much damage to Reinhardt's shield, but Steppen Razor still alive, still firing out a big, huge Earth Shatter, but it hits no one.
It looks very scrappy, but I think this is going to come out for the Young and the Reckless here. Oh, maybe, unless they lose that Mercy.
Yeah, Mercy getting pulled to her death. Annihilation being activated into the pin, though. Great reaction time from Reinhardt, making sure that that does not happen again. Bastion being bounced into the middle there. Only choice but to activate his ult, but unfortunately he's interrupted, not really able to do much, and it looks like the backline problems are going to take this game.
Wow, yeah, real back and forth there for a while. I think that it's just, yeah, a couple of small plays just ends up not going in the favor of the Young and the Reckless, and it just, you know, it just goes, that's the way the cookie crumbles. Yeah, Reckless on this Bastion, it was just brutal throughout the entire game. Yeah, that was quite the nail biter right out to the very end. I really wanted Reckless's Bastion when he got popped up top there to be able to take out the whole team, just because how cool would that have been? Getting popped up right onto the little ledge just to be able to survive a little bit longer.
Overwatch is just full of those charming little moments you never expect to see a flying Bastion, but today here on Olderwatch Discord Twitch, that's what you saw. Now that win for Backline Problems does tie it up. So whoever wins this next game will be moving through the upper bracket, and the loser will have to fight for their place in this tournament in sudden death lower bracket.
I mean, at this point, it is really just anybody's game. Both teams showing some great abilities, and it just, you know, it's gonna be a real nail biter. And oh, it looks like they're going to King's Row, I believe.
Absolutely. Nail biter indeed, because this is the games between seed number 2 and seed number 3. What that means is that these close games will most likely continue as both teams show why they are deserving of those high ranks. We are going to go to King's Row, a very classic Overwatch map. It is going to be a hybrid map, so that first choke is going to be a little difficult to overcome. You know, a lot of teams get caught up in that classic fence, hole in the fence scenario where they can only pop up from one position. So let's just hope that whoever the attacker's team is, that they figure out how to get around and through this choke to get that first point.
Yeah, and you know, with Foxy's affinity to Reinhardt, I'm interested to see whether or not, and Reinhardt being such a favored on King's Row, I'm interested to see whether or not any of those bans are gonna come through to, you know, affect Foxy in that way.
Yeah, Foxy was able to, despite a counter matchup, still be able to control Spence in those team fights. Especially that last little point there, as soon as he saw the Ravacha activate Annihilation, he had a light turn off in his mind saying, we've got to pin him right now and stop all of this aggression, all of this damage coming onto my team. And that's exactly what happened. He recognized when his enemy was strong and was able to take them out accordingly. Foxy is definitely going to excel on this map here, so it's very interesting to see if Young and Reckless has an answer to the incredibly stalwart frontline of Backline Problems.
Well, I feel like we're being stream sniped because the bans came through of Reinhardt and Bastion, so both of the teams recognizing the other's strengths, and this is where it all comes down to, and it makes sense to just go after really targeted bans.
Yeah, those targeted bans will probably not affect Reckless, though. He is a very proficient Ashe player as well. King's Row, again, a very classic sniper map, a lot of long sight lines, so heroes such like Ashe, Zenyatta, or Widow are going to be very strong. Hanzo as well, and Ana is played very often on this map, so it'll be very interesting to see if either team picks those heroes so they can utilize them to the best of their ability.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what, especially Backline Problems. We see Foxy having that affinity to the Reinhardt, so I'm interested to see how they're going to adjust into this different direction that they're being forced into. But this is a classic Overwatch map. King's Row, everybody loves it, even though is it the best design map? Who's to say?
Well, I know one thing for sure is that I am very vocal about not liking this map. But that's just me. This map has been played for thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of hours by Overwatch players worldwide. Very iconic. So many high-ranking OWCS matches held on this very map, and we are going to see, perhaps a little less of that caliber, if I may toot our own horn. Coordinated play is going to be a lot harder than ranked, so I'm excited to see what Suspense on the Orisa and Genetics on the Domina are able to cook up for us.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Backline Problems is going for that classic dive situation, but against an Orisa, Torb, and Brig, I'm not sure how well it'll work out, but we shall see.
Asylum already going off on an aggressive start, dashing into the Mei, forcing the ice block and the wall out. Deflect down on the Genji, though, as red team makes their way forward. Panic just taking so much damage, though. It looks like blue team is going to be forced back into the back of the objective here. Big Mei wall separating the two teams, allowing red team to push forward. Already kind of on the back step here. They're just so close to each other. Reckless being forced into that ice block once again as Casey rises above the battlefield. Another Mei wall here, but unfortunately it's to their own back, so they're Reckless getting picked up by the Genji. Another usual counter matchup, but in the Genji's favor this time. Genetics being forced to clean up the Genji as the blue team takes control of the objective again.
Yeah, see, I mean, it looks like Young and Reckless did the right thing, just backing up, holding that corner of the point, knowing that you have both the Orisa, Domina, and Mei wall just to be able to hold it. It's the best way to deal with a situation like this.
Yeah, but Backline Problems has no qualms about taking the free space that is offered to them by Young and Reckless. We are waiting on this big tire, though, but not finding anyone because Ice Block just makes her invulnerable. Dragon Blade now being activated. Opticon missing all targets, but same thing with the Dragon Blade, just ineffective now. Genetics being pushed back and eliminated.
Yeah, I mean, that was some, Unfortunate that the blade didn't work out. Oh, great pull.
Huge ultimates being used, but Suspense is lifted into the air, making his ult ineffective. Now we have a tree of life, ensuring that Backline Problems continues to live as they push this place forward. There's just so many people in such close proximity. A Maywall fails to stop the rampage that is going on to the backline of Young and Reckless, and the last member falls as Backline Problems takes this point.
Yeah, that was great from Backline Problems, just being able to inch by inch take away the point. Yes, they were using their ultimates and they were maybe not getting the kills, but just causing Young and Reckless to back up was enough to just be able to secure percentage by percentage each second.
Yeah, Young and the Reckless having great ideas to focus in on that Genji during Dragon Blade, ensuring that he's not able to get any value out of that ultimate.
Oh, an early D-Mech. Where is this even going? Oh, she's in there.
Backline Problems now just continuing to push the payload forward, heading into this S turn here. A lot of corners available, but Young and Reckless now very tough positioning. They just basically completely eliminated Backline Problems through the chaos of this S turn.
I think that Foxxy getting D-Mech'd there and then Backline Problems going in to try to rescue out their diva was ended up being a little costly. But another early pick. Good.
We're swapping over now onto that diva, that bomb available, but Suspense now getting eliminated, just running into the entirety of the team. Just, I think, a necessary sacrifice. Just dying on the point is sometimes all you can do. Kiriko Rush being activated, aggression on this corner is going to be very important here. Panopticon hitting multiple targets of Backline Problems. We're being lifted up into the air, but that damage is going to come out, forcing Backline Problems to retreat quite a bit. We have a lot of damage just coming back out now. It looks like Young and Reckless are pushing forward.
Yeah, it looks like the Backline Problems is just having a little problem with the rest of their team being able to get to where their tanks are, and getting little picks out like that is just going to really hold them back from being able to take this point.
Yeah, I really want to see the defending team take advantage of the high ground as well as the different angles available. Blizzard being activated inside of the Mizuki ult, but really finding no victims here as both teams back and forth. A huge card just stopped by the Mei wall, but not before it picks up two. Suspense using Terra Surge in the air though, not really able to find too many targets as he's in the air, but still being able to live throughout it. Genji now being pulled back to safety by Tacy. Say that one 5 times fast.
I feel bad for Suspense, also for what's about to happen to them, but the fact that they can't land an ult without getting picked up by the Life Weaver, it must be very frustrating.
Another tire is invested to make sure that Spence is not available for this upcoming fight. Less than 1 minute now left on the clock, and Opticon being activated, Tree of Life as well being erected so that they can live throughout this engagement, doing just a lot of healing per second, every pulse, as well as over health. But Reckless is slowly getting whittled down into nothing.
This seems to be going into the favor of the Backline Problems. See if they can solidify this. Oh.
Kitsune Rush now being activated to try and establish a footing for the team, though. Mizuki ult as well, just eating up so much damage. Red team is so healthy as the last few members of blue team are getting singled out. Blizzard now being activated on the point, going to freeze a few people surely. It's kind of strange that that didn't happen, but a huge Terra Surge by Spence, catching 4 or 5 members, but it's just not enough. What last second stall, but unfortunately is
That's
the enemy
unfortunate,
team
yeah.
wins that point.
That was a great blizzard, but just with the ability of Orisa being able to just stay on the point, it wasn't enough to be able to actually get them off and really capitalize on it. Another tire
Just wait.
coming out.
Yep, just
Waiting for
a
the
lot of
moment.
patience on that tire, just really pushing back and zoning the enemy team from being able to push forward. Young and Reckless having to be a little, patient and waiting that tire out. Really good patience on their part, as well as ingenuity on the Junkrat player, though. We are having a bit of a skirmish. Now Panopticon hitting multiple members of the red team. Too much damage coming out onto Panda, now having to get grabbed back through the molten core. Xylem getting taken out, and same thing with Panda. Just these collateral damages are a little too much. There's only 30 seconds left on the clock.
You know, I like suspense over on this Diva. I think they were getting annoyed at the fact that their Orisa just kept getting lifted by the Life Weaver, but now being able to control that high ground in a position like this is very important.
Very, very crucial pick onto Foxxy there. Big rampage plowing through so many members. So much damage. These kills are just in front of him, but can he get it? He can't. There are just too many blue bodies on this point right now. Not enough red. It looks like we are also going to use Override Protocol to ensure that nobody even gets close. Huge terrorist surge, but no one to help the Orisa out. It looks like Young and Reckless are successfully able to defend this.
I want to shout out Bone Apple Tea's Torbjorn there, just with the turret being able to put pressure onto the high ground, stopping Genji from being able to actually take that position and hold it was really crucial. Just even before that last fight started, Torbjorn's turret just was able to take out the Genji, stopping them in their tracks. But,
Alright,
that was
folks,
that was a great push. Yeah, sorry, go on.
The attackers are now going to become the defenders here. We're going to see a reverse situation happening. We'll see if, they're as good on offense as they are on defense.
Getting another Domina out from Genetics, which has been looking pretty good so far, I gotta say. I haven't played a whole lot of Domina, them being a moderately new character. But Genetics has been really showing their ability to, use this laser lady.
And that is definitely what she does. She wants to just stand in front and absorb so much damage into those shields. A segmented shield, unlike any other shield that we've yet to see in Overwatch here. Each segment does have about 225 damage, so it just takes so much resources to pour into that shield.
Alright, similar comps coming from both teams. Well, at least the tank lineup. Everything else is different.
I definitely agree that both teams seem to realize that this is going to be a down and dirty fight. A lot of scrappiness, a lot of close quarters. So every team has decided to pick, heroes that excel in those conditions. We have the Mizuki coming out, a very mid to close range support character, able to do a lot of damage. As you saw there, keeping his team up with that aura. Now the last few members of Young and Reckless are going to be pushed back.
Yeah, that was a great defense from the Backline Problems there. Just knowing when to retreat is crucial in a situation like this.
Yeah, access to their spawn room being so close means that they can experiment a little bit, probing the enemy team here and just seeing what works and what doesn't, especially when you have a couple swaps.
Oh, Foxy's Diva on the outskirts over here.
Tacy getting taken out first, though, so this might be the first brick that falls in the defense of Backline Problems. Panda in a bit of a sticky situation, trying to make his way back to the team, but being pushed around by the other Domina. Looks like Young and Reckless are going to be able to take this first point very easily.
Yep, I think that was just one of those situations, you see the opportunity, you see the enemy team getting a little low, and you push, but that push is just a little too costly. They got the Young and Reckless got that pick, and then we're able to snowball out from there.
Yeah, starting with almost 5 minutes here, a lot of time to negotiate this S turn here. Panopticon hitting 2 members of Backline Problems. Xylem, unfortunately, having to lose his life for that. We are going to use Lessons in retaliation, though, just to keep her team up. Very good idea, but it looks like the tempo of the battle might be shifting a little bit. Backline Problems being forced back now. Suspense with the Nano going into the backline, but losing his own life as a result. Having to remake here. Oh, so close. He almost didn't get that remake. That few frames of invincibility allowed him to get back into that suit.
Yeah, see, this was problem with line for the Backline Problems, because that entire time the cart was not contested. They were just pushing it out the entire way, and even using ults and everything, not able to ever touch that cart is unfortunate.
Yeah, Young and Reckless looking very, very good on time here as Molten Core being activated all over the point. Spence and Genetics being forced out here. We are going to probably see another... Nope, he doesn't have remix, so he has no choice but to fall. The rest of his team wisely makes a decision to make a full retreat. No tanks means that they are exposed. So will Backline Problems be able to catch? So they will! And Reckless as well. They pay so heavily for their retreat that they have to retreat once again.
All right, well, this is really good news for Backline Problems, stopping that objective right at that crucial juncture of just about to capture it. It's now going to be a much longer walk for the Young and the Reckless to get back, and it's really up to Backline Problems to hold it.
Yeah, Young and Reckless, speaking of going for walks, do choose the scenic back route, though. A little bit of a different idea. It looks like Backline Problems is ready for them, though, but they've swapped their route once again. Google Maps is taking them the most optimal way. Panopticon hitting so many members. 2 members of Young and the Reckless already fall, as well as Bone Apple T trying his best to death blossom in the back, but the only death he gets is his own. But now Tasty with that Coalescence trying to keep their team up. Singular Panopticon on that Moira allows for a nanoed Domina to just completely delete the team. Now this poor little Torbjorn is being hunted. Let's see if he's able to juke out the Domina, but unfortunately not able to.
Honestly, yeah, that was a great, one of the many benefits of having the Mercy on your team. Even though Genetics went down early in that fight, just getting the res off and then being able to push back in with a nano completely flipped the entire route of it.
Multiple members of Backline Problems are now going to fall, though. A bit of a backstep for them, having to use their Mizuki ult defensively to heal up and save their life. Now swapping to the Ramatra, maybe taking a little bit of Cage from Suspense's book. A lot of damage back and forth. It looks like Young and the Reckless are going to get forced back here. Very, very good signs for Backline Problems. They need to continuously stop their advance because they have no access to overtime.
Yeah, you know, at this point, it's really up to the Young and the Reckless just to be able to build up those ultimates. And if you can just, you know, you have 2.5 minutes, build up your ultimates, you can ult dump into a fight. You just have to push it past this corner. It is very doable for them.
Yes, and every second that they're not on the point, the payload is being pushed back. Now this corner being hotly contested. Annihilation being activated early, seeing the opportunity. 35 damage per second, going to do just a devastating amount of damage to Suspense here. Rest of the Young and Reckless team being forced back into their spawn here. A lot of posturing up by Backline Problems. You'll love to see it. They're saying, you know, we may not have access to overtime, but we're certainly not out of this fight.
Yeah, well, you know, it's really, with most of their ults up, it's going to be up to Young and the Reckless to be able to play them off, get this last little push,
Huge Diva Bomb being activated. It finds a Mizuki. That's enough to kill Silem as well. Now there's a huge advantage for Young of the Reckless. Bob is here. Will he save the day, though? He is being defense matrixed and shielded, so unfortunately he can only buy a few seconds. There's just a singular Moira here now, unable to really do anything but retreat, taking so much damage. That little ball in the area, though, is able to heal everybody up. Genetics now a lot of trouble. We're using Mizuki ult as our last stand here. Basically a defense matrix for the entire team that stands inside.
And looks like the Young and the Reckless have their opportunity here if they can get this pick on Foxxy. Oh, nope, he's able to get back. Oh, suspense.
The tank duel is a little petered out as Suspense is unfortunately focused on huge energy bolts to doing so much chip damage and a purple as well onto members of Backline Problems, but Mercy is very weak. She has to hide. Reckless now taking just too much damage as the Mercy goes down. Oh my goodness. Could Backline Problems have won?
I think that, yeah, Backline Problems is going to come out on top here. There's only 8 seconds left, and just with the Reaper for a touch, maybe?
Bone Apple T is so low. He teleports in as a desperate last attempt, but it's not enough. Backline Problems wins this game.
That was a great hold from Backline Problems in the end. Just being able to control that corner even after losing the fight and then being able to just get that touch was great.
Time for a thunderstorm.
Seeing a lot of Junker Queen play of the games today.
Alrighty, folks, with that win, Backline Problems will win the set. They will move on through the upper bracket. So far, undefeated.
I've been searching all my red cheek days for something good to turn and come my way. 'Cause I move too fast, I make a mess of things. Search the dark, looking for some lightning. So hand me at the bayou. Just let me know when you're through. Hand me at the bayou. Let me know when you're through. I search for something gone unchanged by time. I found it marking
compares to the colors in your head, the stories on your chest, the memories instead. Calendars are flicking by, oh so fast. We've been searching for something bigger than this picture
And we're back from break. I hope everyone got to stretch their legs, maybe go outside, see the sun a little bit, because I know we haven't.
Oh no, what's that? The sun? Never heard of it.
Yeah, I heard it hurts you, so I stay away from it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we're back. We're going to be jumping into our 4:30 fourth round winners bracket game between C95 and Backline Problems. But first, one thing we wanted to sort of get out of the way, on your screen, you should be seeing our total bracket. And we've had some eliminations, Darth. Some of them are no longer with us in this tournament. Thank you guys so much for playing with us and allowing us to host this tournament for you. So we have lost Half Hog. They fell to Team 4 in the third losers bracket. We also lost Age Confused by Half Hog as well. Limping Legends, they had been taken out by Knees Weak, and Good Kitties taken out by them. At 4:30 as well, there would be some losers brackets happening as well. Young and the Reckless, Team 4, Knees Weak, and the Excel. So we'll keep you updated as soon as we got all that information. But for now, let's start. Let's see where we're at for this game between C95 and Backline Problems. Okay, looks like we're getting some bands and a map.
Oh. So I wanted to shout this out. C95 is such a great
Isn't
team name.
At first I didn't really get it. I was like, C95, like what the? Oh God, it took me a little bit.
Yeah. So they're my favorites. I'm going in as a completely biased caster. I'm gonna just be throwing it all towards C95.
Okay, that's your heavy bet, or is the
that's
Kalshi
where I'm
bets?
So either I'll be jinxing them now, or just be the reason that they won. Either way, I'm taking credit.
Yeah, either you're a prophet or like you're a doomsayer. That's there's no other choice. But we do know we're going to Lijiang Tower yet again.
Classic.
I think 3 of 4 of the games we played today all had Lijiang Tower in it, which is really exciting. Okay, let's take a look. They're still trying to figure out the bands. Backline Problems. Yeah, they took out Young and the Reckless, and you guys were casting that. That was a really, really intense game. That final point on King's Row was so very close.
Yeah, it was very close, and Young and the Reckless had a lot of time going into that last point, but Problems was just able to hold that corner so well. And yeah, I mean, that's just kind of how it goes sometimes,
It do be that way, Yugi.
It be do that down do be do.
Absolutely. Okay, we got our first ban, which is Emery. Okay, let's see how that plays out. A lot of DPS. I think that last game that we saw in King's Row was one of the only games that had like a few tank bans as well, right? That Zarya pick too on Genetics was, I think, a big one. He's a bit. I played with Genetics many times. Phenomenal player, great person. He's just so sweet and helpful. But he is a phenomenal Zarya player. So I think that was a big detriment to them.
Yeah, they also banned out Foxy's Reinhardt on King's Row.
Oh, that sounds like sacrilege. Honestly.
I know, right? How do you play King's Row and not have a Reinhardt on?
I know. It's the world we live in, I suppose, as they say. Okay. Looks like our second ban is going to be D.Va.
Okay. Yeah, good ban for Lijiang Tower. D.Va's very strong, so getting them out of the way right up front is, it's a good way to handle it. We did see Backline Problems just play that, they just played Lijiang Tower and were able to, they didn't take out, I think they lost the Lijiang Tower if I'm remembering correctly. So we'll see if they're going to be able to take it back this time around.
Yeah, it really depends on all those picks, right? Or those bans, rather. I mean, we'll see what it really comes down to. C95 though, C9-5 doing really well in this tournament so far. Not yet taken out to the losers bracket, so I can't remember off the top of my head what their seeding was, but it's got to be pretty high. Okay, Never mind my rambling. We are heading to Lijiang Tower. I should learn how to pronounce these things. I said both of them different. Anyways, here we go.
I think you're doing great.
Oh, thanks, man. My voice is already gone, so I, you know.
Oh, yeah.
as it be, as it be.
As it do. As it be, as it do. Alright, we're going to Control Center first. It's going to be very good for those brawly... I mean, 6v6, you want those, like, brawly type comps, and Control Tower... Control Center? Control Center, right? I think? Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, Control Center is the way. It looks like Backline Problems is going with the same comp that they went with the last time. The last time they did this, which is Panda on that Hog and Foxxy on Rhine.
Yeah, Panda on that Hog was just so impactful. Also on their Lijiang map, like just being able to pull someone into that is really, really strong. But I do think we got to worry about this Big Spoon.
Oh yeah.
You know, their Pharah was just so impactful. But here we go. Foxxy back onto that Reinhardt as well. So aggressive, so dominant in that space. As we all meet up onto the first point.
Oh, Foxxy going hard outside.
Oh,
that's
the
so
boop!
risky.
Oh, dude, Big Spoon did not see that coming. The boop from Big Spoon onto Foxxy. Oh, but now the focus fire is coming in. That Mercy Pocket is doing the Lord's work. Oh, lots of action already happening. Lots of excitement. Let's see. Oh my goodness, Panda just gets away with the skin of their teeth. And that poor Tinkaton getting taken out eventually as well. Yeah, pure chaos on this first point. But it's looking like C9-5 is going to take the opening points here.
I mean, yeah, as a Pharah main myself, seeing the Reinhardt go out into the into a boopable area, that's...
I'm pretty sure I can hear your mouth salivating just at the side of that,
Spicy
right?
meatball, I love it.
All right, Backline Problems making their way back downtown here. Well, it's not quite downtown, but you gotta get the point. This Genji of Asylum trying to get a little bit of a pick. Tinkaton does taking out Foxxy on the main ropes over there into the back, but a little solo Zen adventure by Step and Razor. He will not last very long as he gets taken out by Mewing. And Asylum also being taken out. The res coming out from the Mercy will get Wilsack. That double extra healing is going to be vital for them to keep this point alive, and it is theirs now.
Yeah, it feels like Backline Problems are going to split themselves up, trying to take out the individual fights. Oof. And then an early pick onto Panda. He got booped forward by Big Spoon.
Yeah, Big Spoon so good with the boops, knows in how to manipulate those people to get them where they want them, so they can take advantage of it for sure. But the ults are coming up.
We have a switch over to Cassidy to help deal with that pharmacy a little bit.
Yeah, we got Cass on the high ground. Will he take out Big Spoon? It's so close. Panda taking out Wilsack. They're going to be down one of the healers as well as Tinkaton. Mewing does get revenge on their fallen comrades, but here comes the Genji Blade. Will it find anyone? It doesn't really, but it is looking in the favor of Backline Problems at the moment.
Yeah, oh, jeez.
Holy cow, dude.
All right, Foxxy going for that that shatter.
Yeah, Tinkaton, unfortunately, will fall pretty early as they tried to regroup, and the Moira Coalescence as well is coming. Here comes the High Noon. Will it find anyone? Maybe that little tiny Moira? Yeah, Wilsack, unfortunately, succumbs to the wounds of the bullets of Cassidy.
I think this is kind of what you need to do as Backline Problems. You need to be aggressive and really push into them with your full force. Don't let them start taking those angles out on you.
Yeah, Big Spoon here looking for a little bit of an off angle. As here comes the freeze from May. The globe is coming in. Will they find it? Here comes maybe the barrage. There it is. The Genji Reflect, though, will help defeat Big Spoon. Mewing does take out Commando, which was the recipient of that. And only 2 left on point, 2 healers. Oh, the poor Zen. Poor Zen getting so cold.
Oh, I get the kick off him.
Dude, that kick is so funny. I love it. And a bit of cleanup crew here from C9 to 5.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be this last push for Backline Problems now. Let's see if they're going to be able to touch it. Are they doing a weird little flankerino up top here?
Did we have the flankerino? Oh, is that a Ryan flanker? Yeah, oh yeah, he's charging in. He almost got
Oh!
him. He almost got him. That would have been so exciting. But he's really the only one left on point. The supporting Cassie is coming. Here comes the trance, almost blocked off by that May wall. It keeps on going, keeps the team alive. Here comes the big purple whirlwind of the Junker Queen. But that's going to be it as Big Spoon taking out Foxxy in the rest of the fight. The res coming out from the Mercy. Well done. As Big Spoon does get taken out eventually. And oh, this Junker Queen just wants a piece of this Roadhog. Panda trying to survive, does get taken out. And that is going to be it as C9-5 take the first point here on Li Zhang.
Yeah, it seems like Backline Problems is going to have to try to deal with this pharmacy as much as possible because they are just controlling the skies right now.
Yeah, and I always find that pharmacy is, Pharah especially is like, can be so tricky to play against. Like, if you just have a little bit of focus fire onto the people trying to kill Pharah, it's so hard. If they know how to space themselves in the sky, that's really tricky. And then on top of it, they're getting healed, right? So,
And
what do
Li
you
Zhang Tower
do?
is especially good for just hitting out those little angles with the rockets going down lanes. It is a dream for me. I love Pharah.
Dream. Yeah, big heals as well coming from DX4, keeping that Pharah of Big Spoon alive, just feeding those bullets into him. Okay, double shield
I do
coming
like
here
their,
from Backline.
Yeah,
as well.
dominant switch.
Okay, Backline Problems setting up a bit of a bunker here as Big Spoon gets the first pick onto one of his assailants of Xylem rather. And he gets another one. There it goes. And a third one, a 3K. Can he finish the job? Oh, this poor Reinhardt of Foxxy unfortunately does get taken out. And it looks like C9-5 is going to be taking it the first point here.
I think the May is causing some problems for Backline Problems. Right now, just as soon as the tanks are moving forward, they're getting booped in by Pharah and then walled off by the May, and then their backline can't really get to where the tanks are.
Oh my goodness.
As we see.
What a pick. What a great separation by that May wall to really pounce on that target. But they got to push anyways. Or they're deciding to anyways. They might be down a man, but that's not going to stop them. Oh, Big Spoon.
I think that'll stop them.
That'll definitely stop them.
Yeah.
But they're maintaining that pressure right here on the point. They're looking for picks. They got to get it going as Big Spoon using that barrage, taking out Sweet Ecstasy. Okay, Backline. Looks like it's paying off for them as they're getting the picks. Yeah. 2 tanks left on point here, though.
Oh, there was one.
My goodness. Yeah, looks like Backline Problems have no problem no longer as they have taken back the point. Looks like 50% for C9-5.
Yeah, I mean, I would have expected them to peel back after losing 2 on the push, but they were able to get into that back line, force out the Pharah barrage, and it really worked out for them.
Yeah, double hit scan from, we got the Soldier and the Cassidy. It's a lot of pressure coming in on that Pharah of Big Spoon. Here comes the glorious Wings of Mercy as they heal their allies, just trying to push into the point. They start making their way in as the fight continues on. Tanks are trying to keep their health alive, but Mewing taking out Panda. Here comes the High Noon. Will it find anyone? The sights as well. Not enough. Big Spoon taking out 2 and Mewing taking out Xylem. Just a great sense of patience and presence here by C9-5.
Yeah, and Backline Problems using both of their DPS ults, but able to get a couple of ults out of C9-5 as well.
Yeah, Mewing being so aggressive on this Junker Queen because like it feels like they can really exploit, Panda's pick on Domina. Let's see what happens. Can Backline get back in here? Here comes a barrage in the back, taking out Xylem, but does get Domina ult as well. The beat drops as Backline Problems makes their way in. The Terror Search coming in. Won't really find anyone. Does a bunch of damage. Erica just barely staying alive. Eventually succumbs to the orbs of the Moira of Ecstasy. Looks like they'll be able to take this point back. I'm so sorry, IKEA Erica.
Yeah, that was some good stuff. Like the barrage, taking out your opposing Cassidy up there then ended up forcing both of the support ults out from Backline Problems, and they just went with it and used that momentum to just force their way onto that point.
Absolutely. Some ults coming online. Let's see what we can do. We got a Terra Surge on the side of C9-5. But they don't need an res. Oh, I take that back. That res is coming in from the Mercy. Here comes Domina's ult. The Pentagon-tical or whatever it is.
Yeah, hexagon.
Hexadecimal. Fight continues on. It trades on either side, but Backline looking like they are the victors in this. Tinkaton, one of the last members alive. No healers available as Commander Mo taking out Tinkaton. Barrage, excuse me? Last ditch barrage.
Very scrappy.
Very, very scrappy fight indeed. Here comes the Coalescence just finishing up for Wilsack. Will they be able to stay alive? Mewing does, in fact, become the savior, taking out Panda with all of that action. Junker Queen with the ultimate coming in, dashing through, making all of these people purple. Purple motorcycle. That's not the rhyme, but we you know what, we'll go for it. They're gonna
purple motorcycle.
I don't know. It's been one of those days, ladies and gentlemen. A big axe to the face by Mewing. Looks like they'll be able to stick with it. Let's see. Only one left. Wilsack taking out his contemporary in Sweet Ecstasy, and wow, the beat being dropped, but it won't be enough. Here comes the freeze as well, and that is gonna be it onto this match here in Lijiang.
Yeah, I mean that was a great from the barrage from Big Spoon into Wilsack's Coalescence there. Big Spoon had done enough damage just to be able to get that Coalescence to really push it over the edge. Look at this fire play.
I'd love to see it. Oh. Well, you can't catch everything on stream, but that was a great highlight to digest for sure. Okay, we are going to be going back into the lobby. We'll figure out what's going to happen next. Erica, I'm so sorry I called you IKEA. Your name was very small and tiny.
Yeah, no, I mean, that was just some really just great control from C9-5. And the pharmacies just can be such a big issue, especially with the Diva ban, because not everybody knows it, but one of the biggest counter to Pharah, in my opinion, is Diva. More so than hit scan.
Yeah, that negation of, with that defense matrix is so powerful and potent. And then you could just go see her house, just go upstairs and see her. It's like, oh, yeah, what's up? And
just
then
say hello.
Just say hello. And then, when they barrage, you just run into them. You don't even need your defense matrix.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Sacrifice a mech for a barrage? Who wouldn't need that? Who wouldn't like that? Everybody likes that.
Everyone likes that. Everyone liked that, as the meme goes.
Yeah. But, Backline Problems put up a really good fight for that, and we're going to see what the next map is going to be, and whether or not they're going to be able to wrestle control out from C9-5.
Darth, is your house on fire?
It might be. I haven't looked behind me in a while, but it is very possible.
My daughter the other day was like, she saw a fire truck with the lights on going into our neighborhood. She's like, oh, Daddy, is it going to our house? I'm like, God, I hope not.
I hope not. That would be bad.
Okay, looks like we got a Atlas, Aaron for our Flashpoint map, or second map here. I'm just waiting for some bans.
Seems as though we have some favorite game modes, because I'm pretty sure we're really only seeing it going from Control to Flashpoint, and then King's Row.
At least on stream for sure. We'll have to check the stats in the back and see what else has been played. But yeah, more Flashpoint than I expected.
I know. No 2CP.
No 2CP. Okay, first ban is Mercy. Okay, all right, they've been thinking about it. Yeah, chat's talking about IKEA right now, and they're not wrong, man. I just built a bunch of it, and I'm pretty happy with it.
What'd you build?
I built a desk and a futon.
Ooh.
They're like, oh, recommended 2 people, and I was like, I don't think so, man, not for me.
And I
Okay,
remember I
and
was actually
Genji.
I was on a call with you while you were building that
That's
desk. and
that's
you were
right. You
struggling.
were. I was struggling, but you know, I was trying to do 2 things at the same time. Anyways, okay, let's get into it. Casters are
Genji.
ready. Genji.
Our
is
second
this-
band was Genji, yeah.
That's right. Okay. Okay, Backline Problems on the back ropes as we head into A Atlas.
A8
A
Atlas.
Atlas.
Or
It's just
A8 Tlis.
A Atlas. I don't know. I feel like I'm trying to pronounce words like my daughter. I'm like, you want to do it this way? She's like, no, I'm going to pronounce it my way. I'm like, good on you, girl.
Yeah.
Don't listen to the man.
Independent.
Actually, listen to me. Listen to me. All right.
Here we go to Atlas.
IKEA Erica messing with us. Let's see what the like we did the May. We did the Torb. Oh, we'll see. But we did see Big Spoon, I believe, on the Bastion, I believe.
Oh yeah. Bastion has been pretty popular so far. Also, I just looked at this. What is this, some sort of hyper lane map? Is this some sort of like weird train system map? I didn't even realize what this was.
One of those future cities that,
Yeah.
that Google makes.
All right.
yes.
Well, ooh, we're seeing a jetpack cat. So we might get.
Oh, are we
that,
gonna get some shenanigans?
Yep. Some flying Bastion bombarding people from the skies.
You know, it helps with the camera too because they can get really cool vantage points.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right, both
Got it.
teams heading in there, heading to this like a mall or something.
No,
This is the-
it's like
this is the train-
arrivals and departure
Okay,
building.
right. All right, Backline Problems pushing in onto the side of C9, but here comes the Maywall separating out the tank of Foxy. Does take out IKEA Erica, but will fall to Mewing's Junker Queen. And 1-for-1 here as the trades keep on going. But DX4, wow, a lot of pressure with that here. With Bastion, those bullets hurt as he does take out Step and Razor. Looking pretty good here for C9 to 5. Oh, that's a big sleep onto that.
Yeah,
Cassidy.
I mean that, like, you know, blocking off that tank with the Maywall seems to be working out for them. They were able to, you know, Foxy took somebody out with them, but still losing a tank over a DPS.
Yeah, Remet coming in onto the Diva. But the fight continues on at Arrivals. Guys, don't fight here. It's not good. Won't be able to get anyone out, in or out. Oh, Foxy does fall eventually to Tinkaton. Here comes the Bastion ult, finding the healer of Sweet Ecstasy. Kills on each side, but I believe it's going in the favor of C9 to 5. This poor little Lucio, Step and Razor, trying to survive here. Trying to maybe try to escape. Gets stuck on a bit of geometry.
Oh.
And here comes the flip back.
Yeah, I mean, during the fight, we're able to flip. Backline Problems was able to flip, get a little bit of a percentage going, but not enough.
Yeah, ult's coming online for both teams. Here comes the hammer from Foxy, but instantly deleted the Junker Queen ult, and as well the beat dropping, but it's not going to be enough. Step and Razor got real low, but they're sitting on the point, hoping to get it by here. The Cassidy of Xylem with the High Noon does find the D-Mech on Tinkaton, but Big Spoon getting the double K right there.
I was just laughing at the jetpack cat lifting Lucio up just right in front of the Bastion, just waiting for him to take out the Lucio.
Yeah, Foxy as well, just being so swarmed by everyone, right? Whether it's the Mei, whether it's the Junker Queen, you know, really they're focusing Foxxy pretty hard in this on this map right now. So first point going here to C9 to 5.
I will say C9 to 5 is really good at being able to give up the point to win the fight.
Yeah,
It's
they
like,
know when
doesn't
to
matter
back
if
it
they're
out,
getting
right?
some percentage. Yeah, they need to be able to get there and win the actual fight.
Yeah, a few switches here coming from Backline Problems as Foxxy swapped over to the Orisa, gets a big old purple on them. Picks coming either way. Big Spoon does take out Sweet Ecstasy, but Foxxy falls eventually. Commander Mo trying to get some damage in. High Noon coming from Xylem. Will it find
Oh, the
anyone?
wall is just a little too short.
Yeah, oh no. Unfortunately, nothing can come of it. They're trying to take the point. Mewing finding another 2. Just a healer and a DPS right onto the map. I think they can walk in, I'm sure. Oh, that's a big D-Mech.
Yeah, very good D-Mech.
Oh, just missed the axe. Almost had the axe. Oh, poor Foxy stuck in the ice, stuck in the tunnel. Big Spoon feeling a little low, but Xylem is still alive up there.
For long.
Not for long. Little kitty cat scratch, but Backline doing a really good job. I thought they totally lost this point, but they are going to flip it back into their favor.
Yeah, I mean, that was another one of those examples that we're saying where they were okay to take the fight to, or lose the point to win the fight, but in this case, it didn't work out in their favor.
Yeah, leaving that Cassidy up on the high ground there was, it was tough. It was tough to get it, but we got an Ashe as well coming in for Commander Mo instead of the Soul Driver. Woo, Mewing getting a little low. Into the drink.
Mutually assured destruction.
Here comes the snow globe onto the point. Foxy getting beaten down and purpled. And it looks like, I think, oh, Commander Mo getting some points here. A D-Mech onto Tinkaton. Are they gonna?
Yeah.
I think they're gonna do it here.
Take it, yeah. Honestly, yeah, having that Ashe up on that high ground was really beneficial, and unfortunately, it ended up being Mewing on the JQ going for them rather than Tinkaton on Diva, and just wasn't able to close the ground fast enough to really stop them.
Foxy with a great javelin to send Mewing into the drink. That's our opportunity to get right in there as the cameraman decides to focus onto the fight and the players in it. And Big Spoon will be taken out as well. Without that that pressure from the Pharah, you can really tell how much the team is struggling with their dynamic.
Yeah. But it looks like they're going to be able to. It looks like C9 to 5 is currently up in this fight, getting an early pick, and a Bastion ult.
Yeah,
to
that's
take this
pretty
round.
good. Oh. Commander Mo barely getting out of that one alive. Does have that Bob. Gonna send the +1 to the wedding to the point as the fight continues on. That's a purple cat. Eventually does get deleted. Foxy just fighting in this corner. Does get the D-Mech alive, but has to fight a Junker Queen and a Baby Diva. Does get the Baby Diva. Here comes the Coalescence to keep them alive. The fight continues on. The Javelin spin and the headshot to finish it off. Foxy with a great fight with the help of their teammates will secure the point, and they're going to be at 60% here.
I think Big Spoon recognized how much that Ashe on the high ground is causing them problems. Tried to solo out them with Bastion, and they just scraped by getting Bob onto that point.
Oh no, Wilsack.
Racking up a couple kills.
Wilsack getting real low. That's really going to be a detriment to their next team fight, and I think that's going to be it here as right at the moment, they don't got a lot going on. Comes the Commander shout.
I get the touch at 99. Ooh, just.
Wow, what a purple dude! The trans comes, but there's a lot of purple guys on the enemy team. Mewing does find Foxy in the end with that poison globe. But the high ground here, great shots by Xylem as he's finding everything. What a cancel! Wow, what a shot. Unfortunately, he does get taken out. And C9 to 5 is going to switch over the point at 99%.
99%, but you know, they also still have, what is this, 2 ults that are still up for, or, yep, 3 ults now. Yeah, 3 ults just to be able to hold this. And there were some invested ults right at the end of that last fight too, which could be costly.
Yeah, Junker Queen, Mewing's Junker Queen just right in the fray of it all. trying to find it as the other team decides to roll in. Here comes a commanding shove to keep their team alive, give them a little bit of a speed boost, but Wilsack will get taken out by Commander Mo, rather. Foxy on the point, trying to get it. Here comes the Diva Bomb. Will not find anyone. Here comes the Dragons as well.
And they got the flip over too, so no longer C9 making any headway.
Yeah, they are going to be flipping it over for sure.
Yep, it looks like, yeah, another swap over. Yeah, I mean, Backline Problems is so good at being able to pad up onto the high ground, give their players up there just that advantage, holding it and just being able to stop the C9 from really being able to hold that space.
Yeah, that early pick onto Wilsack in the beginning of that fight didn't really help. All right, point is unlocked here. Ooh, a lot of early damage and an early pick onto Ticketon, but Big Spoon with that
throwback.
That is a throwback for sure. Oh dear, here comes the Junker Queen ultimate. Does find Big Spoon, but getting also really low. IKEA Erica, I'm so sorry for the nickname. It's stuck, and I can't get rid of it. Does get the final kill onto Panda.
Like C9 is going to be able to just take the point now. It was an unfortunate ult out from Panda. Just as they rushed forward, everybody seemed to have turned the corner, and they only were able to really land anything onto Big Spoon.
Second real low again. Oh, that's unfortunate. That's really going to be a detriment. So close to ultimate too. We got Dragons coming out. Will it find anyone? Junker Queen takes the majority of it, but they will survive it. Bob, the +1 to the point as well. He's going to be doing some heavy lifting. He's going to the all-inclusive bar as well, making sure he gets those points, and the point starts to flip. But the Diva Bomb on top, will it find anyone? It doesn't, except for the JK. No remake for them, as I'm saying it out loud.
Yeah, oh man, that early pick onto the Yana can really snowball it out.
Yeah, but lots of ults here for Backline. The Coalescence, big sleep, but onto Foxy, but it won't really amount to much. Yeah, watch out for Silem's High Noon as well. Just waiting for the right moment to strike.
Yeah.
Woo! Oh, that's tasty.
They're going low. They're getting low. Oh, another throwback.
Another throwback, another kill. Mewing taking out everyone. Picks are equal. Erica, though, taking out Foxy as the fight continues on. Diva the chase down onto this Ash. And eventually will take them down, but left their team for less.
Yeah, it's only 2 members of each team alive here, but one has a support. Oh, well, now 1-on-1, or 1-on-2. And it looks like C9 is going to be able to. Oh, I spoke too soon.
Yeah, they're already back. They're already back, but so.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, there you go. I was not expecting that. I thought they had the point for sure.
Kind of got a little aggressive and went off the point without flipping it.
All right, that looks like it's one apiece.
One apiece, yeah. Oh yeah, this is what I was laughing at.
Oh yeah.
Just, here you go. Here's this gift for you.
Where are you going, buddy?
Alright, well. That was a nail biter.
That was a nail biter. All right, well, we're tied one apiece. Let's see what the teams decide to do as I sip my mostly honey and peppermint tea. That's too much honey.
Too much honey, no such thing.
No, it's like too much sugar, right?
No.
Oh, okay. Great match, says Carl Sagan, bro. Yeah, that was a great match to watch.
Yeah, I think what you were saying with Big Spoon not having that like Farah, and also without being able to have the Mercy pocket, can really affect the way that you're able to kind of like play together as a team when you're built around a certain play style, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. I can't remember if you can repick bands. I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
But spacing them out, you know, if you know that somebody has like a particularly strong character like a Farah in their pocket, then maybe you space it out between banning Mercy one match, banning Farah the next.
Right. Ooh, look at that. Coliseum.
Mm-hmm.
We're getting all the odd maps.
Yeah. eh?
Hybrids, push, or payload, rather. Usually we see those ones, right?
Not so. I feel like not so much anymore. I think that like especially now that they've changed it in comp that you vote for the map. It's like pretty much what we're seeing in this tournament is what you see in competitive more often than not.
But Darth, Reddit tells me these are bad maps.
That's true. And Reddit is always 100% correct.
They are, for sure. Okay, looks like we got our two bans in, Junker Queen and Farah.
Yep.
So yeah, it turns out we can ban again, so take that into consideration, upcoming teams. Know your enemy, as it were.
Can we? No, nobody was banned again.
Farah was banned.
In the last batch, it was Mercy that was banned.
It was Mercy that was banned. I am a silly guy. I'm just a silly little goose. Sorry about that.
But yeah, like I said, it's a smart thing. If you know that you have a really good pharmacy, it's like taking turns, just banning one and then banning the next. It does affect the entire playstyle.
Excuse me. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
But we'll see how Big Spoon adjusts to this. I mean, if they can do the Mercy and pocket another DPS character like that, can once again swing in a direction, as they say.
Yeah, do they say that? Is that a thing?
Yep. Yeah. I saw it on Reddit.
Oh, and they're always right. Of course.
They're always right.
Of course. All right, let's get in here. 1-1, Coliseum, the push bot. You know what always made me sad about the push bot? They never came up with like a really funny name for him.
I think it has a name.
It has. It's got some sort of a name, but like the fact that we can't say it, I think kind of means, right? It's not like Bob. Bob's such a great name for a robot. Holy cow.
Yeah. No, but I think there was a name. I just can't remember offhand what it is. Mark, maybe? Say something? I'm looking at the bot now.
Oh, you're looking at the bot.
MS58KR. Mistaker? Faker. 5-8er? I don't know. Forget it. Forget the whole thing. Everybody shut down the whole tournament. Forget it.
Get rid of it. Yeah. Just end stream right now.
Yeah.
All right, that Ash is coming back at high pressure. The Genji for Asylum is back as well.
And it looks like DX4 is going to be sticking with the cat, the jetpack cat.
Yeah, I think they'll have a little bit more room to fly around here as well. You know, that Atlas was just, there's so much geometry in all the different areas to really navigate. So it's going to be really tough here. All right, teams are making their way to the center core. Mewing does get purpled. Here comes the big old charge by Foxy back onto their preferred hero of the Reinhardt, providing that pressure to all the teams. Erica finding sweet ecstasy in all of the chaos that is happening on this first point. Points going towards C9-5 as they take as they take the majority of the kills here.
Yeah, I think that they were playing this right. They're kind of just swarming around the what was their name? Backline Problems. Swarming around them, just taking all of those different angles. Whereas Backline Problems has to kind of like rush down main.
Yeah, the Ash of Commander Mo is like looking for that cat. Give me that cat, man.
Give me that cat.
All right, Backline Problems coming in hot here, hot and heavy, with Foxxy leading the way, getting the charge in, looking for something to kill, but everyone's just kind of going away from him. Yeah, C9 just kind of backing up and letting them come in and take that space. Charge coming in, does find Foxxy, taking them all, or tickets on all the way to the back. Will anything come of it? Bob coming into the point in the back. Big Spoon with that Bastion all does find him, and the point is gonna go. Asylum looking for someone, but Mewing to the rescue, taking out Asylum.
I think that that's the smart play from C9 is when they move, when Backline Problems moves in on the point, it's like, okay, you back up, get out of their way, let them swing their Rhine Hammer, and then just keep circling around them.
Yeah, you almost created like this collapse pressure onto them as they do. Here comes the hammer from Foxxy, but also the Mizuki ult to negate a lot of that damage. A nice little hold there by Mizuki onto the Reinhardt of Foxxy. But the points are going towards Backline as Panda taking out Wilsack, and that is going to be it. The DMAC or the remake from D.Va is in play, but it's not going to really count too much as they are now quickly exiting the vehicle and heading back home.
They got somebody at the exit though. Ewing was able to punch Stephen Razor in the face.
Oh, there we go. Love to see that. All right, C9 to 5 coming back into this. Deals coming to keep the team alive. Reinhardt and absolutely deleting Ticketon as they got caught in that tiny room just by the bridge, and Mewing leading the charge for their team, trying to get some more kills as Erica finding 2 into the back. Great job by them to keep their team into the fight. Another kidnapping coming in as Panda does find DX4, but it's not going to be enough as Asylum gets taken out by Big Spoon.
There was an actual flip in the lead there, so as long as Backline Problems can kind of just put that Reinhardt on point and make them, you know, hold it a little bit, they are currently in the lead.
Absolutely, and the Bob being placed here by Commander Mo does get pushed back a little bit, making the space available for the backline Problems to come in and do a bit of damage. Silent getting real low, does get taken out by the punch of a Wilsack, and Big Spoon coming into support as they take out Commander Mo, but Foxxy gets retribution.
These charges are
They're wild.
A wonder to behold.
Yeah, Panda, Step and Razor all getting taken out as the D.Va of Mewing keeping the team fight alive. That Reinhardt is very low, does get taken out.
Foxxy tried to pin out of the fight and hit the corner of the truck to stop that momentum.
Ooh, Sweet Ecstasy getting really low. Manages to get back to their teammates. Here comes Silum. Where did he go? There he is. Oh, he got killed by Terror Surge. Oh, I'm so sorry, Chad. Hammer coming in does find Big Spoon, but it's not looking too good here for the members of C9 to 5. Terror Surge, Ticketon does come to the rescue. Only one tank available here for Backline. I was gonna call them Backline Bandits, but it's Backline Problems. My apologies. Pressure from that Ash, forcing them backwards.
Yeah, I think when Backline Problems is able to get that Ash onto the high ground positions, they can just really, really hold space.
That's a late pick onto Wilsack from Sweet Ecstasy. Here comes the Coalescence. Lots of energy going towards this push as Commander Mo does find Big Spoon. That's going to be great as they can't, you know, C9 just can't seem to get their organization in, onto point here. They're kind of split here. Here comes the hijack. Doesn't find anyone from the cat. The catnapping doesn't happen as Panda blasts them away with the Domina.
Yeah, I think C95 was just having some trouble staggering in there. They tried to get some purchase, and then it was one person getting taken out, and then just couldn't get that foothold. Oh!
Yeah, big stuff happening for Backline here. As Viewing does take out Silent, but does get demeched. Oh my goodness. Front row seats, yeah, to that hijacking by the Reinhardt and Foxxy. Yeah, not looking too good here. Well, he does get him.
Oh, you say that. You say that.
He does. They do end up doing it. I think you never expect the cat from the sky. That's what I've learned in life.
Yeah, that was a very good ult from IKEA Erica. Just being able to really take out the rest of the space, and just like they just didn't have the healing to be able to really outdo it. Okay. Now we have a flying bastion.
We got a flying bastion. Here it comes.
Oh, yep.
Oh my goodness.
My God.
Oh, that is dangerous. That is a dangerous thing to behold. As Commander Mo trying to figure out what he's looking at. Oh, just so much pressure. Can't focus in on that cat as the front lines are starting to battle each other. We do have the Ramatra switch for Mewing instead of the Diva. Here comes the hammer. Does find Mewing. Mizuki ult coming in as well. Here comes the blade finding Erica all the way in the back. Can they find any more? Oh, big hinder, but yeah, it's going to go all the way from Backline as Silent finds another one. Commander Mo as well. 2 points on the board. Count it.
This is the problem with the Mizuki ult. Can be so strong, so powerful, except that both times that it's been used now, it's just been getting countered by either a Coalescence, Genji Blade in the last one, and it just isn't going to have as big of an effect.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep, 2 minutes left on the clock as C95 looking to make some progress here. Big Spoon taking out Silent. Another hijacking. Did anyone go? Yes, that's right.
Oh,
Sweet
yeah.
Ecstasy's gone. Terror Surge as well coming from Tinkaton. And yeah, big momentum shift here for C95. Wilsack does get revenge onto Commander Mo.
Yeah, C95 is doing well holding that corner, but they gotta push it a little bit further just to be able to tie it up right now or get closer on their mark.
Teams are getting ready for their next engage. Big Spoon with the ultimate as Silent taking out Wilsack. They're going to be down a healer. That's no good. Here comes the ult of everyone coming onto the board. I'm forgetting every name in the book, but that's how it goes sometimes. Death and destruction on every side. Big Spoon taking out Panda. And the Ram punching his way to success. Does fall eventually, but his compadres come to save him, or seek revenge at least. God, that cat is so threatening. Holy cow!
Right? Yeah, I mean, yeah, it looks like C95 is up in that fight, but just with the ability of Foxxy being able to get back with the Ryan, get that point presence.
Oh, Erica, Xylem, both falling in this next team fight. We're with Step and Razor now. Keeping this team alive. He's got a nano up the sleeve, but Panda falls. No saving them. Here comes the nano onto Foxxy. Here comes the shatter. Love that. Wow, that is going to seal the deal, I believe. It's only the Mizuki. And unfortunately, that is going to be it. Backline Problems wins it here, and they will go to the first set of finals in this tournament. Congratulations to them, and we will actually be going to the next game in the losers final. So stick with us while we do it, and let's check out this play of the game by Big Spoon. The Pentopticon? That dodecahedron?
Like I said, Backline Problems was my #1 pick. I always knew that they could do it. I had my faith the entire time.
I'm pretty sure, wasn't it the other one?
I don't know about that.
Well, I'm gonna check. I'm gonna check Reddit. Okay.
Please
They know everything. All right, guys. We will be taking a short break, and I think we'll see you at 5:30. Trying to find. my schedule.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, 5:30. So we will see you guys soon. Thank you for tuning in. We'll be back with the losers final, and yeah, we'll see you then. Okay.
Dignity round my neck, drag me down half to death. Always on my own, no devil makes a home. Pick myself up, find a new place to be alone. Reverie got me here. Burn it up to the atmosphere. Always on my own, no devil makes a home. Pick myself up, find a new place to be alone. Misery on my head. Punishment, an angel dead. Always on my own, no devil makes a home. Pick myself up, find a new place to be. Maybe I've been running for 18 years. I drink dust in the morning, fall asleep in my bed. Vanity, pick and choose. Embellish me, American blue. Always on my own, no devil makes a home. Pick myself up, find a new place to be. Maybe I've been running for 18 years. I drink dust in the morning, fall asleep in my bed. Maybe I've been running for 18 years. I drink dust in the morning, fall asleep in my bed. Now good God.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back for our losers final bracket. And I will be joined here by Ocho. Ocho, how's the day going so far?
It's been a really, really exciting day, just full of back and forth. We were just talking about how even all the teams are. We're actually going to be watching seeds 5 and 6, C9 to 5 on that 5th seed, Knees Weak on the 6th seed. So a little bit lower bracket. Very surprising that this is technically the semifinal or losers final. Both these teams are going to be fighting for the chance to face Backline Problems. Both of these teams have lost to Backline Problems, so now we're going to determine who has the right to re-challenge.
Yeah, so much fun. And, you know, one of the things we talked about when we organized this tournament was just these storylines that can sort of, you know, dynamically show up throughout it. And we're seeing it right now is that both of these teams looking for revenge on Backline Problems. And yeah, we'll get to it shortly as the teams, we are going to be going to Midtown, by the way. I think bands are coming out as well.
Midtown is going to be a very good test of each team's fundamentals. It has opportunities for side flanking, but also opportunities for those snipers to exist as well. We know Mewing is going to be very dominant on that tank role. He really likes to play Diva. He likes the Queen, sort of high kill potential heroes. And obviously Tinkaton, a little bit more defensive, but totally still able to pick up quite a few kills to secure for her team. And of course, we have our underdogs, Kwa, known as Knees Weak, Aim Weaker, a very dark horse in this tournament so far. We didn't really expect them to get as far as they did. They're really just showing the world just how audacious one team can be, from Punk Queen jumping into the enemy team in the previous games and just being able to get away with plays like that. They have a lot of confidence. They've improved so much, and we're about to see just what they're made of.
Absolutely. Both these teams looking for revenge. We love revenge. Such a great storyline. Yeah, as you were sort of saying, Ocho, it was, you know, seeing them run through the losers bracket is such a cool storyline as well. Not just the fact that they played the same team and were sent down by the same team, but still very exciting nonetheless.
Absolutely. Elektra gonna be the team captain here from the support role here. Shout outs to Jinx as well. Her husband also likes to play Overwatch. He's a GM player, but today he is watching from the sidelines, making sure that their little girl is occupied while Mama destroys the team.
So cute. So cute. All right, teams are starting to form up here.
Exactly. You can already see C9 to 5 already thinking about those long sight lines. We've got Erica on the trusty Torbjorn. Wilsack joining in as a Iari. So a lot of area control here as well, offered by Big Spoon on that Symmetra. I'm sure that they'll want to trap the enemy team in this choke just filled with turrets and little bombs here and there, making sure that they cannot walk forward.
Absolutely. Here comes the fight.
Yeah, K1 now in the red team. Sheikah taking just a little bit of damage. I ate you for dinner on that Sigma, going to try to absorb as much projectiles as he possibly can while they walk forward. D.Va also doing the same, using a defense matrix. Oh, but an accretion hits a D.Va in the face. Erica gets taken out as the result here. Jimsauce experiencing the air fryer now. What an engagement here.
Yeah, that's I love the car wash here just on the subway. It's so much fun. Big Spoon does get taken out by a Hustler 17. That'll send him on a long walk back, but I think they have a teleporter, which will be nice.
Yeah, red team having the slight advantage of having their respawn doors so close. Now we're breaking in. Juno trying to live throughout as the team walks left into this side room here. Mira definitely committing hard in, seeing the pick's potential, but now Mira is isolated, forced to demech as members of C9 to 5 retreat back to the point. But can the attacking team continue this aggressive onslaught?
Yeah, C9 trying to survive here. Tunkaton is one of the last members alive. Does get a bit of that extra juice from the absorbability, but it's not going to be enough as Jimstas does get the final little knockout here onto Big Spoon.
Yeah, Kwa really showing that they've tightened up the ship, so to speak. The knees are firm and strapped in. Very clean engaged. They've taken the point with more than 2 minutes to spare, so now close to 5 minutes. A lot of time to push the payload through the underbelly of Midtown.
Yeah, those late picks too would force force C9 to take a longer walk and unable to get really settled in as the cart starts to round the corner here.
Yeah, Kneesweek doing a really, really good job of spreading out their players all across the map. You can see, so much dominance even from the low ground here. Now, Mirroring being forced to get back onto that platform. It's a lot of ultimates available to red team. Two D.Va bombs. Mewing is gonna take out 4 people with that ultimate. Jimstas trying to replicate the same, but not being able to. Wow, what a stop here.
Wow. What? I'm so sorry. I was following the Symmetra because I thought Big Spin was gonna do something so crafty and silly, and I totally missed the bomb there. What a great play by Jimstas.
The game sense on both tanks there, but of course Mira is a little bit more experienced. He's definitely a ranged grinder, so he's definitely leading his team with a lot of certainty into this huge grab. Flux now picking up 2 members of C9 to 5. They will be taking out Elektra in a lot of trouble. Hustler now just trying to keep his team alive on the Juno here.
Yeah, C9 doing a really good job of just organizing their thoughts, their strategies, and everything in between, as they gotta figure out how to defend themselves here.
Yeah, they're really big surprise coming out from Kwa. They're explosive in their engagements and very decisive. Now, Wilsack actually being sent to the graveyard. Punkweed on the Bastion, just providing so much support from the side, angling and pinning down Tinkaton and the Moira, not letting them up, not letting them come out and challenge. Mewing now half HP, forced to get a little bomb. We use Captive Sun. Multiple people are struck, though. That is going to be a fight in the favor of C9.
Yeah, great defense here and just great organization of them just kind of, you know, figuring out what they need to do in order to like get a good firm grasp. Now they finally have a good, you know, spot to set a defense up.
Yeah, it's going to be Diva on Diva action as Rearing gets a bubble and forces Jimstas to get chased back. We use our Juno torpedoes to actually take out Big Spoon. Now, huge advantage for the red team. We are going to activate our visor as well as we chase down this Diva in the underbelly, but the top is already filled with players in red. Everybody in blue has to get out of there or face certain death.
Yeah, Knees Weak, just, you know, right time, right place. Did a really good job of capturing those opportunities for them, and looks like they'll be able to take this point, unless there's going to be a last-minute ditch effort here by Tinkaton, but not looking too good for C95.
Yeah, I ate you for dinner. Seemingly now, you know, he was able to survive quite easily, using a shield for himself. Erica now in a lot of trouble, but unfortunately, no way out from this train station of death.
It certainly is. Do not board this train station. Do not go.
Yes, there's
Punk
a
Queen
lot
trying
of
to make it to the second
elders
floor there.
with weakened knees inside that will or will not make your day difficult.
Yeah, I don't
Doing now trying to challenge that top angle there, but getting chased out by Punk Queen. No, just accretion slows him down. Bob is activated on the side of C9, driving everyone back, but he is too weak to survive. 6 people shooting at him. We've got a Bastion ult, not really able to find anybody, but it provides a lot of chaos in which Knees Weak can push the payload further in.
Yeah, big pick onto Mewing, but and then releasing the Diva Bomb afterwards. But it looks like C9-5 will end up maintaining their position here. Let's see if they can hold it this time around. But you know, Knees Weak have just been so strong.
Oh, absolutely. You'll love to see it. There's been so much improvement from even the first time that we saw Knees Weak, Aim Weaker together as a team. You can really tell they've accomplished so much in such a short amount of time. They've always been a team that practices quite a bit and scrims quite a bit. You can definitely tell that they've dedicated a lot of time to improvement, and I hope they can find the fruits of their labor.
Big ultimate coming here from Sheikah. Just getting those points in, racking it up. Great job here by Knees Weak to jump on that opportunity.
They definitely seem like they are working so well together. Just, you know, teammates covering for each other. We've got a lot of defense coming out from Jimstas using a defense matrix. Huge grab, stopping that Diva in its tracks. Now we have to being forced to use the trance to save our red team from further destruction, and that's enough to push it to the 3rd point.
Yeah, 40 seconds left on the clock. That's somewhat dominant too in a game mode just like this. But yeah, great job here by Knees Weak. I think they're hungry, and you can tell.
I think everybody else will be hungry. It has been a full day of Olderwatch Elite Champions. So I must say thank you for everybody who is still in the stream. Of course, your presence here means everything to these players. They love putting on a show. And of course, the spectators make them just feel so supported. And we appreciate the audience be here. So thank you. Your presence is really what gives this an, you know, our community witness to the growth that we've had.
Yeah, it's been so fantastic to see the amount of people every time we've run one of these tournaments just getting more popular and more people interested in Olderwatch in the community here that you put together, Ocho. And it's been such a pleasure. And with tournaments like this, it's an advertisement for even more. So that is a very, very cool thing.
Oh, for sure. I'm so endlessly grateful again to just everybody here on the production team, you know, working tirelessly to make sure that all the participants here have a fair sportsman-like experience in a tournament that has a lot of meaning to these players here. And let's get into it, Druid. It looks like our match is about to begin.
Yeah, a few swaps here as we've got the Hog of Tinkaton just trying to get some picks in. Like, they need to be a little bit more aggressive. They really got to get to that third point. So Roadhog will allow them to do that, to bring those people in with the Bastion to just focus fire down as soon as they catch it. But Tinkaton just ever so slightly misses that hook.
Yeah, a pick onto Punk Queen gives him a lot of confidence to push forward now. It looks like Kneesweek has recognized this as well. They're just unfortunately going to have to give them the space here. I think they realize, oh, that's not a fight that we want to take. Not especially with Erica on that Bastion just firing away. Both Bastions here throwing artillery shells at each other. We're going to use a Hanzo ultimate as well to cut off any further resistance here. And the point is going to be contested still in the way of C9, but they're going to get it.
Yeah, a late attempt ditch effort here by C9, or sorry, my bad, by Kneesweek. Just trying to get some, but those dragons, they couldn't do anything about the big spoon. The double headshot. Oh, okay. I think we found their calling with that Hanzo.
That one-shot potential is just so hard to play into. A big part of the reason why he is still played in higher level tournaments like the OWC, as opponents just cannot react to the one-shot. They have to challenge him, and if he's allowed to exist, he can do a lot of damage. Erica unfortunately getting traded out here as red team tries to push out on top of the bridge here. It looks like they will be successful. Big Spoon pays with his life, but the payload is not being pushed yet. It's stalled underneath the belly of the bridge.
Yeah, Kneesweek, you know, Sheikah definitely sitting on this ultimate, just waiting for the right opportunity. You know, you could even, you know, tie that in with Gravitic Flux as well. That would do some serious mental damage, I think, to C9 to 5.
Yeah, both DPS ultimates being available to Kneesweek means that the potential for damage is quite high. So C9 to 5 have to respond appropriately with their own ults here. Dragons coming out through the map. Everyone pressing Q at this moment. Both Bastions pressing Q here. We've got picks on both sides. Jimstas now falling as well. Now the rest of Kneesweek is being pushed back as they inch closer and closer to the objective.
Yeah, Sheikah getting taken out early on to that fight, took out that visor, and that was a big one that they needed for that defense, but just gets taken out ever so slightly at the very beginning of the fight. And looks like they're going to be able to take this second point.
Yeah, Kneesweek needed to have tried to challenge that point earlier. It looks like they were a little unsure of what to do, but no matter, they still have quite a bit of time to defend the last few meters. We are going to miss the hog pull here, which allows the team to stabilize just a little bit. Hanzo still looking for those headshots, just firing down, but gets taken out by Shaka on Soldier.
Yeah, that's a big early pick for this team fight. Here comes the whole hog coming in at the bottom, but that Sigma is going to absorb a lot of it. The D.Va defense matrix also tried to protect it, but it's not going to be enough as Tinkaton does get taken down, as well as Mewing.
Yeah, Kneesweek just absorbing the blows of that whole hog. Mewing trying to defense matrix for the hog, but not enough. Running out of that timer, and it looks like Kneesweek is going to come on top for this one.
Yeah, C9 has been, you know, they've been pushing the go button pretty hard here. And Kneesweek just need to settle themselves in. They need to find their defensive structure and stick to it to allow them to, you know, keep this point and move on to the next round, the final round.
Yeah, C9's pressing the go-ahead button, but they still have almost, you know, 3.5 minutes still on the clock. So I would even just say Kneesweek are definitely feeling the pressure, though. A couple ultimates available to them. They do have that D.Va bomb for the remake. I Ate You for Dinner, unfortunately, already eliminated from this fight. We are going to have to use a D.Va bomb to remake here, but Punk Queen getting walk down inside of the Mizuki ult, and unfortunately Jimstas is gonna have to go into his death here in that room. Ana not really going to be able to walk away from such a force. This could be the end of the round for Kwa.
Yeah, great job for C9 to 5, just to maintain that pressure to keep him in the fight. And with 2 minutes and 40 seconds, they can do it pretty easily. Here comes the Dragons. Wilsack finding I ate you for dinner, and oh, they got it with 3 minutes on the clock. That is impressive.
Not quite in crush territory just yet, but still going to be very, very difficult for Kwa to come back from this. They are going to have to really not make any mistakes and just dig their heels in on the defense. But first, they're going to have to attack.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
It looks like Elektra, team captain of Kwa, is going to elect to swap to that Lucio. Maybe just to make the immobile characters on her team just a little bit easier to dance and dodge and weave, because so much spam damage is going to be coming out from C9 to 5. We've got the Moira balls, we've got the Orisa spears just flying at you, as well as those pesky Hanzo headshots. So both supports on Kwa are actually going to become speed demons, so hopefully we can use that to our advantage to dodge the damage.
Yeah, they only have a minute to really get in there, and it's looking like C9 to 5 it does have a lot of defensive utility going their way. Let's see what happens.
The pressure is on as C9 to 5 begins their artillery strike into the corner. Kwa trying to go the other way and try to sneak around the back, but C9 to 5 reacts appropriately, takes out Shaco in this first battle. The battlefield is dynamic. I ate you for dinner, just immediately deleted, half health to 0. That is the power of Bastion, just throwing those major perk rounds. It's just so deadly.
Yeah, great job on that early team fight from C9 to 5. They only got 12 seconds left to get onto the point. They got to rush if they want a chance at surviving this.
Ooh, we have a touch starting from Jimstas, but he's going to get demeched because of it. Defense Matrix running out, no access to his ultimate, I believe. Punk Queen and Sheikah, unfortunately, being taken out by the Moira. Mewing now trading out his life, but it looks like Kwa does find the advantage here. Overtime means that they have to stick to the objective like glue, even in this moment here. If they leave the payload for even, 5 seconds, it's all over.
Yeah, just a few minor mistakes coming from the side of C9 to 5 that just they fell apart a little bit. They had a really good advantage there, but great job here by Knees Weak, Aim Weaker, to get onto the point and to survive.
Yeah, great job by Jimstas, living that initial, providing that initial touch, but then also living through the engagement right after. Very, very competent tank player there, showing his proficiency in multiple heroes. We have now Punk Queen holding it down on DPS, just hanging out on the payload. Orbital coming out to ensure that their team can move forward onto this bridge and just sort of shoot down into C9 to 5, almost like fish in a barrel. Mewing now challenging the point, but realizing there's too many members there. We're going to activate our visor into a Mizuki ult, but a poor man Flux is going to pick up so many members of C9 to 5, causing just chaos here. But it looks like now red team is the one on the back foot as we activate our drop the beat for that overhealth, but C9 to 5 is whittling it down bit by bit. Elektra, unfortunately not able to retouch on Lucio.
It's funny. Ewing was sitting on that Diva Bomb for a very long time. That is the ultimate, get off the point button. I was surprised they didn't decide to, deploy it any earlier.
Right, Mewing just demonstrating such patience and proficiency on that Diva and there's a very good reason why he's probably one of the best divas in the server that we have. Still a very, very respectable push by Kwa, extremely winnable and extremely defendable. Again, they just have to pick their battles wisely and rotate out their cooldowns and their tanks wisely so that no one gets deleted quickly.
Yeah, 2 minutes and 57 seconds for C9to5 to hit that point. They've been pretty aggressive. Both teams have been pretty aggressive in their attacks. Their defenses, maybe not as much, but I think both these teams have a really good chance of, both defense and attack here.
I think that both teams' records really comes to show that in Olderwatch Elite Champions, it can be anyone's game. Who knew that Seeds 5 and Seed 6 would be now fighting for the right to the finals? Remember, whoever wins this game gets to rematch Backline Problems for the championship.
Yeah, and what a story it would be for either of these teams, to be honest with you. C9 looking to poke and prod and see if they can get in here, but Tinkaton's gonna have to back out a little bit.
It looks like now C9 is the team that has to take the back alleyway here. Let's see if Kwa is able to react appropriately or get caught off guard.
Big purple coming in. That might be their golden ticket to the way in, but Immortality Field is also going to be deployed as Punk Queen's little baby turd gets taken out as well. All sit in that little tough room. They got to break in as Erica finds the bullet of Sheikah, and that's not going to be enough.
Yeah, both teams just sitting together face to face within arm's length. We have a dragon coming out through the point, taking out three members of the red team. So it looks like now blue team is able to make a stand, but they're still stuck inside this little room. Mirin wants to break out of here, but he knows that he can't break out too fast, otherwise he will be taken out. Jimstas now finding himself suddenly alone as Wilsack is traded out for his life, but they are still on the point. 1 minute 30 still left on the clock, so very healthy amount of time and space. We have an orbital coming back to stall on the point. Tinkaton, unfortunately, by herself. We have a activation of Soldier ult to make sure that this big spoon goes back into the drawer.
Wow, you know what? That defense all really stemmed on getting that early pick onto Mewing as he went for the dive onto Sheikah and paid for it as the whole team was coming back. How unfortunate. Now it's their chance. Here comes the coalescence.
Yeah, just the level of communication that must be happening in the comms right now is unreal. Just the amount of feel that you see demonstrated on Knees Weak is too good. All right, Deep Teams, there's going to be chaos here. Ultimates being used. We have our Baptiste ultimate down, but no one's really able to use it. Wilsack is, and Tinkaton going to be the first two casualties of this skirmish right here. Molten Core on the ground, just denying so much space. Mewing has no choice but to fly through it and dies instantly inside the goop that is burning him to death. Big Spoon now by himself facing down the ult of the Knees Weak aim weaker team as his team is able to come back for one final push.
Yeah, here comes the double dragons from Big Spoon. Won't find anyone, but it will disperse them. Here comes the Gravitic Flux as well. Trying to find someone, does find DX4. Fight continues on. Nano deploy. Tinkerton with the Terror fights three. Holy cow, can they do it?
Ultimate combination to the Terror Surge into the Diva Bomb ensures that everybody is gone. And unfortunately, the server is closed.
No effing way. No way that just happened.
What a generational run ruined by Blizzard. I'm shaking my fist. You can't see it, but I am. What a game that was stolen from us only here today on Olderwatch Discord TTV.
Oh my goodness. What do we do?
Unfortunately, in this situation, we have to just replay the game because there's just no way to re-simulate this situation that we were just in. So we will have to just continue the game as scheduled.
All right. All right, guys. Let us. We're just gonna go talk offline. We'll be right back and make sure we're all on the same page here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with the rematch. Again, the Overwatch gods were not happy with whatever was happening.
Yes, it just comes to show even Blizzard themselves is not safe from these technical issues. So we do thank everyone for their patience. In this situation, we have really no choice but to restart. What a battle was stolen from us. Hopefully that doesn't take any wind out of either of these teams' sails, though. Performance was incredible from both sides. Obviously, Newsweek, Aimweaker, a bit of an underdog in the situation, but proving that they are definitely still not out.
Yeah, absolutely rude. the whole thing. My goodness. All right, let's see what these two teams can do. Let's see if they can adapt. This is a second win for either team. You know, we've seen how well both of these teams have been able to get back onto point and died in battle to the last living breath.
It really is a test of endurance here. Both teams have been playing all day at high intensities, so their decision making might be a little shot. That's nothing to say. That's nothing against them as players. It's just a very difficult thing to sit here and play high intensity games for so long.
Yeah, it looks like Newsweek opting for that left side pull. Big Spoon finding the first early pick into this team fight. And that might just slow them down ever so slightly. The May choice is also very good to stall out points.
Yeah, the loss of the Zenyatta is going to be a little difficult. You know, a lot of Newsweek, Aimweaker members sort of in this little corridor here, but it looks like C95 knows exactly where to aim to stop them here. Yes, it looks like Newsweek, Aimweaker members are going to try to go main now. Hopefully their two-pronged attack is going to work out for them. Mira taking just so much damage, being forced to retreat up into the cable car. He's going to get DMX though, as other members of C95 fall.
Yeah, big defensive picks coming here from Newsweek. Or sorry, attackers. My apologies. It's been a long day. But that's going to be an early capture here for Newsweek.
Yeah, it's very impressive to see, you know, even just from the last game, the level of synergy that the team has had with each other. It looks this time they took the point even faster than their first try. Moira now getting taken out. Mira running for his life as he's chased down by Jimstas. I mean, what can he do? He's faced with a healthy Diva and try to grab these little med packs, but it's a Diva on Diva action. Jimstalks ends up on top though, as members of C95 are executed one by one. Dingatong now forced to use the javelin spin to eat up any projectiles coming at her, but Jimstas isn't done. He's coming back in with the defense matrix, making sure that his team can occupy this high ground with safety.
Yeah, Big Spoon also getting that nice pick early on in that team fight, giving them a little bit of confidence to go into the fight. Here comes the Nano onto the DV of Mewing, He's going to be looking for something as he finds his first pick in Hustler. Fight continues on. Here comes the Coalescence as well from DX4, getting those picks, and that's going to be a nice defense from C9.
Yeah, both support ults invested into this fight. It looks like C9-5 has finally decided, you know, we have to stop them here. We have to stop them before the belly of the bridge. If they get through that part, they're going to have way too much momentum carrying into this next point here. It looks like Dinner a little unaware of Mira's positioning, but able to react quickly. That shield just so powerful. We're putting up a Mei wall just to make sure, you know, they can't see our movements, but KWA is back and ready to fight.
Yeah, here comes the double dragons from Big Spoon, but the trance will counter any of it, allowing their friends and family to get on through. But a purple, you know, will set it up. Here comes the big diva bomb. Will it find anyone? It does. Willsack will find death upon him from that diva bomb.
Yeah, trade back and forth. Tinkaton, though, a little weak, running in for the Terra Surge. Very bold move that paid off very handsomely, though. But unfortunately, just not enough damage. There so many members of KWA were low, and they were able to get picked up by their allies. A very bold move by Tinkaton. A good idea, but just not enough HP to start that engagement off.
Yeah, great aggression here coming from these weak. Setting up on top of the train here. They've got the Gravitic Flux to get in there to set up this next team fight.
Yeah, who knew that Midtown was such a close quarters map here? Jimstas experiencing the anti-heal. We are going to use Gravitic Flux on multiple members. It's going to take the life of Willsack. Mira having to use the bomb for a remake opportunity, but there's still just so many members of Knees Weak, Aim Weaker all over the road. Tinkaton trying to drive somebody off, but taking so much chip damage for that. Mewing also demeched here. It looks like it's going to go in the way of Knees Weak.
Yeah, they just hit that second point with 3 minutes left to go. Very aggressive. I think both teams are starting to learn how to adapt after learning a little bit more about each other in that first match that we played that unfortunately was corrupted by spirits. That's what I'm going to say.
Yeah, unfortunately, in situations like this, server crashing is a possibility. So unfortunately, we really can't do anything other than to restart the match. But, you know, if KWA is confident, they can do it once, they can do it again. It's just a test of confidence and endurance now as micro missiles hitting each other.
Oh,
Diva
Big
bomb
Spoon.
Going to find Big Spoon here.
Oh, he's trying to hide just amongst the phone booths or whatever that was sitting there as he just sent out the double dragons.
The last skirmish is going to finish out here as the 9-5 stabilizes with that soldier healing though, but KWA is back and they're ready to brawl. It looks like we do have a few changes on the roster. Tinkaton now on the Diva, but picked up by the Sigma ult. Unfortunately, Mewing as well is going to lose his life. It looks like KWA is going to walk this one in, people. A lot more time than last time. So it looks like the more that the knees turn, the more oiled the machine becomes.
That's right. One last attempt here as they try to get the defense. Mewing gets instantly deleted. The purple might be helpful, but not enough. Transcendence as well coming out. And just Tinkaton left on point. I think that might just be it here as we're looking at a closing of 1 minute and 23 seconds.
For those of you following at home, they almost have doubled the amount of time as they did from the first round. So you can definitely see just how locked in the knees are. They're really depending on each other to, you know, put one foot in front of the other. But so far, it's working. What can C9 even do to stop their forward momentum?
Well, as we sort of seen before, both teams have been pretty good at the attack and not as great on the defense. So I'm sort of expecting a really strong attack here.
Absolutely. I think Mewing, who is going to provide a lot of the strategies for C9-5, I believe that he will try to coach his team into a more aggressive attack here. It looks like just the brawling situation is not really working out. There's, so much damage coming out from Knees Weak, Aim Weaker. We have the Soldier, we have the Zenyatta Discord Orb, making a tank just absolutely blow up. In the 6v6 format, tanks are a little weaker. They have a lot less health, and so their influence on the game is a little bit weakened as a result.
Just about to get started here. 5 seconds left on the clock until the gates open. Let's see how these teams do it.
Attackers incoming. Defend objective.
First few bullets have been fired as C9 walks up to the gate to begin their attack, but not before they get, tons of splash damage just getting thrown at them. A dynamite exploding, but not really able to catch anybody. Really good spacing from Kwa to ensure that they don't get group blasted like that.
Yeah, Tinkaton with that DMEC. Gonna have to wait until they can get back in there and then do that push. 3 minutes left on the clock. Continuing on, Mewing just in that Nemesis form, just trying to get a little bit of extra damage in here as Erica gets taken out by Chika.
A great use of the high ground by Knees Weak, Aim Weaker. You can see as soon as C9-5 passes through that bridge area, a lot of the members actually go up onto these stairs and just start to shoot down on them. I think they realize, just that little bit of coverage and vision afforded by the high ground is going to help them a lot. Gemstas now demec'd almost on the point. We are going to see Kwa being pushed back ever so slightly, but members of C9-5 have also fallen, like Big Spoon, as has been taken out, so a lot of firepower taken out. We'll have to see which team can stabilize quicker and react to the problem at hand.
Yeah, this D.Va just being demec'd is just no help to anyone. They do fall eventually, and then they'll have another attempt at an attack, but that's going to take a little bit of time.
Yeah, the clock is running down now. Kwa sitting quite pretty. Just, it seems like whoever's making the calls here, very, very good communication. You can see a lot of reaction to aggression here. Gemstas now in a lot of trouble as we activate Coalescence as well as Soldier's ultimate, but Tinkaton eating up a lot of that ultimate with her defense matrix. We do activate a Sigma ultimate, but not really gonna catch anybody. Despite all that, Mewing, Tinkaton, and a DPS, ooh, the entirety of blue team is going to fall. Save for this lone Ashe who has no choice but to look on the carnage.
Yeah, that early pick onto Big Spoon from Chika was really the linchpin to that team fight. Big Spoon does so much damage, like getting those picks. But now we see him swap over to the other Shimada brother, Genji.
Yeah, a couple of changes made by C9-5. Very wise decision. We have a Zarya swap as well. Just trying to be a little bit more aggressive with the bubbles, making sure that her teammates can live these engages. Bob is gonna fly out onto the point, but he's gonna get deleted in matter of seconds. Tinkaton as well is going to follow. That unbeatable trance is gonna make sure that everybody on her team is going to live. Mira now with the Genji, the last hopes of C9-5, but Gemstas is still so healthy. Mira has no choice but to start pole dancing on the point here, trying to just buy any bit of time that he can.
Yeah, 30 seconds, the announcer says. Last attempt. We got some ults in the bank. Mewing with the ball one.
Yeah, the landmines are gonna do a lot here. They're kind of spread out all over the map now. This Juno is gonna find a lot of trouble being cornered down. Trailblazer being activated on the point, but it doesn't really matter because the members of Knees have given up.
Yeah, gonna need knee surgery after that one. That early pick onto I ate you for dinner. Really, again, another linchpin in that team fight.
Escort
Yeah, it definitely seems like Dinner is going to be one of those, poles that is holding up his team. If he falls, then the rest of his team might be, it's going to be a lot harder to just. We're going to scratch that. It's been a long day. I think I have earned my right to stumble over my words, but we are going to use our Genji ultimate inside of a Mizuki ultimate with that orbital as well, just trying to prevent any damage. But red team, still so many people here, relatively safe, hiding behind this Sigma wall very intelligently. Jimstad's sending his bomb into the underbellies is going to remech successfully.
Yeah, Sheikah does get the DPS counter in his big spoon as the defense is coming out strong. Got a minute and a half left here. This could be for knees weak, aim weaker. We'll just have to find out.
They're just looking so incredibly strong right now. You can just imagine, the level of coordination that is here. We're so proud of them. Like I said earlier, when we first observed them, they were definitely not this team that we saw here today. We even thought that C95 would absolutely make a lot of progress into their team. Mira, though, with the ball ultimate all over the bridge here, gonna do a lot of chip damage to a lot of members of knees weak, aim weaker.
Yeah, a few swaps here as Tinkaton is going to that Zarya, the D-Mech, and here comes the Visor as well. Sheikah taking out Mewing all the way in the back. A big defense coming in as more fall from both sides. Oof. Rocket to the face onto Big Spoon as he gets super low. Sheikah does get the final kill on him. 30 seconds left on the clock. These guys could be punching their ticket to the finals.
30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, sometimes you don't have any choice but to just die on the cart and die with your team. They have potentially one final push here. It looks like knees weak, aim weaker are going to try to stop them and make them work for every meter that they gain.
Oh, that's a double pick. Erica and Wilsack both have fallen. Not looking too good here for the attackers, as Big Spoon is getting super low, does eventually get taken out by the Brigida. Mewing also very low, going towards point, does get taken out. Sheikah double, and that is gonna be it. A great defense by knees weak, and they will take the match. Great game, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations to knees weak, aim weaker for what a stellar performance.
The lower bracket run. That's right. All right, guys, we're going to be taking a quick break, and I think the next one is
Going to be, I believe, going to be the finals. It is going to be a rematch between knees weak, aim weaker, and Backline Problems.
That's right. Okay, we're gonna take a quick commercial break just to get ourselves a little organized. We're running a little late, but we will see you guys soon for the finals.
Dignity round my neck, dragging me half to death. Always on my own, no devil makes a home. Pick myself up, find a new place to be. Maybe I've been running for 18 years. I drink dust in the mud while asleep in my fear. Maybe I've been running for 18 years. I drink dust in the is why all this waiting. Why all this heartbreak? All the secret stories I tell. They crowd into theaters, watching stories about love, never giving their own heart away. Maybe waiting for someone else to say.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back for the OEC finals between Backline Problems and Knees Weak, Aim Weaker. We just had a very explosive losers bracket round. A little bit of complication, you know, it happens from time to time. But overall, the winner coming out is Knees Weak, Aim Weaker, and they hope to do the ultimate losers run against Backline Problems. I am joined here again by Rain. Rain, you got to see it. How was it on your end?
Oh my goodness, stress, so much stress. But I think that it has set us up very, very nicely to go into this grand finals where Backline Problems versus Knees Weak, Aim Weaker are going to be moving into this best of three. So back to a first to two here. So we're going to be in for a little bit more action here. And of course, notably, if Backline Problems do end up losing here, we're going to go into another finals match because this is double elimination and Backline Problems have not lost yet.
Yeah, absolutely. And so we already got our choices here. We are going to go to Ilios. And we've got bans as well. We got a Genji and Cat ban. So lots of stuff to take into consideration. Love me in Ilios. Give me a well. Give me a lighthouse. Show me the light. All right, we are about to get right into this.
Yeah, I'm super excited for this one as well. Ilios definitely a favorite for me. I love any opportunity to see some environmental kills, so definitely excited to head to Well or even to Lighthouse. There's lots of opportunities here for a little bit of environmental kills. I think especially with that Jetpack Cat ban coming in, I am, fingers crossed that we're going to get to see some Lucio because I really do feel like he thrives here on Ilios.
Yeah, so many walls, so many beautifully painted walls in this area as well. All right, so the game is loaded. We are going to send you guys to Ilios.
Oh my goodness. And we get to start out on Well first. Very exciting.
Well, nighttime too. I usually prefer the daytime, but a well night, very beautiful, very beautiful.
Yeah, I gotta agree. You take that glare away from that lighting here, and yeah, also take away that Jetpack Cat and that Genji. So all of the tanks still on the field here for these two teams. So we get a little peek at what they're thinking about just before the doors open.
My apologies. I just have to attend stream for 1 second. My goodness. Oh, geez, Louise.
So C9 to 5, looking like they might want to have Panda come out on this Roadhog. Well, a fantastic point to run this hog. On the other side of things, looking like Knees Weak, aiming towards that dive composition of the Hazard and the Diva here. And yeah, C9 to 5 are locking in on that Roadhog. Foxy on the Reinhardt as well. So it is going to be the brawl versus the dive happening here, as we are going to see Knees Weak taking control of this cage here. A lot of damage done onto Xylem here, but the follow-up not quite there. In fact, it is actually BC9 to 5 hitting back, taking first blood here. Shaka is going to fall, but there's the first environmental kill of the map, as Dinner going to send Xylem into that well. It is going to be a lot of back and forth, but both tanks now gone here for Knees Weak, and Backline will gain control of the objective.
Yeah, I have no idea how Xylem didn't die in that first skirmish there, just hiding behind like a little piece of wall, and then unfortunately falling into the well. You hate to see it, but that hazard is, you know, another very boopable character. Oh my God, Panda getting stuck.
Oh, Backline Problems. Oh, Backline
Yeah,
Problems
sorry,
is
that's what I had to
team.
fix. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. That makes a lot more sense here, but Backline Problems still in control of the point here, and this is such a great place for them to be, especially with Commander Nemo on this Junkrat. You're going to be able to put out so much damage before Knees Weak are able to even walk towards this point, and so far, it is going to be the ults online for the side of Backline Problems, so be on Knees Weak to try and find their way in here. Already Shaka and Dinner so low, and the pin comes through. Pump Queen down, a shatter onto Shaka as well. It is just cleanup here for Backline Problems, as they're once again going to win out the fight.
Yeah, that tire came online very early, and the shatter as well. Great job here by Backline Problems.
Right, it's going to be a regroup here for Knees Weak. They gotta wait for Shaka to get back into the mix here. That Reaper dying a little bit late in the fight, so approaching that 80% now. Backline Problems in a good position to take, well, 100% to 0. They have that Deadeye Coalescence. They're even gonna have the beat online very, very soon here for Razor. It's gonna be that downpour in. Dinner not going to end up finding any limbs there. Is going to be nearly sent off of the edge. The beat committed in. It's not going to keep Foxy alive. However, members of Knees Weak are so low. The overtime has been triggered, but Commander Nemo on this point. Another environmental kill for Backline Problems, and the cleanup on to Jimstas. A team kill to finish things out here on Well.
Yeah, you know, I'm really feeling for Knees Weak right now, because they just came off of a very, very long and hard-fought game, and they must just be so exhausted coming into this one. This must be a tough fight for them.
Yeah, I'm thinking the exact same thing. You know, everybody here has been playing so much Overwatch today, but yeah, it is Knees Weak that are, you know, really kind of having to pull things in together here. Backline Problems starting out strong is big here for them on Ilios, as we head over to Lighthouse for point number 1, and so far Backline Problems have looked more or less unstoppable on this Reinhardt and Roadhog composition that they're going to be sticking with.
Yeah, so much room for activities with these two, with how aggressive Foxy has been throughout the entire tournament. It's been so much fun watching. Look, already meeting the opponent at their front door as he sets up shop just around the corner.
There's the pin in, looking for something. Won't find the connect, but does find a lot of damage. Great pull there from Elektra, going to be able to keep that member alive, at least for now, but so much damage is being done to Knees Weak, and it is going to be bodies falling as a result of it. Foxy does end up getting traded out here. Actually, Shaka going to pick up Xylem as well, so even numbers here, and a lot of damage being done to the side of Backline Problems. However, they have gotten themselves set up on this point first, and they will be rewarded with the first capture here. So although Knees Weak, numbers are even here, now picking up the one onto Nemo, they're having a hard time finding their way in to the point here, because there's just so much damage in the tank and in the Junkrat as well. So taking down a couple of members here. There's no supports for Backline Problems now. This is the opportunity that Knees Weak needed to try and flip this point over. They're going to commit in the override protocol, but Elektra, she gets hooked by the Roadhog, and approaching 30% here. That override protocol down. Shaka will find Xylem regardless, but the flip never materialized here for Knees Weak.
Yeah, it was so very close. And just Panda just sitting on top of that point and getting those picks and getting that healing from the vape. Now with his whole hog online, here comes the Gravitic Flux.
Next on to 3, but nobody ends up falling. There is the follow-up damage. Punk Queen on that May, gonna take down both supports there, and finally it is going to be Knees weak, aim weaker, able to flip this point over and start building some percentage of their own.
Yeah, it looks like Knees Weak got a nice little reset here. They're feeling a little bit more like themselves that we've seen throughout the entire tournament. Punk Queen, though, finding a headshot onto Commander Mo.
Yeah, fantastic headshot there from the May, who's gonna have that Blizzard online very shortly. Excellent ultimate to hold on to the point, but you lose Dinner here. That's one tank down here for Knees Weak, and the point flips over more or less for free to Backline Problems here. They didn't have to commit any of these 5 ultimates that they have in the bank, and they're pushing forward, looking for some stagger kills, and Foxy's gonna commit the Earth Shatter to make those kills happen.
Yeah, that was a statement piece right there for sure. 100%.
Yeah, there are going to be approaching that 80% here, so we're looking at last fight territory for Knees Weak, aim weaker. They need to find an opening to this point, but they're up against this tire. Excellent shot there from Shaka. Going to shut that tire down from Commander Mo, and now going to have to follow up with a touch onto the point. Jim on the Wrecking Ball might be the one to do it. You won't have Elektra to keep you alive, and you're going to be in the face of a beat and this dead eye. The Blizzard on the point from Punk Queen is massive. Mine's on the point as well. Jim Sauce is going to find a 3K in the midst of that. The Wrecking Ball for Knees Weak not out of the picture just yet. Looking for an environmental kill, trying to take down that Moira. A sliver of HP. Not going to be able to stay alive on the point forever, but Elektra managing to keep this overtime going. There's still a hope here for Knees Weak, and with the cleanup onto the Cassidy, they might be able to keep that hope alive. It is going to be the flip going over.
Yeah, everyone was just like following in line, just trying to get back onto point, just trying to survive. And Knees Weak doing a really good job of being persistent with all of it, and using a lot of ults, both teams. Not much left in the tank for both teams.
Right, there's not. Yes, this Gravitic Flux from Dinner is going to have to be the difference maker here, but both those tank ults for Backline Problems coming online. And of course, Backline Problems only need to win one fight here. I like this from Dinner, going early with that Flux. Going to take Razor out of the mix here, but Shaka ends up getting traded out, so you aren't going to have that consistent damage from the M-Ray to work with. You're going to have to capitalize on the fact that right now Backline Problems have no speed to work with, but they sure do have a Shatter. Very, very low, though, as the whole hog comes out. Panda gonna send Jim off of the map, and that is going to be 3 members alive here for the side of Backline Problems, but Dinner not done yet. Going to take 1 out before being sent back to the spawn himself, and now, once again, it's gonna be the overtime here. Knees Weak need to have somebody on the point, but in the face of 2 tanks and a Lucio, it's just all damage here, and Jim makes it back, but how long will the Wrecking Ball be able to stay alive? Punk Queen has made it back to the point as well, but everybody just trickling on to the point. There will not be a flip again, and that will be Backline starting out with the map win.
Yeah, a great attempt there by Knees Weak at the end of it all, but it just wasn't going to be enough. You know, they're falling in, and I love the pick, you know, by Jim Stats. You're going to probably see something a lot of, like, really fun here.
Oh yeah,
dude, right there. Wow, incredible. What a combo. Almost getting taken out by that high noon as well.
Yeah, fantastic set of mines there. Had the multi-ball perk as well, so able to get kind of an extra little set of mines, which really did make the difference. Able to just kind of carpet the entire point with the mines. So great stuff here for the side of Backline Problems to start off with the win, and of course this is a best of 3, so first team to get to those 2 map wins is going to be able to claim the victory. So Backline Problems have put themselves in a very good position to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we are just going to be so Backline Problems, yeah, taking that first point here on Ilios. I believe it's going to be the choice for Knees Weak for the next match. And more bans. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens with it all.
Yeah, the bans are going to be pretty important as well. Yeah, taking the Jetpack Cat and the Genji out, so I don't expect that we'll see those bans come through again here. But this is big for Newsweek to yeah, be in control of the map pick, where they're going to be able to put things more in their favor, right? We saw Backline Problems really leaning heavily into these kind of brawl compositions with the Reinhardt, with the Roadhog. These are heroes that don't have any vertical mobility at all. And Knees Weak, Aim Weaker on well, we saw them coming out with that Hazard and the Diva here. So maybe able to lean a little bit more into a dive map will help them kind of bounce back in this series.
Yeah, 100%. And the Genji ban too on Silem. I mean, Silem has just been so good on so many different characters, but especially that Genji. They've got they got the skin for it and everything, and so they mean business when they put some cash on the table for that sort of stuff.
Absolutely agree. That is a Genji main right there. And looks like we have our map selection in. It's going to be a push map, and yeah, heading over to New Queen Street here. So over to the mean streets of Toronto for potentially the last map here, if Backline Problems have anything to say about it. But of course, Newsweek, Aim Weaker will be in control of a ban for their own. So might be able to go for a target onto Backline Problems. Don't believe they'll be able to go for that Genji ban again since they already used it, but maybe something else in the kit.
Yeah, that Bastion is it feels like a pocket pick for a lot of these players, especially the DPS. It's so much pressure, and you can tie it into a lot of other alts that can come online as well. Yeah, look, waiting for that second ban. And we see throughout the tournament too, the players learning the other teams as well. They've obviously scrimmed each other, but getting those insights throughout the tournament is really helpful. Again, like we were saying before, that Genji pick, Genji ban on Silem, and we got a Moira pick. Interesting.
Oh, okay. This is interesting. Yeah, I feel like that's also kind of feeling like it might be a bit of a targeted ban onto a specific player here where Moira definitely does have some strengths in 6v6. I think especially if you want to be running kind of this this brawl composition that Backline Problems was kind of going for, where everybody is grouped up. You can pretty much just kind of cycle through these coalescences as if it were like a cooldown just from the amount of healing a Moira can put out.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to your point about 6v6, there's also like a sense that players, you can kind of like lose a kid. You know what I mean? Like they'll just like wander off, and you won't be able to see them for a little bit. I'm not suggesting lose a kid, but like the idea here is that a Moira can slip away pretty easily and just like not be noticed because there's 5 other people on their team that like take that priority.
Yeah, it's a good point. There's a lot of survivability in that healer. So I think that, yeah, taking the Moira out of the mix here, you might have a little bit of an easier time if your knee's weak to actually really kind of focus down those supports that are doing such a fantastic job keeping that front line of Backline Problems alive here. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of compositions we end up on without that Bastion and without that Moira. Definitely a chance that we could see something similar to what was played on Ilios, where I don't believe that we had a Bastion or a Moira for any of those points on Ilios. So there's a chance here that you could just kind of go back into what you've already been comfortable with.
Yeah, absolutely. And New Queen Street as well, that push map. Oh, you know what? I wonder if I can find my stolen car on this map. I bet it's here. I bet it's somewhere on this dang map. I never lived on Queen Street. I did live on King Street for a short amount of time, but yeah, it could be here. Car theft is a problem here, folks. I'm just saying.
Just a fair warning if you ever find yourself in the streets of Toronto.
Get a kill switch for your car if you come here. I'm genuinely not. I've 2 cars have been stolen from me, so it's not even one, man.
Oh my goodness.
Right. Okay, this is it, by the way. This is it. If Backline Problems wins, they win the whole thing. So
that'll be it.
That'll be it.
Ooh. All right. Well, knees weak, aim weaker. Time to lock in. This is do or die. They have had such a fantastic journey to find themselves here, but there's a chance that journey could be cut short. It looks like they are going to be running with dinner over on that Hazard Gym. Over on to the Junker Queen, however. I like this pick of the Torbjorn as well from Punk Queen. I think that that's going to make this Genji from Xylem very, very difficult to play. It is going to be a charge in. Both teams trying to take control of this statue to get started out. The Torb turret is going to be gone, and the Torb going to be taking a little bit of a nap here. The pin from Foxxy does end up connecting, but has gone so far across the map. Basically 2 players out of this fight for now, so it's all going to be on to Panda to try and keep Backline Problems in this fight. Dinner has been taken down, but Panda falling as well, so the numbers in favor of Knees weaker, and that will be the cleanup for them. They're gonna grab control of the spot.
Yeah, really interesting here from Foxy, just diving in and just saw all like the enemy team just sitting right there. It was like, oh no, I'm in trouble. And then goes on another trajectory to another street in Toronto.
That's a pivot right there. You gotta respect it. It is going to be a good amount of progress being made by Knees Weak here as Foxy is kind of getting set up in this gym. Wants to try and put a contest on the bot, but unfortunately the pretty pushed past the window, so gonna have to drop out of the gym and is immediately going to get punished from that damage from all angles, connecting on to that Reinhardt. And Knees Weak not done yet, are gonna find Xylem the wall, actually taking down Sweet as well, and that is going to be this first checkpoint collected here for Knees Weak, and they're gonna get forward spots.
Yeah, just a few questionable charges coming in from Foxy, and not really sticking with the team, kind of just doing their own solo adventure here, as just making their presence known, but also like finding themselves in really weird spots. Sheikah does have that visor online as well, as a few others coming as well.
Yeah, we'll have to see what Sheikah can get done with this visor. That Reinhardt shield, of course, going to be able to block a lot of damage. But like we mentioned, Foxy sometimes on a little bit of a side quest here. Great downpour from Dinner. Connects onto 3, but there's no follow-up there from Knees Weak. There's the Bob out. Now, Commander is going to end up paying for that, but the Bob is going to be able to at least scare off the remaining members of Knees Weak, as finally Backline Problems have got a fight win under their belt.
Yeah, they really needed that. They're looking for another pin. Foxy commits to it. There's a big shatter as it comes online. Just that stupid parking pole's in the way. I think actually messed up some of his attacks. My goodness, that was really funny.
That is great aggression here from Backline Problems, and that's exactly what they needed. That's the thing about these push maps, is that it's not enough to just win one fight. You really have to try and chain these fight wins together to be able to get any progress whatsoever. So good for them to be able to do that, and to still have some ults in the bank.
Yeah, and it's also, I find, really easy to stagger on these kinds of maps. You feel like you can just return to the fight right away, right?
But sometimes it is a long walk back. All right, Taka pulling out that visor. It's a great rampage here from Jim Stoss. Connects onto 4. The Deadeye from Silo not going to matter. Panda gonna hit back with a rampage of their own, and this one has a nano to go along with it, making all the difference here. Jim still alive, but one of the only members remaining here for Knees Weak, and is gonna end up falling.
Yeah, what a great little combo with Panda and Steppenrazor. The nano obviously helping and saving their life, but the purple, the grenade to just help support them in the rest of the team fight there.
Big stuff here, and that's going to be the forward spawn picked up by Backline Problems, approaching the lead as well. Fantastic rally there. Elektra is going to help take down Foxy here. The Molten 4 committed in from Punk Queen as well, and that is going to be just enough for Knees Weak to stop that lead from being gained.
Yeah, another Foxy with another just kind of like solo adventure I found on top of that point right there, and then it all just sort of collapsed from there. I'm not sure if the Days just sort of like running in on them. I know how aggressive they play kind of right now, as they might get stuck a little bit, right?
The wall almost connects on and splits off the tank, but the other members, Backline Problems, have come back for reinforcements. still on a bit of an angle here. Not gonna have support from the heroes on the rest of backline as Panda is gonna end up getting traded, but there's the pin that Foxy was looking for. The overclock getting lots of space courtesy of that pin. Commander Mo going to be able to take down Jim Sauce. There's another shatter coming in. The solo shatter onto Dinner will secure the kill.
Yeah, it's like it's a double-edged sword, this aggressiveness from Foxy. You know, a lot of times it does a lot of heavy lifting, and then other times it can be detrimental to the whole team fight.
True, there's the orbit in from Hustler, and Hustler's gonna pick up a 2K to go along with it. That nano going out over onto Foxy. Everybody taking their backs up a bit here. The nade does connect on, but it is going to be, yeah, just a disengage here from Backline Problems. Ooh, nice little knife, but yeah, shout ready to go. Keep Panda out of harm's way.
Yeah, nice body blocking as well for Asylum on the walk back there. Now it's time to regroup and let's see if Backline Problems can get back into this fight. Very close capture point territory as well.
Oh, so true, yeah, 0.76 meters to work with here. Forward spawns have been removed. There's a downpour again. Don't think that really connected onto anything. And yeah, Dinner's actually gonna end up getting punished for that. Razor managing to hold their own against that hazard. The Deadeye ready to go here from Xylem is taking down that turret from Punk Queen as well. So actually just kind of a disengage that's coming in from these. We go! Got a great helix shot from downtown, but Shaka going to pay for it, courtesy of another pin coming through from Foxy here. And even numbers, there's all ready to go for both of these teams. The shout going to help Foxy get out alive, just barely, though the heal is coming in time there from Razor. Another pin in. Panda looking for the rampage, and it is great. Connects on to 4 there. It is going to be a rampage in response from Jim Stas, and actually there are going to be some trades coming through as Commander Mo set up on this high ground doing all of the damage that was needed.
Yeah, what a great... I was just sitting and waiting on that Junker Queen because I was like, oh, this is going to be juicy, man. This is going to be real good.
And it absolutely was. And now, Backline Problems extending the lead quite a bit here. They have the nano ready to go. Sleep Dart, not going to connect, but it is going to be the Fire Strike from Foxy taking down Dinner here. Hustler gets hit with the anti-nade. The Shatter connects onto 3, shuts down the visor from Shaka, and there's the nano, the cleanup for Foxy, and it is looking dire here for the side of Knees Weak.
Yeah, they don't have much time to get into it. This could be it, ladies and gentlemen. The robot is coming in. Can they get in? Can they get in? They do manage the touch. Here comes every ultimate they have left in the fridge. People are dying. People are being saved. And it's looking like it's going in the favor of Knees Weak, Aim Weaker. Wow, what a save.
Oh, yeah, they had to throw everything into that, though. Team kill is what they're granted here. And good news for Knees Weak is that there was a pretty big commitment from the side of Backline Problems as well. But now you're up with this problem that you have to push this bot basically all the way to the end here if you're Knees Weak. And Backline Problems, everybody got that forward spawn, so they're going to be able to have a close fight on the corner here. It's going to be that downpour from Dinner coming online first. You're gonna want to try and break down that shield of Foxy before you commit that, but taking down Commander Mo is a good start here for Knees Weak. They need a little more though, and Xylem is not going to let them have that. A trade comes through. Sleep Dart does connect. That's the only ultimate on the board, and now it is going to be gone. No, somehow Dinner lives for just a moment there. 60 seconds, we heard it, and Backline Problems are back in control of this bot. Rampage in from Panda. It does connect on to 2. Oh, not going to get the ball forward, and yeah, Xylem's just gonna grab a seat there. As Backline Problems back in control.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Xylem, he's tuckered for sure. I mean, that was a great shot to end that molten core as they're getting really close to the point. Here comes the downpour, catches 3, and ooh, this is going to be a nice little reset here for Aim Weaker, or Knees Weaker rather.
Yeah, that's a fantastic downpour to come through and looking for the aggression here, but it's gonna be the shatter that comes through. It does connect onto 2. However, the follow-up is just not there, and Foxy's gonna end up taken down. Dinner needs to live though. Asylum going to punish that out of position hazard, and now time dwindling here as we're headed into overtime. We need to stay on this point. They're gonna commit the overflow and the orbit, but there's a nano Cassidy in your back line. Somehow, some way, Beesweek and Weaker are still here. The Kitsune Rush trying to keep them on this spot, but you lose the mech, and now Sweet throwing in the Kitsune Rush in celebration. And well, folks, it's going to be one more touch coming through from Dinner, but Commander Mo shutting it down, and just a couple members left. That will be it. Backline Problems claim the win here on Toronto, and they are your OEC champions.
Wow. Wow. I can't believe it. What a great series of matches here. And congratulations to obviously Backline Problems and These Week and Aim Week Weaker for what incredible series of games all day in this tournament.
This was honestly, I am so impressed with the turnout for this tournament, and then all of the work that has gone in behind the scenes. This has been such a fun one to get to attend. I hope that everybody had as much fun watching this as I think we did, kind of covering all of these matches, because they were electric.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, we will be right back, everyone. We'll do a little sign off with everyone, and then we'll see you in a few minutes. Okay, guys? Thank you very much. Okay, we are back after that incredible final match between Backline Problems and Knees Weak Aim Weaker. We are here with Ocho and Elektra, the team captain of Knees Weak Aim Weaker. So unfortunate, you guys were so close. You guys did the whole losers bracket run. You made it all the way to the finals. You guys must be feeling just exhausted at this point with all those matches.
Yeah, and to be honest, we started with a pool play loss, and then we lost and went into the losers bracket, so we were feeling pretty down, and we just picked it back up.
Wow, you guys, it was such an amazing story to see you guys pull all the way through. Yeah, again, so sorry that you guys didn't make it all the way to the end, but you guys should be really proud of yourselves with what you guys accomplished. And it was so much fun to see your journey all the way through. And I know the Twitch chat was really rooting for you guys. So again, great job.
Thank you.
Absolutely, Druid. Knees weak, aim weaker. Y'all played a phenomenal game today. Despite not winning, still congratulations on showing up and providing such a fierce competition for Backline Problems. And how did you guys adapt as the series went on, especially after that early setback?
We knew that we had to change up the comps faster and adapt to what they were fighting with. So as soon as something didn't work, or even switching just one character, like I tried to Discord and we tried to focus as much as possible on that target.
Absolutely, that Zenyatta Discord orb just does so much support damage for their team. Were there any key moments that you remember that really decided the games for you guys?
Well, for one, I want to talk about how the server crashed because
my
that
goodness.
definitely, like, we had to stay on top after that. We were like, okay, we're starting over, we're not changing our game. So I feel like that was a big moment for us that we needed to keep it going because we knew we had to start over.
Yeah, that was definitely a very tough situation to be in. Unfortunately, we weren't really able to, remedy that other than just having to start the whole game over. Did you feel like that that sort of hard stop on the momentum, did that affect your team performance like
No,
later on?
no, no. And I'm really proud of our team. Like, we've just kept our head straight and we're like, we just got to focus. And we kept communicating, and I'm really proud of them.
Yeah, the communication seemed to have been top notch. How was it like in your team chat? Where can you describe what was going on? Was there a lot of people yelling, or was it like calm and collected?
Oh, we were yelling. There's comms all over the place, and if we needed peel, we were screaming. So,
On me. Yeah. Yeah, no, I get that. That seems. Was this question for you? Was this your like first like organized sort of team play?
this is my second time. I was in an Overwatch league with a different server. That was like 5 years ago. And I
Oh,
thought I was
nice.
done with all that, and my husband convinced me to join the tournament, and I'm really glad I did.
Oh, that's so great to hear. Yeah, such a great story too, and we're so glad you guys enjoyed it, and hopefully we get to see you guys play again. Whether with this team or otherwise. But yeah, thank you so much. It was a pleasure to cast for you guys and to see your whole fight the whole way through.
Thanks for all the work you guys put in. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Any final people you want to shout out, Elektra?
Just shout out to the team, especially coming from the bottom and then ending in second. Just really proud of my team. We had some communication issues in the beginning, and we just really pushed through. So I'm proud of that.
Yeah, Kawa, team captain here, Elektra playing support for her team, placed number 2nd in the 3rd Olderwatch Elite Champion people. Alrighty, now we're going to speak to our winning team captain next though, but we will just need a short break.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, cats and kittens, we are here with the winners of the Olderwatch Elite Championship. We are with the captain of Backline Problems, Foxxy. Congratulations, my man. It's so much fun to see you guys run through the winners bracket and winning in the end. How you guys feeling?
Great. I'm very impressed.
Yeah,
we
you
had
guys,
a
you
lot
guys had
of team
struggles, right?
swaps and-
Yeah.
Oh, quite a few of the. Yeah, we were shaking a little bit.
Yeah. So tell us a little bit. How late was it when you had all these different team swaps, new captain sort of thing? Tell us about that journey for us.
I want to say about 2 weeks in, we had a captain swap as well as a tank swap and a support swap. No, just a tank and then a DPS swap, which was a little challenging at first, but a few games we picked it up. But all in all, it was sweet. He really pulled in the tank duo. That really sold it for us.
Yeah.
Backline Problems really not seeming to have the backline problems as advertised, but Foxxy, let me be the second to officially congratulate you on winning the Olderwatch Elite Championship. What an accomplishment. What does this win mean for you personally?
I'm shocked that we pulled it together within less than a week to get here, which really I didn't expect us to go this far, and that pushed my expectations, which I'll take that.
Yeah, did it feel like your team just had natural synergy right off the rip? Did you guys practice much even before this tournament?
Oh, every now and again through the week, not a whole lot. There was a lot of times with the EU people we couldn't find a lot of time through the week, but just played a few games, and then once it came down to tournament, we taken the gold.
And take the gold you did, pretty much undefeated through the entire bracket. But speaking of trouble, it wasn't a super smooth ride all the way through. There were some games taken off of you. Any heroes that you didn't want to face today, or any heroes that were giving your team trouble?
Diva. Diva and Zarya, straight from the beginning. Those two, just hard from the get-go.
Yeah, that match between Young and the Reckless was very, very close. And that when you banned Diva, that was it. Like, you guys figured it out. It's like, okay, this is the problem character. And you guys took the strategy and you ran with it, and it got you the win.
Believe it or not, we were trying to shut down Reckless, not you.
Me, I wasn't playing.
You were given too much opportunity to get charge on the Zarya, which was frying us apart, tearing us apart.
Well, I mean,
I think he's talking about Suspense here, who is also just hanging out with us. But yeah, absolutely, those two tank characters, Diva and Zarya, top picks right now. Foxxy, how was your team's communication throughout the tournament? Did you guys sort of focus in and lock in on a particular, style of communication?
Really, we were just calling out targets and looking at pings. A lot of times we were pretty silent, and then whenever it gets hectic, we're screaming. But going back to who's low, who's over here on this side, who's moving to this direction, where can we move?
Yeah, dynamic positional changes are going to be extremely important to winning in Overwatch. But obviously we saw a lot of flashy ultimates from the front. You're a Reinhardt or a tank player. Do you have any personal highlight moments in the matches? Any ultimates that you felt like just turned the tides for your team?
A lot of it was the supports coming in. Lucio beat at the last minute for, what was it? Ilios for one of them. The beats going on the second map with Well. And then the hog hooks. Hog hooks were great. Being able to pull people apart.
Yeah, the hog hooks were just so decisive. Grabbing somebody and instantly headshotting them just completely gives your team an advantage. Was there any specific moment in that last match that you just played where you just felt, yeah, we got this?
Going on from preliminary, we we had Ilios and Li Jiang. So those were going to be our first 2 picks initially. It was down to which one could we throw off the most that would just set the momentum for the next round.
Yeah, really good strategies there. Druid, any final questions for our champion here, Foxxy?
Yeah, I just had one core memory now of you flying in on New Queen Street, and it is the very start of the match, and you fly in right by the hockey player statue, and you just meet their whole team, and you're I just imagine you saying something like, "Oh no, they're all here."
I got shatter. I'm clicking that button.
Yeah, I know you are. Yeah, there's a few times where your shatters came in just online, and you used it right away.
Yes, that's the one thing I play. I play a very aggressive Rhine, so if my team can rein me in, which they did. It works out pretty well 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, the whole squad was pumping on all cylinders, healing. Your damage players too, Silem and Commander Mo, just doing so much awesome damage. We had a few great shots of them, just putting in the work, getting those headshots. Nothing else for me, but congrats on all the success you guys had in this tournament.
100% appreciate it. No, Panda's really set us well for push maps.
Anyone else that you want to shout out, Foxxy?
Panda and Sweet, and Mo's been here for the whole time. Sweet's brought Panda in, kind of set us of our good team dynamic. And the whole team's around everything else who took part in setting this up. Appreciate y'all.
Yeah, amazing. Thank you so much, Foxxy, and congrats to you in the team.
Thank you. Appreciate it, guys.
Yes, absolutely. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The final barriers have dropped. The last team fight has concluded. The 3rd ever Olderwatch Elite Championships is drawing to a close, and Backline Problems are going to be your champion for this time around. What an incredible journey this has been. About a month ago, we started with 60, actually more like 80 individual signups, whittling people down and balancing the teams, whittled it down to about 60 people. These players, they took a leap of faith. They trusted this new matchmaking system built by T-Bone, Pha, and Spence here at Olderwatch, and committed to playing with a brand new squad. A lot of these players, they didn't really know, who their teammates were going to be, but over the last 4 weeks, they've grown closer, discussed strategies, practiced, and saw each other grow. That's exactly what we're wanting to see from these tournaments. They've transformed from groups of strangers into competitive Overwatch teams. Tonight, we saw the ultimate demonstration of that practice, that strategy, and dedication. To every single player who stepped into the Coliseo today, you gave everything you had. You left it all out there, and you faced down the pressure, embraced all the challenges that comes with coordinated play, and put on just a spectacular showcase of what Overwatch can be. Every team here pushed their limits, and you should all be just so incredibly proud of the growth and resilience you showed the world. An event of this scale, managing 10 teams and a big broadcast like this one, it doesn't happen without a phenomenal team behind the scenes. A massive, massive thank you has to go out to our production crew, every host that helped set up these custom games, including Druid, Pha Noodles, Spence, Amethyst, T-Bone, Rain, Ashby, and Talking Stove, and so much more, including you guys. Alrighty, Druid, any final remarks for our viewers here?
Nothing too much for me. I'm exhausted. My dog needs to be fed. But my final words here is thank you so much for everyone who showed up and decided to join this tournament. Thank you to everyone behind the scenes, Pho, Space, Amethyst, Rain, everyone who came in, Darth Ackley. I'm gonna miss a bunch of names. I had such a pleasure and it was such an honor, and I feel very grateful to be given this opportunity to help with it. And yeah, that's it for me, guys. I'm as you can tell probably by my voice, I'm a little cooked. It's a little tired, but that's it for me. Thank you very much.
Alrighty, folks. This has been just an absolute pleasure casting and hosting for you guys. Again, thank you, Druid, and of course, shout out to Druid's family and his wife for watching the children for this particular event. On behalf of our entire production team and tournament staff, I'm Ocho, community leader here at Olderwatch. Congratulations again to Backline Problems, and thank you all for joining us. We'll be signing off.
Oh, my wife's in chat. Hi, Mrs. Druid. Thank you so much. I love you so much, and I hope you guys are having a nice, relaxing day. And I love you guys if you're watching, okay? I'll see you guys soon.